And we are live.
Okay. Yep. Everybody, welcome again. One more day being here with me on this hangout. We have FPV, we have one, and we also have Estral. I think that's how you pronounce your name, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, everyone.
Todder's not here today. He's having problems with his telephone, so hopefully he does join. If not, well, I know he's probably listening. I'm not sure. But anyways, we'll be talking different topics, but FPV has a lot of, I guess, updates on the map. So we'll let him start it off. Right, FPV?
Right, cats. Yeah. Right, can everyone mute, please? And what I'm going to do, I'll present to you the map that we're following. This is a map discussion, by the way, so you might want to change the title of the screen, cats. Call it a map discussion.
Okay.
Because that's the biggest thing going on at the moment in the community is which map are people following. So I'm going to present this map to you and tell you why it's the one we're following. Right. I hope everyone can see the map there. This is the map we're currently following. I'll just check with you. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, this is the map we're following here. The map itself came from Google Maps, and Ceres of the Sun and Moon Group removed an algorithm that was converting it to the globe. When the algorithm was removed, this is the map that was revealed. Actually, it's bigger than this. This is just an overlay I'm using at the moment. It's a bit bigger than this because you've got a lot more land in the south that you're not seeing on this image, but I'm sure you've seen it before. I'm going to show you what the algorithm does and how it creates the round or pizza style the AE based map. So hold on a second, I'll just that animation. Right, what you're looking at here, this is the algorithm that was converting all these square images that are taken with photographs for Google Earth, and it's put into an algorithm which creates this. So you can get a never-ending supply of AE style maps. See what it's doing there, you know, to the data. It starts warping it into a ball. So that map you've seen before, that was unwarped. This is it being warped. This is the information that Google Earth show you. Like I said, Ceres removed the algorithm that stopped it doing this, and that's when it revealed this map that we're working with. You can see there, you know, endless possibilities of AE style maps, which is why I think the AE map is wrong anyway. It's a global perspective from above. It's distorting the land masses out around the edge of a ball, in my opinion. So you can see there what it's doing. You know, this is it running the algorithm, and they just keep running it and running it. You can see what it does to land masses and shapes, and you can get the ice rim around the edge. So never-ending supply of AE style maps for you to play with using that algorithm. I think that's where it's all being derived from. So hold on a sec, I'll just stop that.
It looked kind of good that the way it was playing out.
So we jump back to this map. This is the map, you know, that we've derived, well, Ceres derived from Google Earth once it removed the algorithm. Now the lines and circles that you're seeing, these are overlays that I've used from the Nazca lines. We've got a 12 by 12 grid, an 8 by 8 grid internally of the 12 by 12. You can see it there with the 3 things in each corner of it. And these halos. Now, the blueprint, these are blueprints that I've come to find from the Nazca lines, and when you overlay them with the correct map, you start making some sense out of it. For those of you that haven't been through this before, we're now assuming that the sun and moon is following these paths that you can see on this grid. Straight lines and the circles. The circles are projections into the sky from technology below ground. And what we call the ley lines are the rest of the grid. It seems to be panning out that way now. You know, we've got other data to confirm it's following these lines. So you can also see where it lines up on ancient sites. You take a look down at Nazca there with the cross on the grid. See that? So what we're doing in the background, we're overlaying ancient sites with the help of ARTES of the Sun and Moon Group. We've got earthquake data and weather patterns coming from one Conscience, who's on the panel here with me now. And she'll show you some information. Well, she'll talk you through some of the information on that. And we've also got Iron FE, who's helping us use our own, he's making us our own weather and earthquake mapping map that will live update at some point in time using this style map. And you'll see how it all relates to what you can see on this grid. Now I'm going to show you, no one's seen this yet, it's the one I've been working on. In the previous video we released, we referenced some parts from scripture, such as the angels in the north, south, east and west, and the 4 pillars, which roughly come to the centre point of the world, where 0.0 is in that grid. And 0.0 on Ceres' map is, of course, 0.0 on this grid. It is 0.0 on Google Earth, and it was originally called Palestine until recently when they changed the name. One Conscience also done some magic with the numbers from the Bible and figured out this was 0.0. And just recently I've been looking at some other parts of scripture which reference 0.0 as the centre of the world. The Garden of Eden is below this centre point. Now you've got the north, south, east, west there going from that grid right at the centre. The centre line left to right, east to west, that's your equator. Just to get your bearings there, that's the equator right across the centre. Now what I'm going to do now is look at some mandala from the Hindu style religion and show you how it also tells this same story of what's going on here. So hold on a few moments and I'll load it up. Now, you might remember in one of these Sun and Moon meetings, hold on, I'll just present it, you can't see it at the moment. It is. Right, the centre of the grid, I originally called it Satan. Satan rules the world or runs the world. But I was corrected by Santos. I'll let him, he did do a voiceover of this, so I'm going to play it now so you can have a listen to it. And I'll take over and go further in depth into some of the Hindu mandala information. Hold on a sec, I'll just set this up so you can hear what Santos has got to say about this centre point.
What is called Brahma in the Hindu cosmology.
Brahma.
Yeah, the creator. This is Brahma. Brahma is associated with Abraham, Abraxas, abrasion, as I said before, abracadabra. This is the abracadabra of creation. This is Brahma. Brahma is also associated with the Ram. He is the creator. Vishnu is the preserver. Vishnu preserves all of this. And then Shiva, Satan, will destroy it. Well, I mean, he doesn't destroy it totally. He destroys it as in the preserver is the maintainer and the destroyer does the other maintaining. If you don't destroy, you can't, cycles will not continue. There's the creative half of the ecliptic, then
Yeah.
there's the destructive half. That's how it works.
Yeah. Right, I hope you caught that okay, did you? You could hear that, yeah? Anyone hear that?
Mm-hmm.
I heard it, yeah.
all good. Right, okay, continuing. What's the end there? Right, we'll continue from that part there. So what Santos was saying is that there is what is doing the creating of what's going on in our world, right? So that's basically what's at the center point of this grid. Now, I've looked at this mandala here. Right, this is, I couldn't tell you the name of the deities going around the circle on this. What I want you to look at in particular, though, is the center point has got a halo around him. These other 8 deities have halos around them, and there's an outer halo around these. We'll just zoom in. I have got a lot of names for Hindu deities, but I'm not going to name them out because I might get some wrong and upset some people. You never know. Because it depends which cult or what you know. You look at different cults in these different countries, and they've all got, like, one will have a certain god as priority, and others use others. So they kind of mix them up a bit depending which one you're looking at. I just wanted to show you these so you can have a look around them. These are the deities around that center circle. So there's 8 around this one in the center circle. So that gives you 9 in the center point, basically. 9 primary ones, let's say. These are primary ones. So we'll just have a little look around them. I mean, some people out there might be able to name these. I don't know. I'm not going to try. I'm just showing you them. I'm showing you how they all seem to be located within their own halo and inside halos. I'm going to show you some connections here. So get a good look at those. Like I say, keep note of the halos around the deities and the halos surrounding the deities. Fantastic to look at these, aren't they? I have no idea what age this one is. They go back to Brahma, the creator, with his halo. So you got 8 halos around Brahma. Now, given that this is from India, I'm just going to rotate it from India's perspective and show you where it aligns on the equator, because the equator, remember, it's the center line, east to west. So the elephant on the right, I presume, would be representing India. So we're just going to relocate that above the equator. And then you see that line points it out. I'm going to show you how this relates to the grid we're working with and scripture that we've worked with from the Christian. There you go. There's your 8 halos. Plus the central one, your 9. So we'll zoom out, and then you see these external ones. These, of course, become the wives, the sons, and the daughters in this particular religion. So you can see all these 32 around the external of the inside of this. You can see a direct correlation there. You know, what they're saying there is tied in with this map. You can see from here, see that? Perfect. You see the correlation there, people? It's blindingly obvious they're talking about the same thing, isn't it? Need some more correlation? Here you go. Check this out. This is off a temple. Brahma's in the center. You've got the 8 deities around the external here. You see how everything fits in the corners? There's more of these wheels. This is the only one I've looked at the moment and realised, yeah, it's correlating nicely to this grid. Remember, these are Nazca lines that I'm overlaying here. Here's your 6 circles again. You can't get away from it. You know, they're all telling the same story. Some more information about it there. I'm not going to go into too much detail. I've added these so you can see what the external is relating to in these corners. Say, you know, your northwest, your northeast. This is things going on to these places. Take note of Yama, a god of death, the south direction, and the underworld. The underworld. You know, we know there's an underworld, and like I've been saying, I think Antarctica in the south is the gateway to accessing it. This is why they won't let you go there, you know. The south is definitely the point to access this underworld, in my opinion. All the secrets start here and work underground. Now you notice in this image, you've got Shiva in the center and Brahma at the bottom. I don't know if it was the mistake by Santos or do different cults perhaps have these two switched around, because Brahma should be in the center, I would have thought, and Shiva at this some location. But, you know, that needs checked out. But the only ones I could find was Brahma at the bottom and Shiva at the center. So it maybe doesn't work how we thought, the creation type that Brahma's using. But yeah, you know, there's more to look into that. I'm not going to dwell on that one. It does need clarified a bit more what's going on between these two. It might just be a certain, you know, a certain cult that prefers Shiva being in the center. I'll forward past that. I mean, you can pause that if you want to read it. So going back to the center point of this grid, the 0.0 and the 32 halos around the center. Yaska, the earliest known language scholar of India, circa 500 BCE, mentions that there are 3 deities, devas, according to the Vedas. Agni, which is fire, whose place is on the earth. Vayu, the wind, whose place is in the air. And Surya, the sun, whose place is in the sky. I think you can work out here, it's, you know, it's talking how the construct is formed, how it's built, the different parts and what's involved in the sky and such. It should be making sense now what they're all trying to tell you. This principle of 3 worlds or zones and its multiples is found thereafter in many ancient texts. The Samhitas, which are the oldest layer of text in the Vedas, enumerate 33 devas. Now, you've heard that, I'll just pause that, the 33 you've definitely heard before, and here's your 33. Your 32 halos here, plus the central one being 33. This is where the 33 is coming from. So it's 33. I was saying it was 32, but yeah, I wasn't counting the central one. It's 33 in the center, which is correct.
Which is the number 33 that everybody uses.
Yeah, it's, you know, this is maybe possibly where it's being derived from. Perhaps 33-degree Masons are taught this part of how the world works. Who knows? I don't know what they use that number for, but yeah, that now relates to this 33 here.
Yeah,
it's the complete union of the central workings of our world, it tells me. You know, in relation to these 4 corners, of course. Carry on, Cats.
Artist, can you put them on the panel, please?
Yeah, hold on a sec. I'll just finish this, and then we'll add arties.
Okay.
I'll let that play. I did have a mandala to pan round. Where did that go? I've lost it. Right, I'm using an older one. Doesn't matter, I'll jump back to it and show you in a moment. Just stop sharing that a sec. I'm playing the wrong one, that's why. I made a one with an extra piece attached to it. I'll show you that now. Hold on a sec. I'll just add arties first, hold on. I need his email. I can't start him. I don't see it. Can you send email? I'll just play this mandala clip. Right, so this is the mandala that I've been looking at. Now, every mandala, it's been designed to be viewed in 3D. I don't know if you're aware of that. So you're best viewing them in a 3D environment, and then you'll see things start jumping out at you better. Like the internal grid there in the center, you can start seeing it in better detail on what's going on. You know, you can see it's forming some kind of a construct. But also notice these leaves, these lily pad leaves, the 8 around the central circle. That is that 8. The deities I've just shown you. And I think the lily leaves now represent halos. I think they're a representation of the halos we're using. So food for thought there, people. These lily leaves are depicting halos. You notice there's always a circle of them. So yeah, it would make sense. It possibly suggests, it's a halo. These, of course, these designs vary from culture to culture, but they all have the same kind of numbering system around them. And they seem to represent the center point of this grid. Don't they look nice, these mandalas? What a beauty that one is. So I've shown you there, the Hindu religion is basically telling the same story as what the Christian religion's telling of of how the world works. It seems to be related to what we've been saying is technology that's below ground, having a very heavy influence on what's going on in our heavens, as above, so below. I think the correlation there is what's projected from below is what we are seeing in our heavens. And we've shown before, these halos all seem to have the sun maneuvering around the edge of them, like it's guiding the sun. People call them sun dogs. They're not sun dogs. Projection technology. And CERN, as far as I'm concerned, is a reverse engineered one. So that's where our research is coming from, a technological aspect. If you can't get your head around that, I suggest watching one of the videos that we've already made, and then come back with the questions, because we have answered a lot of questions on these in various videos, but the videos are, they're on various channels. They're all in one location at the moment. So hopefully that clears up why we're following this particular map with anyone. We've got reference from scripture going here, various religion scripture, by the way, not just the Christian scripture, and the correlation between those and the Nazca lines and this map are blindingly obvious. They're all telling the same story of what's going on in our world, or things related to the underworld, should I say. We can't see what's going on below ground, but these depictions, they basically pinpoint them for you. What is where below ground?
We have a question in chat from Flat Earth Alaska.
Can you read it out, Cats, while I add hearties? I'm just adding hearties.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, hearties has been added. It'll be popping in a second.
You might want to read it instead.
Right. Where's this? Who's it off? FPV Anchorage is a major hub from the Orient and FedEx for ups rates. Please explain. Anchorage, Alaska. Right, yeah. The flights have been rigged. What they're saying is flying, say, from the States to China. They're saying the aircraft fly west to get to the east. Well, they're lying. They're flying north. They're taking off. They're flying over Alaska or over Greenland, then flying east above there. I've got some video. I've captured some video of their own flight radar doing it. I'll show you that if you'd like to see it. You'll actually see an aircraft flying backwards as it's trying to fly east, but their data's forcing it to go west. So the overlays on these flight radars are rigged.
Hi, Arties.
Hey, everybody. If you
Welcome.
Yeah, it was great that you
hi,
showed
Artis.
the next time. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, that was great that you actually could see that they were flying over Alaska instead of flying supposedly around the Earth.
Yeah, well, even Marlene, who lives in Canada, she's a pilot. She's not stupid. She says to me, she sees very heavy volumes of flight coming from the north.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's north of Canada? This is the real flight route that you're not seeing. It is north of Canada and Alaska.
Yeah.
Now, she sees them coming back. So there's there's obviously a return flight coming back. This is possibly happening in the south as well. You know, like South America, they might be flying south, then going east and pretending they're going west to get to Australia. Say, we've seen it happen in the north. I've got video proof of it off their on-flight radar.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say the same is probably happening in the south. Yeah, we've got two different proofs of flight radar of an aircraft flying west to east above Greenland, and it tracked you. It showed you the actual flight path as well. There was a wing sticking in the top of the map, and I clicked it, and it showed you the flight route. It made a stop in Greenland, went north, and east, and then south. And of course, like these other ones, I showed an animation on, I think it was on Sun and Moon stream a few days ago, of one trying to fly east, but Google's data was tracking the aircraft west.
Okay, you
So
have
it's
another
flying, so
question.
it's flying backwards.
You have another
Yeah.
question, FPV.
Okay.
It says, okay, it is
Maybe it's
fixed.
that package coming to take from Asia to us. It's probably the same route, fly off Alaska. I think they're flying north, then flying west over Greenland, and then flying south towards Alaska, Canada, and the States. Because, like I said, Marlena, who lives in Canada, she has seen volumes of aircraft coming from the north, and she doesn't know where they're coming from. Well, this would explain the return route from east to west. This is the volumes of traffic she must be seeing. So there's two flight routes north of Alaska that people aren't even aware of. You know, how else would it work? They can't fly west and then come back in the map on the opposite side. It just wouldn't happen.
It's always directed somewhere else, isn't it?
They might fly west for a little while, then head north, then turn and head east. That's what the flight data looks like to me now, what they're really doing.
They go different ways. I mean, I wonder why. I mean, we all know why, because of the, what is it? What did she say? I forgot what she said, Marlena. Oh, why they go the different routes.
Well, basically, they travel that route just so the time fits to the actually distance. Otherwise, you would be there a lot quicker or in a different time.
If she went straight, if they went straight, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it takes longer to go the other way.
Right, is that flight data, guys? This is the flight data I was talking about. You notice the reindeers in the top of the screen there. Right, I'll just play this. This is what I captured off their own flight radar.
Mhm.
Not the reindeers, you know, they don't. They definitely weren't flying that day. But yeah, you can see the top left. The flight was Santa and his reindeer. Yeah, okay, I'll keep playing this, and you'll see that flight there going north, and then it kind of arcs to the west. I don't know if you can see the full image on here. It's hard for me to see on this screen.
I can see.
Which
Yes,
city
you
is it
move.
flying from?
I can't see it among a
It
lot.
was from Beijing
It'll tell you-
to
it tells you on
Washington.
the left. Yeah, that was the one, Beijing to Washington.
Yeah.
Which on that map, if you look, it arcs left, and then it arcs right over here and comes down. Oh no, that's the opposite map. Look at the wrong bit. Keep it playing, hold on.
Yeah,
Look at the
that's the
wrong part.
same.
I'll just forward
No
it a bit.
problem. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, this is the, there you go.
Yeah.
I went and retrieved the data, and this is what's really happening. Here's your rail route. See it?
Hmm.
So it's not flying from there to there. It's flying from here, northwest, arcing up and coming back down over here. There's the plane, look, it's going this way. You see that? It teleported from there, ended up over here. Rewind that, look, watch this. You see that? It jumps from there to here.
That's a long ways to fly.
Yes. There must be a teleporter at Greenland. Look at that. That's the fastest flight ever. So that's what they're really doing anyway. There's a route here somewhere. They've cut that bit out of the flight out, obviously, and they've just made it jump from there to there. Why, I don't know.
Yeah,
Probably
is
time,
great.
you know, probably
Yeah, to
probably
hide.
time, flight times, or It's either
Yeah.
hiding the flight times or the telemetry on here.
They try to hide all kinds of things just to get you off
And,
track.
And then we'll try another one. See that?
Mhm.
Projected telemetry. But what's the flight? I'll forward it to where it jumps. And watch this where it jumps. Watch which way the aircraft's facing. If it's the same clip, hold on. I know I've got a good clip of it. That's not that one. Right, it's saying it's going from there and landing down here. So that's
Yeah.
the assumed flight route. It's a really good bit where
What would it
Say
look
it
like
again.
if those? Sorry, FPV. What would it look like if those purple lines were joined together? I mean, if you just folded it to join them together, wouldn't be.
it'll be a straight line across the ocean, but we know they can't fly that direction.
No, I don't mean like that.
I'm looking at there's a clip somewhere. You'll actually see the plane. It's facing east when they've got it flying west. Yeah, this bit here. What's this bit here?
You mean that if they add up the purple bits, if you then
Yes,
actually
exactly.
get that almost,
Piece of string, join the two together like a line.
actually, yeah.
Right, what's this aircraft here? Look at the avatar, right? Now look carefully which way it's facing.
Yeah,
And you tell me if this aircraft wants to fly west.
could be a
Watch.
side wind.
A side wind.
That's right for it.
Wait till you see it. A magnetic pull, perhaps. Watch this. Keep watching it.
Oh, it appeared up there.
Another
Another side wind.
Does that look like it's trying to fly
Backwards.
west
Going
to you?
backwards now.
Yeah, it's really
Wow.
good up there.
It has gyrocopter properties, obviously.
So this is how they're fiddling it, people. They're bending the data this way when it's really going the other way. Of course, on this one they forgot to change the avatar. So yeah, that aircraft does not want to go west. He wants to go east.
So how many hours is it to get to one place to the other? Like for instance, you want to go to London. It still
It's a-
takes a long path.
I used to work for an airline, and we flew from Stockholm to Chicago, and it was around about 7 hours, a little
you
bit
go.
over 7 hours.
Actual flight
Coming
time.
back though,
Actual flight
know.
time for that flight was 14 hours.
wow.
Now that should, if it was as close as that, that shouldn't take 14 hours, should it? It's taking
Okay.
14 hours because it's got to go up there, go across there, and come down here. All that
So
needs
it
to
should
happen
take
here is
that.
this route here. It needs to flip this way. This is
Most,
this is the true route.
well, flight. You see the flight back.
Please
You
don't
know,
want to. I don't want to go west.
It's about a 30 or no, 45 minutes difference. So therefore, it could be caused by some airstreams, of course. They're a little bit different in time. But if I looked at again and again to the flight routes from Detroit to Chicago, from Detroit to London and from London to Detroit, and then they were roughly the same. So therefore, the whole spin of the Earth is debunked. Because otherwise, if you had a spin almost 900 miles per hour, you would be in Detroit in only 5 hours, and not actually 8. So that doesn't. So the whole spin is debunked because if the Earth was spinning, if you were flying against the spin, you will be probably half the time of the absolute time they are telling you. So therefore, if you look at the flight times, actually all the flight times going against the spin are the same way if you fly back, almost. Sometimes half an hour difference, 40 minutes, on an actually 9-hour flight, so that is not that much. But you can actually see, therefore, that there is no spin. There is no spin. It's stationary. like they also said in a lot of NASA files, that the Earth is non-rotating and with a stationary atmosphere. Even in a lot of documents from NASA themselves, they state that fact. And if you look at the flight times, it also proves that the Earth is not spinning.
I was just going to say that with this animation artist, that flight time there was supposed to take 14 hours.
Mhm.
You know, it shouldn't take 14 hours on the route they've actually chose there.
No.
Why it's taken longer, if you look at where the aircraft is, I think that's where they go to, and then they head north from there. Whereas the ones returning are possibly coming, you know, further down the map and coming over, say, skimming the top of Greenland.
Mhm.
And these are the ones that Marlena's perhaps seeing when they come over to Canada.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
I think Marlena's around this location, and she sees lots of aircraft coming from the north.
Mhm.
The return flights could be a bit closer to Greenland, and the going away flights, looking at this one, it looks like it's going to here or this area, then it's heading north and then going east. So that's, you know, that makes sense on this map.
Mhm.
That's, you know, even on an E map, it'd have to do something similar. But yeah, this is making perfect sense on this map. And this map, if you hadn't noticed, is the same map that we use ourselves now. It's the same map that, you know, very much, very, very similar to Sirius's map that is taken out of Google data.
Mhm.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, go for it.
They have the pilots and the airlines, they have tracks like a slot that they're supposed to fly in, and there is maps of them that you can find, and you can see exactly where they are across the Atlantic, and you know where they're supposed to be anyway.
If people are flying
I'm
any
just
of these routes, they should take GPS with them so they can track it themselves.
Yeah, but they practically just take off, get them on the track, and then and that's it. The plane flies itself then to its destination, obviously, where they need to obviously take over again or whatever. But that's only the landing part.
Most of the
practically.
time, yeah, indeed, most of the time they fly on autopilot. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a question for you, PV. Let me see if I can find it. Go back up.
That plane saying to me, don't make me go west. Don't make me go west. I want to go east.
Flat Earth Alaska says 24-hour model to understand your concept.
A 24-hour model, just go on any of the flight radar channels and you'll see it. You know, what they're saying is going west to east, going left off the map. See, let's see if you can find the data to match it. This data's contradicting it. Look at the aircraft, you know. The aircraft there and the flight that we recorded earlier. Where's that other one at? That one there, look. Check that one out. That flight there. There's your real flight path. You know, why did it take that route when it would have been quicker going across the states and probably across the ocean, and you're there? Why is it taking that route? That's probably the real route. This flight only showed up, by the way, because its wingtip was sticking out of the top of the map. I didn't see this route. I just seen the tip of that aircraft's wing sticking out of the top of the map on flight radar, and I clicked it, and it revealed this route. I don't, you know, whoever's flying the aircraft's probably drifted off course and they came back in onto the radar of this map. They're probably supposed to be further north, so they don't show up on it. So that's why this route, that's why it shows itself, because as soon as I clicked the aircraft, it showed you the flight data for it. And this is one of the real routes that they're probably taking. Does that make sense?
Do they take the same pattern all the flights, or do they go different ways, or
Look,
what?
the data of the aircraft there, it does the same flight over and over and over again. All the recordings are found, but mainly that same aircraft for that flight route. So they might, they might be using the same pilots that work for them, that are well aware of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Washington to Beijing. You know, it could be politicians there, and who knows what's going on there. But yeah, that flight route, it probably wasn't supposed to be seen because the aircraft, it was probably supposed to be further north, so you couldn't see it on the map. Like I said, I only seen a wingtip sticking out the top of the map, and I clicked it, and this is what it revealed.
Mm-hmm.
There's a true flight path going north, east, and then coming back in on that south.
What,
It-
what I,
It's out depending on
yeah,
where it's
what I
going.
think that they are, why are they doing this is because they want to hide certain things. I don't know all the things that
Well, yeah.
they're probably
thing-
hiding, but they try to,
Well-
to fly certain routes just to get you off that you actually can't measure it, or somehow they can state, oh, it takes that long because we are flying that distance, but it doesn't
No,
fit. You prove it now. Yeah.
Let's just explain to the people why they're doing this, because on this map here, if you can see the mouse, Russia and Alaska, according to the globe, aren't very far apart. They're very close, according to this.
Mhm.
Present that a sec and show you the map we're using. Hold on,
Excuse me.
because you
Hello,
need
Larry.
to see the.
Oh yeah, hello
Right.
Larry.
Now on this map, I'll just put the mouse on. Can you see that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on this map. Right, so they're saying this location here, this location here.
Yeah.
If that was the case, why is it taking 14 hours to fly from here to here?
it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
If that was touching here,
And that-
these flights should be, that should be a 4-hour flight,
Mhm.
maybe 5 hours, So yeah, this is the real map, and this is why they're rigging that data. So you'll see they go up here, and then they sneak in over here and coming down here, that's what's really happening.
Yeah.
Fake the globe, because this location here, Alaska, and this one in northwest Russia, northeast Russia, are not close together. They're actually the four corners referenced in scripture. The angels in the north, south, east, and west, depending where you're standing.
So they do
That's
this
it for
to hide certain things. Yeah, it's very clear that
they've invented the globe. They've invented the globe to hide these.
Mhm.
Let's call them virtual corners, right? Let's call these virtual corners. They won't let you go past here or anywhere near them.
No.
This circle here, they will. The Antarctic treaties is for a reason. You will not get near anywhere near these locations. Not in the south, or these here, or these here.
Mhm.
Protect these areas, because you will really see how the world works if you can get to these areas. These are what Enoch described as portals. This is the areas he described as portals.
Yeah, what I also
That's what's
read,
going on, so that's what's
Yeah.
going on, guys.
what I also read, is that when the first rocket flights were taken off from Russia, because there were the most rocket flights taken off from, actually shortly after that they nuked the sky. They've been sent up all nukes to nuke the sky, because probably what they found up there, they tried to get a hole in or something. And that's what I
Well,
can
I would say nuclear weapons are fake, and given that we know this is a technological construct, it'd be very dangerous.
whatever they sent up there as explosive is I don't know for sure. That's
I think they were just miniature cameras, Zarties. I think they were just faking it to keep people away. You want people to keep away, pretend you've dropped a nuke.
Mhm.
That's how you land grab. Christmas Island, it's been nuked to pieces apparently, yet people are living there. They're cutting grass, they're having breakfast and dinner, same as everyone else. It's bullshit. It's a land grab. So yeah, when you look at all this electromagnetic information that you're looking on this grid, these projections and such, it would be very dangerous to be exploding nukes. You could damage how the world works. It's total bullshit.
Probably.
It's a scare story.
Well, but what is clear and what you can actually research, I don't know what they sent up there. After they sent a couple of rockets actually up into the sky, you can see that they were going up somehow. After that, they sent a lot of others, and most of them were burned in the so-called atmosphere. So probably what they actually found or got footage from or whatever, they sent after that a wave of other projectiles into the air. I don't know if they were actually explosives or not, but it's strange that.
I tell you, it was RT's probably barium. They're trying to map the sky. Remember, they're looking for these halos. They're looking for what we're looking for.
Yeah.
They've probably got them all mapped by now.
Artis, is this what you're talking about? Back in the 50s, I believe, was it
50s.
when the Antarctic, when they, yeah,
Mhm.
after
After that, they signed the Antarctic Treaty. Shortly after they sent all those missiles up,
yeah.
Shortly
I've
after
read
that,
read
they
that.
signed the Antarctic Treaty. That's also
I think-
very interesting.
I think there was something said about they were trying to find the dome as well at the time. Was that not
Mhm.
correct? Or trying to see how high up it went?
Yeah.
Well, the dome,
Speculation.
in my opinion, would be all these halos. You know, there's lower ones down at the extremes, like Antarctica. We've seen the sun jump on the Antarctic web camera that they use. It just jumps up into the sky, and then off it goes around these halos and around following the grid.
Mhm.
So yeah, I would say it probably is dome shaped, and the latest thinking now is it's multi-layered. You know, we're looking at layer 1 that's controlling the sun and moon. Above this, you've got the planets and other celestial bodies, and we have to assume now they're under the same kind of projection control.
Well, it's strange that they probably found something, and probably what you are telling, those probably found those halos, and therefore, shortly after that, they signed the Antarctic Treaty just to make sure that people couldn't go there for some reasons. And it is one of the treaties that is the longest lasting till this day. Many were broken, only that one from the 1960s, the same way. So that's interesting, that they probably found something. And now, shortly after that, they did the Antarctic Treaty.
Well, yeah, World War II was really moving huge amounts of materials and equipment and men to Antarctica. That's really what World War II was hiding. All this movement of equipment and such.
Oh yeah, they always do. When they have a war, it's a distraction of something they are really doing.
Yeah, it's the entrance to the underworld. The workings of how this world really works, and they're reverse engineering that technology and such, and bringing it into the open world. CERN being a perfect example of one. CERN is a reverse engineered angel, in my opinion. The same kind of configuration.
That makes sense.
I'll also jump back. I mentioned 2 layers. Well, more than 2 layers. Layer 1's halos obviously control the sun and moon. If you look at this image, this is Venus, photographed from Russia. Now you can see why it's lit up is the barium in the atmosphere is illuminating it.
Mhm.
Barium illuminates a geomagnetic field line from pole to pole. And this is why you're seeing things like halos in the sky. It's the barium showing them up. And these are the projections from below.
Yeah, I've seen those lines in the sky many times.
Yeah, it's the barium showing it up.
Mhm.
Like look at Venus here. Venus caught on a halo. Venus will follow that halo down to below ground, or it appears to go below ground. Wherever it's going, it goes. But it will follow that route without question. It's captured there, following its route. Now you should be asking yourself, how is Venus being illuminated by barium in our atmosphere? It tells you Venus isn't as far away as you think. Yeah, go ahead, Kat.
PV, Dave Hickles asked a question. Is Alaska and Russia that far apart?
Yeah, they're on opposite sides of the world. That's why they're having to flake the flights. They're not wrapped around a globe, touching each other nearly. If that was the case, you'd get a flight from Canada to say China in a few hours. These flights are taking 14 hours or thereabouts. So yeah, as we showed with that animation of their on-flight radar, they're big in it.
And actually, also the flight time proves it, that they're flying that long. And actually, if you're in the plane, you can verify that. So, yeah, don't make up flight times, because you can actually see that for yourself if it's true or not. Very clear, of course.
Yeah. You guys in chat, ask yourself, why can we see Venus illuminated by barium in our atmosphere? It's not that far away, guys. It's not millions of miles away. And that's probably the second layer of halos above the first layer. So it's a multi-tiered system of halos, and this is probably what creates what we call the dome. Whatever it is, it's electromagnetic halos, and this is why NASA can't get to space. You know, there's no zero gravity up there. Whatever's up there, they can't get there because these halos will zap their rockets. And the altitude of them varies. You know, like I said, they're obviously lower down at the extremes, and they elevate higher into the sky around the center of the world. Question to NASA, you know, why is why is barium illuminating Venus in our atmosphere? It would be impossible, wouldn't it? We've got a leak in space, guys. Barium's getting to Venus. Bullshit. It's not that far away.
Maybe that's why they sent all those rockets up there to actually fix the leak. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, put a plaster on it.
A Band-Aid. Oh, there's nothing to see here.
Bit of chewing gum, quick, block a hole.
Estral, what do you think?
What do I think? Well, obviously it's barium that's blowing that up, like, so we can see it, you know. Also, I saw last summer, also I think it might have been the first time I've seen one, a double rainbow, and an absolutely immense double rainbow.
Oh.
And that was brilliant, you know, just to see that. It was like, wow.
That's interesting. About a month ago, I also saw a double rainbow, very clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did too, actually. That's odd.
Maybe it's just we haven't been paying attention.
Hold on, guys. One, do you want to interject anything to do with this grid while that's on screen?
If you just give me about 2 minutes to find somewhere to park, I will.
Okie doke.
Yeah.
One's got some information she can correlate with this grid and the work she's doing. So, you know, it's some more data to back up what we're looking at here. She's obviously driving.
Yeah, she is. So,
Was it actually also at your end, Estral, that you saw that rainbow about a month ago or further back?
No, it was last summer.
Last summer.
Yeah. Summer 2016.
Well, I saw it a month ago. So.
Yeah. But I have seen them since. Did I see them? What was that? Yeah, it was like a sundog, but it was very, very hazy. I've had some incredible skies. Yeah, when the sun's been shining here and the clouds are going down in the evening, it always seems to be in the evening time, sunset, and like the thickest, fluffiest, you know, it's like the most unusual clouds I've ever seen. And clouds are actually really transparent, aren't they? They're white, even though they look black, just because of the light. But they were just so dark and very ominous looking. Yeah, I've got a few photographs somewhere, but yeah, it always seems to be in the evening.
You're in Denmark, huh?
Yes.
Okay. I also had almost the whole month now, actually almost no sunshine. There was every day there was a thick cloud in the sky. Actually, the last time that I actually had a clear enough sky to take a photograph was as the last full moon.
Okay.
Because I wanted to make more moon pictures, because I had the new Taylor lens, so I was excited to take more pictures. And actually, the last clear sky I got was at the last full moon. And that is almost a month ago. I can even look at actually the date that I took the picture, because it was so long ago.
Yeah.
It's strange that we have so very long time of actually almost a month of all everyday clouded sky. Sometimes it clears up for just a short moment at the most of the time around 3 or 4 p.m. it clears up a bit. It's also interesting. And the last, it's 12/4/2017. It was the last clear sky. So,
Hey, look.
yeah, that's almost a month.
Hey, Larry, do you have anything to say on this?
Oh, hey guys, I just
Hey,
jumped in.
Larry.
Hey, Larry.
Hello.
Hey guys, hey up people.
Hi.
Ortiz, I'm just absorbing what you guys are saying, and I actually had a buddy of mine called about a legal matter, and no, I'm not an attorney. He called about something, and I got wrapped up in that. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kind of mute and just kind of sit here. I'm just interested in the maps and of course the flights and how it will work on the flat plane and the center and the different things. Just very interesting and intriguing. I'm learning on this one. I got to say, I'm really learning on this one.
Okay. I'm parked now.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I can add that correlates with the work done here is I've been studying earthquakes for a couple years now. And recently it's kind of making more sense because of this map. So what I'm noticing is the Alaska corner up there on the map will activate, and by activate I mean it will have massive swarms of earthquakes, and that's the energy activating. So that activated just not too long ago, week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and it was swarming like crazy all the way up until right after the solstice. Then the pressure started to transfer. When that happened, the cold air came into the States and we dropped, and we are now in winter. At the same time that was happening, down in New Zealand, which is just a little southeast of Australia there, it's a little tiny island. The entire island has been lit up with earthquakes, and I think it's been activated to bring in the southern summer at the same time that Alaska was bringing in our winter. Also the pressure, let's talk about Alaska. It will start in Alaska, okay? It'll roll over. It'll actually hit the points on his map. So right there where Canada and the United States meet, there's always earthquakes there. Right there below that to the southwest, the next dot down, that's over in the water next to California, there are always earthquakes there.
Oh yeah.
So, and then you go down a little further, there's that kind of illuminated point down there in southern United States. That is the San Andreas Fault area. And it's also, what's the name? It's a volcano. It has a lake on the top of the volcano. I can't think of the name of it right now, but you guys can look it up.
Yeah, actually, Dutch Sense does a lot on that too, and it's down by Baja. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I can't remember the lake. Yes.
Yeah, Dutch is actually where I learned all this, so I'm glad you're familiar with him. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
that's
been
great.
teaching people for a while how to predict these earthquakes, and of course, our wonderful USGS says that's impossible. That we can't predict earthquakes outside of a 50-year range. Well,
Right.
So Dutch proves completely opposite of that. He can predict earthquakes and has taught several others, myself included, how to do it within about a 7 to 10 day range. And the reason is because the pressure flows on the ley lines and it always follows the same paths. So when we look over here at the cross in the United States, we're hitting the New Madrid, which used to be a big earthquake spot, but now it has actually moved west into Oklahoma in the United States, and that is because they've been doing something called fracking of the earth.
Oh,
So
boy.
they're fracking in Oklahoma, so Oklahoma is now the new release point in the center of the United States. I'm sure that it's happened in other places, but I live in the United States, so this stuff is in my backyard. They've
me too.
they've also began to frack back on the New Madrid, and they've also began to frack on the Yellowstone supervolcano, which is up in Montana. I want to think that this is a way of maybe geoengineering and destroying the creation as it sat and as it was created. They're changing the pressure points. I'm not real sure what the purpose is other than to destroy it.
Yeah, I'd like to. That would be interesting. I mean, I would love to get the memo on that one. We're messing this up because. Oh, wait a second. I got a memo here. We're messing it up because. Okay, we want New Jersey to be on top of Oklahoma, and let's see, Ohio's going to be on top of Washington State, and Toronto, Montreal are going to be on Vancouver Island. I would, a memo would be nice, perhaps to explain what the hell it is we're trying to do.
Well, I can comment a bit on that. I think why they're fracking there, they're intercepting it elsewhere to get the gas before someone further north does, or someone further along the grid. So whoever was getting the gas supply before, it's now just been intercepted further along the same path of the grid. Now, the relation between where we're going, guys, with the relationship between earthquakes and what we're talking about here. Now we think this technology is switching on and off, and this is what's creating the seasons. And what one's detailing there and what our data is kind of showing is we can plot along this map which ones are switching on and which ones are switching off. When it switches on, you are getting earthquakes and tremors. So you can plot them on a map. And of course, what it's really doing, it's pulling the sun further south, so the north gets its winter and the south gets its summer. And then, of course, across the course of a year, you should see it going the opposite way. So you're getting the sun moving up and down the equator, basically, north and south of the equator. And it's trackable with this earthquake data, because, like I said, it's technology being switched on and off below.
Yeah, that's clear, because actually I'm doing some research on all those earth strikes you have, all those electrical discharges. If you actually look at that map that FPV is presenting, and you have India, you have in that lower part, you have that dot. Just below the word India, you have a dot over here there. Yeah. And I'm now going to show you, actually, if you look at that place, what you'll see. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, this is actually exactly on the dot. If you put that circle over here, you actually get in this area.
It looks like a dolphin.
Yeah, whatever. You can see actually exactly on that location you have this electrical discharge. But that's interesting. That fits exactly on the map that FPV is presenting. Just to show you an example.
Yeah, perfect example. Yeah, Artis is doing a bit of work in the background to do with ancient sites and how they might relate to this grid also. So some point in the future, you can do a presentation on them if you like, and you'll see how it relates to this same grid we're looking at here.
A lot of ancient sites and ancient old electrical discharge exactly fit on those dots, or very near them. But you never know if that grid sometimes changes because of the seasons. You never know if that shifts a little bit because of that. But most of the halos and points on that map fit ancient sites perfectly.
FPV, can you go to that map once more? Yeah, that one there. Just off the coast of Morocco it'll be. There's like a cross, a diagonal cross. What is that there? Is that Atlantis?
Atlantis? Well, Atlantis to me would be Antarctica. That's the hidden land, isn't it? Look at it all. Look at that map there. Look at the south. All that's been hidden. I think Atlantis is the Antarctica. And like I said earlier, the gateway to the underworld, which was why there was a big panic in the 1900s to get there. The Nazis or globalists, whatever you want to call them, they were planting the flags there and grabbing a big chunk of Antarctica. Now that chunk,
So
What is underneath
that chunk
that
they grabbed, guys,
cross
hold on,
there, though?
rewind it a bit. That chunk they
There's on
grabbed,
the Google Maps. Have a look.
fantastic. Right, that chunk of land they grabbed is in
Okay.
the northwest of Antarctica. It's one of these corners on this grid. The opposite corner to what we're at now, in
Yeah,
fact.
you mean that
The
cross
camera's just not showing it.
that cross point just above Morocco near Spain?
It's left of Morocco. Yeah, west of Morocco. Yeah, west of Morocco.
It's actually in Spain almost. And
Right,
that
guys,
also
guys.
fits with-
No,
Where
I don't
where's
mean that.
Morocco on here?
I
Where we at?
well,
I want the next one.
Yeah.
Say up, down, left, right. Tell me where you
No,
want to go.
that's
You
actually
need to
good
go
where you're now. That's Morocco. And
northwest.
above
Right
that is
there.
Spain.
No, I don't mean that one, Artes. I mean the one left of that. The one west of that. It's a diagonal. The next. No, you've gone too far now.
Hold on,
It's actually from the center circle it's coming from. It's one of the spokes there. It's like 11 o'clock spoke, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll come back a little bit now.
Back, which way?
Down.
To Morocco.
Stop. And then go. Yeah. Stop. You get in the middle of that point there. Yes. Thank you. What is underneath that? If you was to go on Google Maps, that's Atlantis. There's a landmass underneath there.
Yeah,
Go dig in.
it's land under all this, remember, since that flood. This hasn't receded, this flood.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, these points here, sooner or later they're going to pop up. Some of these are volcanoes, by the way, these ones down here. And like I've said before, I know this technology is responsible for creating volcanoes. If different configurations of this technology seem to produce different effects. That's your Bermuda Triangle there. Can you see now why compasses might go crazy in the Bermuda Triangle? Look, it's right in the center. An electromagnetic halo right in the center of Bermuda Triangle. This is what's
Actually,
upset compasses.
actually, the Bermuda Triangle is a little closer because doesn't it go from Florida to Bermuda and down? A little bit more left over toward Florida on the U.S.
Yeah, well, it's that triangle there. It's probably bigger. I'm not sure if we've got this grid 100% scaled right, Larry. I'm just
Okay.
I'm lining it up with like key sites like there, Nazca, Angel Falls for this angel here, Angel Falls in Venezuela. Britain's got one. Madagascar.
Niagara Falls.
Yeah, it's lining this up perfectly to the grid. You know, it's not going to be super accurate. It's close enough to work with and see what's going on. You know, I can relate these here to volcanoes. I've already looked on the map. I forget the names of them now, but there's volcanoes where these dots are. So I know the grid's pretty close to what it's been trying to tell you. Remember, this grid came from the Nazca lines. You know, these overlays are from the Nazca lines. So over time, they might be slightly warped, or maybe it wasn't precise at the time. But what they are telling me is the blueprints, and the blueprints to how this world works. You know, them blueprints, Nazca mandala, the Hindu mandala, as I shown earlier, it's all telling the same story. It's all telling you about this central location here.
What would FPV? What would be kind of around the outside or around the box or something like kind of holding everything together or something on this particular what you're showing us here?
Around the outsides of here, you mean?
Yeah, because you know I'm not saying any map is correct or not. I'm saying it.
Yeah.
You know, the theory would be is there's an ice wall around the outside, something holding everything in, per se. And this one seems.
The ice wall. It seems to be based on the pizza style map, which is around projection.
Correct.
But the only circles I can see, Larry, are these projections, these halos. You know, these are the tropics projected into the sky, and these are the sun and moon's paths. The only landmass we're picking up on this map is in the south. What's northeast and west of here, that they've either removed or we don't see it on this projection. But looking at, you know, I've said before, the congregation of this grid on land, especially in the south, you know, this is very elevated land in the south, looking at the elevation data for Antarctica compared to the rest of the world. And I would put that down to this grid and these halos being there. because I've said before, these halos are going to have an electromagnetic pull, that factor on landmass that's got iron ore in it. So it's pulling the land masses up. This is what This is what creates volcanoes and mountains. Basically, it's got a pull factor on land. Like you take Ayers Rock, for example, a big lump of rock sticking up out of the ground. That I would put that down to that nodal point right there, being over Ayers Rock, and technology below, which rotating toroidal field pushing upwards.
And I actually also in that line going from the middle across Egypt to the north. Well, that's Egypt still. Well, you know what I mean. It's basically going through Morocco to the center. So from Spain to Morocco to the center. That line, yeah. It's crossing Africa.
That's your Garden of Eden, guys, right there.
Yeah.
Whatever's the Garden of Eden is, it's below the ground there.
Okay.
It's below sea and below ground.
Actually, if you look at that part from what you call the Garden of Eden, you go that line towards Spain. Probably see my screen. You enter with these two electrical discharges on Earth. Can you see them?
Yes.
And they're not small. They are very big. You can see basically it spin around. It appears to be spinning around because everything is pushed outside, and also these electrical. You see those discharges like you have them in Lindenberg figures on all this side, and then you actually go to that. You see everything is pushed aside around it. Here, actually go to that other one, and you zoom in. It's interesting. They are mining because most of the time the mountains are iron rich. See, they are mining the place. Every time if you look at these kind of electrical discharges on the Earth, there's a mountain and a crater. You can see that they are mining those places most of the time because those places attract minerals and metals. So again, it proves that actually if you go to a location that relates to the map FPV is showing, you get exactly, well, yeah, you can see even seen from a higher altitude. See those dots? They're exactly on that path. Even in Spain, you have certain things that you can clearly see that thing is going past it very near. You have another one. It almost looks like the surface of the moon. See? Just to give you some, and actually in India I can scroll that everybody can see that it is live. I have to do this by memory, but if you actually go to India, you can already see that line over here. See? And here you have an electrical discharge near that. This probably was it was loaded with positive and electrical currencies. Therefore, something was attracted to that location. You can see here also a big electrical strike on the Earth. If you go further down, again on the same side, they are mining it. See? They are mining the side because it's mineral, it's metal rich. Probably iron. See? So all these sites of electrical discharge sites, they are mining the whole place.
I wonder who owns them.
So that proves.
Oh, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's what I always end up. If you see an discharge or what you get near those sites, just like this one, you have those spherical balls. You find those spherical balls. Those stone balls you have all over the world.
The only correlation we can see, Larry, or anyone listening, is these sites that have got these strikes, very large electrical strikes on the ground. The only place it can possibly have came from is these halos above.
Yeah.
You know,
Makes sense.
The large ones and the smaller ones. The smaller ones are everywhere around these larger ones. We've got some videos of smaller ones and photographs. And it could be the smaller ones that's causing these strikes, or even one of the larger ones. But it's an electromagnetic halos is what they are, and this is the origin of lightning. I've figured out this is where lightning's originating from, these halos in the sky. You've got an origin now for lightning.
It'd be interesting to see
Yeah, that must-
Norway, because they've got some incredible mountains and things there, to see what they look like. They look almost like the same, now that I think about it.
Well, they probably are the same kind of thing. Because I'm still researching all those places. What I end up always is near those places are ancient sites. Or you have those spherical balls, or even both. And the mountains are always rich with certain metals. So it's every time in a hit.
Which would make sense, because they would want to mine that for tools and weapons and different things and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that would make sense. It must have been one heck of a strike.
Well, the biggest one is that one in India, but you have even the biggest one is actually in Peru, where all those ancient sites are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, down in South America, yeah.
Yeah, I can just take a second, and then FPV can go on with this presentation. Won't take too long.
Oh, yeah,
Can you see my? Yeah, you have the border of Bolivia and Peru. And actually, if you zoom in, actually where I put that hard dot, see that hard dot here? That site is actually probably the oldest site in Peru. So that's interesting that you here have an Iron Ridge mountain again. And I think this mountain, they are extracting phosphate. Or something. Yeah, I think something like that. But actually, you can see if you zoom in, just go back. Here's the strike. And here you can see the ripple effect of the mountains here. They are pushed aside. They look very strange. And it goes all the way to here, see? Those are not normal mountains. See? Actually, a structure was carved in one of these mountains. They go all the way, I think, it starts here. Here it starts, then it goes down to this big discharge area over here. And I just found this area over here where I put the hard dot. And if the next strike goes over here, this is Pumapunku in another side, but Pumapunku in Bolivia is the most well known. And then it goes all the way down. It goes down. It goes further down. It goes further down. See? You can actually see that the mountains are pushed aside. And it goes down, further down, further down. Till this point, and here it stops. And what is also interesting, they are often stone balls, or it's iron metal ridge near those signs, or you have a big salt lake, one of the biggest in the world, like this. So that's most of the time you have a big salt lake, or a metal ridge, or other things rich off in the mountains. Minerals, yeah, that was the word I was looking for. Minerals or metal rich, or you have a big salt lake near them. So that's interesting that every time that fits. And all the ancient sites, of course, because a lot of ancient sites are in this area. Even here, even here. If you go all the way here, you end up at near Machu Picchu. So it makes sense.
Wow.
So it's only a map, but all making sense of. That's why we're following this map. Everything's lining up with the grid and the halos, and this world map that Ceres is revealed. That world map, it wasn't released by Google Earth. It was revealed by Ceres by removing algorithms. When you think about it, square images are square. So that algorithm was rounding them off. That's what created the globe.
Yeah, he showed it that Google Earth distorted all those pictures to fit a globe Earth, and if you actually put them in the way they were supposed to be, you can measure that yourself. And if you actually know a certain place, you look at on Google Earth, you can see it's distorted of most of the time. And if you actually get rid of the distortion, you get also rid of the globe. Oh, sorry, almost knocked over my microphone. You also get rid of the globe Earth. So that also works.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool stuff. I've been watching for a while. I'm trying to grasp, wrap my head around it a little bit more. And you guys have explained it pretty well. So pretty cool. I like it.
Well, we explained it a couple of times, so you get better in explaining and also finding more to back up your story.
And of course, be prepared for what kind of questions people's going to ask you.
Yeah.
Here's some of these halos that are mentioned projected into the sky. These are real recordings. You'll see these everywhere if the conditions are right and there's a bit of barium in the atmosphere.
Yep,
Sometimes you might get a partial. Yeah, well, that's a halo, Larry. But they call them sundogs. No, it's a complete halo with nodal points on. And if you look at CERN's configuration, it's basically a copy of what's projecting this into the sky. And you'll always catch the sun navigating around them. It's not off to the side of it. It's always on the edge of it. They definitely play a part in the steering and guidance of the sun and moon. And possibly other luminaries, if not all of them up there. Whatever's up there. This is layer 1. Remember, these as far as we can see now, these are all above us. These are everywhere above us, small ones and larger ones. They just keep popping up. We were going to put them on the map, but we've decided there's that many that they must cover the complete map.
Right.
So wherever the sun's or moon's path's going, these are going to be there. But there is places where you can see it jump, where there's obviously not one of these in the region. It'll jump across the sky and onto the next one. We've seen it happen in a location above Australia, and we've seen it happen on the Antarctic webcam. Their own web camera catches the sun doing some very unusual maneuvers there. I can show you on this video now if you like. You'll see the sun jumping into the sky on this clip here.
Yeah.
You see that? As it came down towards the building, then took off up into the sky. But keep watching, there's more. These are all over the internet, these videos. Just go and have a look at them. I do monitor the place myself. I've recently recorded having 10 days light from a stationary light source. It hasn't had night time for 10 days plus now. And come the winter equinox, this light source, whatever it was, seemed to take off. It's gone. So I'm presuming it was the winter sun. See that one there? Watch it jump up. Have you ever seen the sun do this before? Look at that.
No.
It's jumping up into the sky to get onto its halo track. This is following a grid. All it's doing is following a grid.
Yeah.
And all the secrets and answers are hiding beyond Antarctica. Hence your Rothschild's Mountain or your Rockefeller Mountains and such. These are them two corners. Southeast and southwest corners that show up on the north of the Atlantic. Let's call it the ice wall, the Atlantic ice wall, we would call it, Antarctica ice wall. Whatever that wall is, it's landmass, and there's things in the corners on each side of it. And that landmass might not just be there; it might go beyond there. We don't know. We can only go by the data we're looking at on that map. And of course, like volcano or earthquake data and such. Yeah, everything's lined up correctly on that map at the moment.
So would you say by that map that there landmass in the south and the way the continents would be sitting there open, and therefore the water would technically be draining off and perhaps refiltering around to come back up or something? I mean, how would their circumference of the oceans be kept kind of in place is what I'm getting at. I'm not sure how to describe it. I think I described it okay though.
I missed part of the question. You weren't quite on me at the start. What did you say at the start, Larry?
What I'm saying is Antarctica being on the in the south, like you have it on that particular map. You have the continents there, around the outside, what would be holding the waters in instead of an ice wall or something? What would be holding the waters in, or are they just the waters are draining off
Right.
and
I get
being
you, yeah. Well, who says it's holding it in? Who says that land doesn't go further and further and further?
Oh, I don't know. I just according to the land mass that you have here.
I know what you're saying, but yeah, you know, to me, when you look at the congregation of the grid creating elevated landmass in the south, and you look at the rest of the grid, you know, there's four corners to that grid. There's no reason really why you wouldn't get elevated landmass in the north, east, and west as well, if it works the same in the south. So I would expect to see more land in the north, east, and west. But like I say, they've possibly removed that data, or it's not looking far enough out for us to see what's there. But yeah, you know, this might go on and on. There could be an ice wall. I don't know. But if there is, what's beyond that ice wall? You know,
Wow.
you can only look at scripture then, I suppose, and they call it the abyss.
Yeah, and also he had a newspaper article from 1910, I believe, that showed a map that a guy got from some people who had a very old telling, an ancient telling of the Earth, and also a very old map, and he copied, and it was clearly showing more land beyond the poles.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Jimbo. Welcome.
Hello, Jimbo.
Hi, I just got my mic going.
Seeing as you're here, Jimbo. Seeing as
Can
you're
you hear
here,
me?
mate, I'm just going to put these.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great.
Jimbo.
Seeing as you're here, Jimbo, I'm just going to put the magnetic data up on the screen, because I think you're probably the best guy to describe what this is.
Well,
Or have a better idea than me what is going on in this image.
you know, it's about how magnetism is produced. Usually it's stuff flowing through crystals and crystals that are oriented, like in, you know, magnetic material, like in magnets. They're steel and iron, but they're oriented. They're little crystals, and they're all pointed in, you know, kind of the same direction. So whatever's giving the magnetism is from crystals below us. And there's an effect that crystals have called the piezoelectric effect. Just the fact that there's pressure exerted on a crystal, it can generate frequencies, you know? So I think wherever the most North Pole magnetic flux is coming from is the greatest source of magnetism of these crystals, or at least magnetic matter. And the rest are secondary.
For anyone in chat that's wondering what this image is, this is looking from South Antarctica. You know, you're looking north from South Antarctica, and this is magnetic data that Ceres overlaid with a snapshot in time. I don't know when the snapshot was taken, but if you look at the magnetic data, you can see how it, you know, you got various tracks there that seem to be coming into play. You know, we've noticed hold on, I'll just put my mouse on the map so you can see, right, that Antarctic camera is somewhere around this area here. There's South America over here. The Antarctic camera is over here. And this is where the sun's coming from. It's coming up here, and it'll just take one of these routes. Off it goes, and I'll go to the next image, and you can see where it comes down.
Does one of the main channels, if you will, go over, for example, Giza?
If you can see it on there, these are the images I've got. I asked Ceres for more magnetic data, Jimbo, especially for the equinoxes. I want to see what's happening with this magnetic data on the equinoxes, because we know the switching going on. You know, these are obviously going to change and jump around, I would imagine.
As far as I can see on this map, what you're now showing, it goes over Giza. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you
It
look
does.
at this,
Hey, that's interesting, because, and this is going back at least 7-8 years. But there's a video by a specialist in mathematics and numerology and these ancient sites and locations, and his name really hasn't come up a lot in flat Earth. But I'll give it to you tonight, and he's well worth looking at, because all of these sites, like Punta, whatever it's called.
Pumapunku.
Pumapunku. And
Yeah.
Germany has mounds, and
Yep.
just all over the world, include are these constructions and symbolic constructions and earthen mounds. And what he does is he moves, basically, we've artificially moved the mean line to Greenwich. He moves it back to where it was originally, before probably the great catastrophe that happened to the Earth. But he moves it and he puts it over the Great Pyramids of Giza. And what he does, he can calculate the longitude and latitude back to Giza from anywhere on Earth of those locations, including Easter Island and Stonehenge, or what you name it.
The Easter Islands also makes sense because you have those ancient structures, those heads. They are whole
Maybe-
bodies because
Yeah,
they don't-
maybe
they
checking
don't-
out Karl
Also-
Monk's work
Yeah.
called The Code. Some of his information on longitude and latitude could help with this.
Yeah, we've seen that, I think. I've
You
seen
have
it
seen
anyway.
it, eh?
I'm pretty sure it
Is,
is.
is it interesting? Because
Yeah.
some of the
Yeah.
lines seem to cross through where these
They-
monuments and these
they
sites
do.
are.
They do. It collides a
Yeah.
lot with what this work has been producing.
Now,
I don't think Karl Monk realised that he was actually looking at blueprints. You know, he did reference
Absolutely
Nazca
not,
lines.
yeah.
a
He was
couple of
good,
times,
but no one can see it all or figure out that much. But here's another thing. The sun chasing and stuff that people do to try to figure out where land masses are has seemed to fail catastrophically, of course. But you measure land from land, and what Karl Munch may have afforded was that he has these geolocations of all of these places, longitude and latitude, mathematically calculated. Maybe that and those numbers from that hour and a half of film can go into, at least a general idea of where continents and places are more generally situated on, a flat AE map.
Yeah,
That might
Oh,
be a better
what-
guide
looking
than
into that.
What actually are the real locations? Yeah.
the relocations
Something else
of
you can
where
take into
these-
account in this image, guys. Look, this on the Australian side, that could be a winter sun, and on the west side, that could be the summer sun, the high up sun.
Well, it's like they show on Globebusters and other places, and the little science experiment where you put a heavy density of sugar in the bottom of an aquarium with water on top, and it can literally make light bend and skip. So the idea that there might even be two suns being produced by one source isn't beyond acceptable for me. No more than the sun being seen at different places by every single living person.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion that it's two at the moment. I recorded a very bright light source for 10 days at Hogwood behind that station, and they masked it out. Well, they tried to mask it out, while another one went past in the sky. And there was no night time there for over 10 days, and then it took off on the winter equinox.
Well, a lot of these bastards know exactly what's going on. A lot of
Oh, yeah.
pilots know exactly what's going on. I've been doing a lot of thinking, and there's so many people that are on the in that know the Earth is flat. That is part of one of the, so-called national secrets or something there. I'm sure there are explorers like Amelia Earhart who probably figured out it was flat, and that's why her handlers disappeared or whatever. Sure, a lot of explorers met that fate. Look, a lot of ships trying to navigate around on ball math, they're going to crash on rocks, right?
Mhm.
They ain't going to get where they're going. But in any case,
If you look
I just thought,
You look on that map, so where the mouse cursor is, ships do not come
Yeah.
any further north than where the mouse is now. They do not come up here. Or should I say down here from this angle, but yeah, this is the north, and they do not pass this point here. They're
and
all
that's up by
abroad.
between the Bering Strait and Alaska and Russia or something, eh?
Well, the Bering Strait's allegedly over here, isn't it?
Oh, okay, way over there.
But this landmass here doesn't exist there. That's
Okay, that's,
That's on the other side of the
Alaska
world.
that way, though.
yeah, and we know now, looking at the flight data, that that's not there.
Mhm.
So you can cut that bit off. That doesn't exist, that part. That's actually over this side.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it's so weird what they've done, you know, because I still get totally dazed and
Look at this
confused.
data here, Jimbo. Now, say you stand in Europe, right, and you're looking over here where the sun was going, the winter sun's there. See how these
Mhm.
bend round? See how this data kind of bends round?
Curves or arches a bit, yes.
Arches. So that's to give you a perceived perception of where the sun really is, it tells me. You know, we're perceiving the sun to say be here, but it could be over there. It's further away than we think. Or look in the opposite way, you know, you can look this way. Oh, there's the sun high up in the sky. But we're looking through these layers of magnetic data. So someone's standing here, say, you know,
It's almost like a
data to
3D
look through.
projector.
Yeah, it's it's changing your perception really of what you think is where. And it's how it curves as
Well,
well.
I know from an engineering standpoint, if you're going to build something like this, you build it on a plane. You build everything on a plateau,
Yeah.
on a flat.
Yeah. Definitely no ball stuff here.
You don't build on a ball, or we build houses around, and it just don't happen.
Hey, you can see, guys,
no,
now
man.
where these flight routes have to sneak past all these areas. You know, these ones going flying east that pretend they're flying west. They're coming up here and then curving around here and going down this way. This is that flight route that's hidden.
So where's Greenland and LA?
Greenland's there.
So that's
Green-
pretty big Greenland by this.
Plus they hide the data there, Jimbo.
Okay, yeah.
It's quite smudged
Yeah,
out
it's
and
not the
hidden.
whole island we're seeing. It's even what's below a bit too.
But it is quite a big island, if not
got-
the biggest
got a
island
colour
in the
there.
world.
They say
Oh,
0.8
hold on,
million
play.
square miles.
There's a
That's-
colour one of it somewhere. Hold on. Where's it at?
I think Africa's 18 million square miles is what they claim.
It's not an island though, Africa.
Well,
Say it again.
technically everything is an island. The whole thing
This
is
is the kind of
surrounded by
projection.
Is
water.
it?
This is the kind of projection it would look like with these halos being in the sky. You'd have to come through them like this to enter our atmosphere. So no rockets are going to get through these without getting zapped. I'm telling you, they're going to they're going to get hit by lightning if they go anywhere near.
You know, it's starting to look more and more like Vedic cosmology descriptions and stuff, but more technical instead of, with the esoteric homes of Brahma and stuff.
It's all on the same story, Jimbo. I done a bit of that at the start. You perhaps missed it. I linked where the Vedic, the Vedic deities are linked to the center grid. You've got the central
And
one,
up above.
set around them, and then you've got the sons and daughters making a total of 33 deities. Well, there's 33 right there in the center of that grid. What we've been calling angels, they're calling deities. Now, the elevation data in this map, the gold, yellow, and red is elevated terrain. You can see now there's a lot of elevation going on in Greenland. This is what they're hiding. Mount Meru, if it exists or whatever it is, it's probably right at that position there where all these intersect, all these locations.
So is there any way to see where they would have interpreted like 4 rivers flowing inward towards Mount Meru from this data?
Ooh.
Like,
They've got you
yeah,
Well,
That's
Jimbo,
a
the
tough
four,
one, eh?
the 4 rivers. No, it's
Yeah,
easy.
it's just disappeared, that
Four rivers.
Hyperborea.
Hold on. I'll just show you where the 4 rivers are. The 4 rivers are 1, 2, 3, 4. You see them?
I see
That's
what
cool,
you
isn't it?
mean. They're huge. Those aren't really rivers. Those are the oceans and currents.
Well, no, it's the equator. Your north, south, east, and west, all from this central location. There's your 4 rivers. It's an electrical flow they're talking about, not rivers. It's electricity. They're talking electricity, or as you would say, magnetics. The flow is not water, guys. It's power, energy.
That's why that sailor was so intent on describing nails pulling out of his ship and other stuff. He wasn't talking about rivers of water in a sense.
No, definitely not
Talking
rivers.
about
Not
the
way-
flow of currents of rivers of
Yeah,
something.
it's 4 locations coming off the center point of this grid, and these lead to these corners again. You're leading back to these 4
All
corners.
the corners.
The angels of the north, south, east, and west. Plus, I think there's the same kind of technology going on further out, or possibly larger one.
That's interesting. That's really interesting.
So yeah, it's all really, you know, this is Brahma, the creator at the center. Whatever this center point is, Santos calls it Brahma. This is what's running this whole grid. It's the power
So that's
source right
just
there.
off the tip of Africa there.
Yeah, yep. It's not
And
by
that's where
mountains.
one of the big scars is. The Eye of the Sahara is just about where your mouse is.
Mhm.
So what's at Hudson's Bay? Because we got another like Eye of the Hudson's there. If you drain the water, it'd be another Eye of the Sahara.
Guide my mouse to Hudson Bay.
You go to Canada, north of like right back down. There's Hudson Bay. There's Hudson Bay, and where would what was I asking for again?
You just fly down there.
Brain fart.
Yeah, this bay, yeah.
Okay, yeah, Hudson's Bay right there. That whole thing, if you drained it, it has those circular formations like going towards a bullseye, just like the Eye of the Sahara.
Probably a halo, right? There's probably an angel below it and a halo above it then. Because that's what I'm saying. We know there's lots of smaller halos in between these larger ones.
Yeah, because
I
again,
can show you maps actually how it looks if you want to, PV.
Yeah, go for it. I'll just pause that there.
Okay, if you actually have that hole in Africa where that grid line should be, here, if you actually, here is the middle, roughly. Then you go here, you can see again here those islands are pushed up. Actually, if you hit the coast, you can already see an electrical discharge over here. And it goes in that same line. Here you can see the line. These islands follow that line up, all the way to here. Here you can see that line actually on the Earth over here.
yeah, it's very likely that volcanoes and volcanic activity is from induction and not from like
Yeah, that's what I was
core
thinking.
and all of this molten theory bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you
there's an
see-
induction
if you
between
see-
the halo and the angel below. Definitely.
Yeah.
This is exactly on the line what you're seeing now here. So that's very clear.
It also creates volcanoes in the right circumstances, or possibly
Yeah,
tuning the
can
technology
fire
to-
them up even. That's why there's so much, not because there's so much dust in the air, it's because the power came from between the ground and the sky and generated, the volcano, the ash, and
And also here,
The electrical
go to
district.
Hudson Bay. Yeah,
There you
Hudson
are.
Bay. And there's your circle. See?
yeah.
Here we go. This is not one circle.
Oh yes, there are more.
Here's
There's
another
a-
one. Here's another
Yeah,
one. Here's
that's
another one.
and there's one Crater Lake they call it. It's no crater. There was no impact there.
Here.
Right there, yeah. There's no crater. There's no impact. There's nothing to mine there. It's
No.
The halo's too low. Then they've obviously
Yeah.
elevated it more.
We can actually see those halos.
You know what? All around the edge of Hudson's Bay there, on the eastern slope there, on the east coast there, right where you are, but at the east coast of Hudson's Bay, there are 2,000-meter high freaking rock formations that were made by,
Mhm.
I bet it
electrostatic
looks like they've been.
precipitation.
I bet it looks like they've been grown or stretched, does it, Jimbo? If you look
Yeah,
at
what
a
got
good example
carved
would
out?
be Devil's Tower. That has definitely got one below it.
Yeah, if you look carefully
Devil's
at
Tower has one
Hudson's
below
Bay,
it. Yeah.
at Hudson's Bay on the east side, you have the growth of those hills and stuff around that ring on the east side. That's west, and those were carved out and made from what came from the center where those rings are. All around the edge, there's a couple 1,000-foot high ring of rocks. You don't want to try to climb them. They're just that dangerous. But all around there are just thousands of foot tall, like
You can see it here.
rock faces that were grown.
You can see the
all
shadows
over.
over here. That indicates that they are high. See?
Oh, they're very high. Some of them go up to 2,000 meters.
Easily.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll
yeah,
tell you what,
2,000 meters,
the-
6,000 feet.
the grid below goes right past it, Jimbo. It's actually going into the water on the
Oh, yeah.
east side. Yeah, definitely going to be elevated more on the east
Well,
side.
there may not have been water there when the event happened. Or
Just,
less.
I'll just flick to my screen so you can
this
see.
if you wait just a second, this is Devil's Tower. And if you go to the southeast, you have in that small place, you have the other discharge nearby.
Oh, you're not going to be liked in flat Earth and the people who believe that's a giant freaking ankle of some giant or the tree
Can you
stump.
see? So this
Yep.
is again a crater style shape. You can see that if you actually do discharges in powdered sand or powdered metals, you
You
get the
get
same
that
shape.
shape. Yeah.
Yeah, always. So this
Yeah,
is sunken into the
in
ground.
industry, they sell these things for industry called electrostatic precipitation devices, and they basically use electric charge to grab dust out of the air, and then, well, the wrapper hits it, and all the dust goes down and collects, but it makes all kinds of different formations and dented, areas, and just
And also it fertilizes
everything
the
you're
ground,
seeing.
because if you see in this location, where are the most trees? On that side, because it fertilizes the ground, and it also mineralizes the ground, and it attracts iron.
Well, it cooks some other stuff because some of these mountains, like in Quebec, you have Mont Saint Bruno. For years, no one knew it, but they had a emerald and ruby and sapphires that were coming out of that mine, and other mountains nearby. Now they've been mined out. These things only go down 300 feet, and then there's no more.
Yep.
So what do you
But
guys
if
think
you-
about the?
It fits every time. If you go, also if you take a look at Devil's Tower, and there's somebody took a very close by picture, you can see all minerals in Devil Tower, in the stone. You can see all kinds of shiny minerals.
Yeah, it's been stretched upwards, grown upwards kind of, and slightly twisted. It should have that appearance, rock when you look at it.
Yep.
You look at some mountain ranges and you'll see some of them actually make a perfect spiral.
Oh yeah.
What were you going to say? Go ahead, one. You were going to say
Well,
something?
I was going to say, what do you guys think about? I think it's called the Giant's Causeway. I'm not real sure where it's at, but it's that formation of rocks that they say was formed from a volcano, but it goes straight up, and there's just no way. I mean, do you know what I'm talking about?
I know
Yeah,
where
but-
it is.
Crystals can grow to any size. There are caves with beautiful quartz crystals that you need semi-trailers to haul out.
Yeah, well, is that Giant's Causeway? That's like that as well.
Those are
ones.
sort of hexagonal, look
Yes.
like stepping stones or moonstones.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
even
big
those
gold.
can form naturally. You look at mud when it bakes and cracks, it
Yeah.
can form hexagons, It just
Yep. Indeed.
You see that map again, Jimbo, yeah?
Yeah.
You can see where the grid, is this the area you said was elevated?
Oh, it's on the east. Yeah, that would be the curved side. Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
the east side. Yes.
That's why it's elevated, because this grid, when anything on this grid when it crosses land, appears to have more elevation. I've noticed that myself. Very elevated areas, and it could be, it could be the sun. Having to put the sun's going past, or the grid above it, or the halo above it, whatever's causing it.
I think the sun shorted out over Africa, over Hudson's Bay, somewhere over like the Sierra Nevadas there up. It was having a frick around time, the sun, for a little while. Either it was accidental and natural.
I think it was during setup, Jim. You can't have just switched all this on and it worked. This has been done over a very long time.
Maybe they turned on more areas.
Yeah, well, to me, it's a construct, and it's took a hell of a long time to build and perfect. It can't have been switched on. Oh yeah, it all works. Let's go about our business. So before all this was here, this projection technology, obviously there was land and water. I'm not saying this technology creates life; it just enhances it. It's been designed to enhance our world, our realm. It's a construct.
Oh, I know it's a construct. I've got no problem agreeing to that there's a creator. Zero argument there.
Well, where life came from, I've no idea. Human life, animal life, where that comes from, I can't say. all I can relate this to is this is what's causing this, that, and the other. And
well, there's something that gives us genetic memory, and we don't really know what that is. I mean, you know, there's memories from your grandparents, your great-grandparents, and everything in you, and in me, and everyone, you know. There are things that, you know, with all the telescopes, microscopes, and other stuff, we may never know. Like, you know, flowers and plants, a rose and a pansy, they have 99.9% the same genetics, like most plants. They're that close.
Yeah.
What makes a pansy and a rose? Maybe it's genetic memory.
What we can go back to, I suppose, is you know, the old texts and scripts say that there's the creator and the destroyer and the maintainer. All these different type of technology. Obviously, they've all got different roles and do different processes.
Well, these are all just machines. Again, when you try to change what they call nature, there's a checksum value in there. I'll tell you how important it is. Imagine, like, you have a scale and you have a car that's made of, like, literally a few thousand pieces or more. Okay? Now, your scale can weigh it into 1,000th of a gram exactly. Now, you put your first perfect car made on it, and it weighs exactly what it's supposed to with no overage, no underage. You put your second car on, it's 7 grams off. Now, is that important? Well, that's a bolt. Doesn't sound too important, but what if that was your bolts for your brakes? A little more important there. Or what if it held down, you know, one of the grommets for the engine block? There's a problem there. Nature and the design has provided what you call a checksum. The checksum says that, well, that car is not perfect. It's going back. Send me one that's perfect. That's made by the design, by the code. So we try to change flowers to make GMO wheat and apples. We do it. It's a temporary thing. These products, these natural things, have a checksum, a code that's designed into them. They fight to go back to what they were. So these ideas that one day we're going to have humans and machines, you know, that's bullshit. The machines could
like
never really adopt the spirit, or, you know, the genetic memories that we have, or that any living thing has. You know, so that's just more bullshit of the rich and the idle rich that never want to die or face reality. You know, and most people are in this kind of fear mode where, oh, they're going to die one day. No, I'm not going to die. If I eat vegan and do all this, you know, and drink my own pee and maybe some, I don't know, peroxide, throw in some, you know, bleach and others, do you have a wonderful, longer life, you know? It don't work like that.
I like that analogy.
Throw in a servo chip into your brain, and then, you know, a 12-volt battery to it, and, you know, maybe one like keep the heart going, and no, you're just a robot then. You're not a person no more. No, you can't transfer a human soul or spirit into another computer or machine of some kind. It don't work. One of the flimsiest, most macabre things that could possibly slightly work that I wouldn't want done is, like, what do they call it when they take a head off one person and grafting? No, thank you. But anyway, you know, if people are afraid to die, they should just die sooner, for frick's sake, you know. Get it over with.
I'm just leaving. I'm just going to leave you in a bit because it's very late over here. Just before I go, I want to show you this picture. Actually, there was supposedly found a giant monolithic stone in Russia, and I see on the Alex Jones channel and all, but even I think the BBC and other news channels showed it, and that stone wasn't fitting on the grid of FPV. It was way off. I thought, that's strange. Then I looked at the stone some more, and I thought, I recognize the stone. Yeah, actually, as you can see on the right, it's not real because it's actually a doctored picture. An alternate picture, supposedly in a block of stone originally, but it's actually the stone in the site of Ollantaytambo in Peru.
My God,
and I know that site. Well, they photoshopped it. They put in small people.
Yeah, clearly.
They put small people in a Photoshop. This is an actual real picture, and I've other pictures just like that you can actually see the size of this stone. And I doctored it and passed it off as oh, we found something new in Russia. And when I looked at the site, I thought it was way off the grid, and I tried to find this site because I want to verify anything I found. Just not one picture, no. I want to find every angle of that picture and actually the location, so I can clearly see if it's true or not. So I was searching for this picture, and they gave a location. So I was looking in that location. The mountains weren't there in that location. The site wasn't there, and after, you can see it's from 2014. So it took a lot of time to actually find that site. But after a while, I thought, oh, I recognize that stone. So where did I recognize it from? And then I was doing some old things from Peru. Was flipping through some pictures, and I thought, hey, wait a second, that's that stone.
Good
So
detective work, that,
Don't
Artie.
trust that. Huh?
That's good detective work. That well done, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave
Just
up
to
on
show you,
InfoWars.
always do your research.
Yeah.
Alex Jones also made another big mistake. He was going to a shopping mall and showing, well, in this shopping mall, they don't have any toothpaste anymore that contains fluoride. So they are changing the game. This store only sells toothpaste without fluoride. So actually a guy who lived near that store went into the store and showed a whole line of toothpaste with fluoride, and only a small section that he showed without the fluoride. So Alex Jones gives you, he regurgitates things he finds on the internet and doesn't check the facts. And I always say, check the facts. Check
Yeah,
if that
he
if
promotes
exactly-
fear mongering.
do your own research. Do your own research.
Yep.
When I saw them promoting, they had these so-called terror attacks and videos of them, and they show these actors, and one of them shaking a doll or running with a doll wrapped in a partial blanket, but you can tell it's a doll.
Yeah.
And the girl from InfoWars is all, oh, blah, 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 these bad guys shaking that baby, blah, blah, blah. And you can see it's a freaking fake. You know what I'm saying? That's
I
InfoWars.
saw that footage on
It's
Jurassic
disgusting.
Live.
Alex
You-
Jones is a disgusting POS. Look, the
Yeah.
guy went to court for one of his ex-relationships or whatever, wanted to go as Alex Jones. The court said, you're not Alex Jones. You cannot stand in the court as Alex Jones. He had to go under his legal birth name.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
I don't
Yeah,
like
so-
Alex Jones.
Yeah, those papers are usually sealed for a while, but eventually those documents will be out there. His actual name are on those court records. You know, so he is that Bill Hicks. It's not even Bill
Bill
Hicks. That's
Yeah,
an
that was-
actor name. He's born something else.
Hi, Dim.
Yeah.
Welcome to the panel.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave you guys. It was very interesting. I will watch the rest of it tomorrow. And
Fascinating.
if I don't
Oh,
see
cool,
you,
RT.
some people of you until the next year, Happy New Year and a lot of health.
Yes, a lot of blessings.
Yeah, same Ortiz. Good to see you.
Okay.
Yeah, catch you next time,
Thank
Arties.
you, artist.
Yeah.
See you,
Thank you
mate.
for being on the panel.
I'm living by the Hebrew
Alright.
calendar, so it's like there's like a Jewish holiday every day almost, and I'm about 3,000 years ahead of everyone else. So
Hi, Dim. How are you? I don't know if he's still here. But anyways,
He might have stepped away for a minute. Give him a second.
yeah. Anyways, that was pretty. Go ahead, Jim. It's pretty interesting what you guys are talking.
So that's why we're following that back by guys anyway. Everything makes sense on there, and if we can't find another map that it does.
back to Vedic and Enoch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you look at the start, Jimbo, if you missed it, you will see I've done a little bit on Vedic stuff. And how it correlates to the center point of this grid.
Siri is a flat church, I guess, or a whole flat religion. Here in Ottawa, we have a Flat Earth restaurant, I think, Flat Earth Farm. We have other stuff Flat Earth here. So it's real for a lot of people. It has been long before the 2 years ago and all this stuff came into a little, predominance. Oh, by the way, I reordered the light. Wah, wah, wah. I ordered the True Night TN42. The second time round, the first order, they shipped me the TN39, which, well, ain't much bigger than, a pecker. So I shipped it back.
Yeah, you said they sent the batteries separate or something, or what? Something happened with the batteries, and
No, they were supposed to mail the batteries separately on a separate day, but the package came and there was a light and batteries in it, and it was the wrong flashlight and probably the wrong batteries too. They sent me the TN39, which is a puny little thing, and funny thing too, I sent it back, but I wanted to just get it exchanged really quick and stuff, but I had to wait. They couldn't just do an exchange, give me my labels, let me send them back and do an exchange at Amazon. No, they had to put the money back on my card and I have to reorder it,
Oh.
So I reordered it. It took that long to get the money back on the card.
Oh, for crying! Yeah, I just went through something like that with one of the vehicles I'm selling. Same thing. Same thing with the titles of the truck. It's like, well, no, we take cash. You can't do it that way. Okay, well, can you put it on the card? No, you can't take a card.
No.
All right, you come back with cash, but we have to verify the cash. What are you talking? Oh my God, man, it's just getting so freaking crazy, dude. Oh man, it's just so crazy. You can't even pay for it anymore. They put you through the ringer. Like, I'm sorry, where did these bills come from? How did you get them? Let's trace the numbers back. I mean, come on.
Well, they've been playing these games forever, here in the States, whatever, they separate the title deed from the land deed and stuff, or the mortgage deed from the title deed. So people are paying off their mortgage and they don't own their titles. That's been sold off on them. So they pay off their mortgage and the bailiff comes to throw them out of their house.
Yeah. Here it's different because you have the actual mortgage and then you have a note. So it's similar, not the same. It's similar, and that's the one that. That's the one that I went to.
The note and use it as a currency from the owner.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The note is what's worth the currency. The mortgage is just something that's filed. Like, hey, this person owes me money. It's like the.
That's it. Don't mean you own the house because you're paying it.
Correct. Yes, and then the note is the one that's actually worth the money. The genuine note is. Yeah.
Or sometimes there are people who actually wind up owning the land that their house is on, but they don't own the house anymore. They have to move their own house off their damn land. It's an amazing world.
The funny thing is, Jimbo, I could actually literally pick up my house and take it with me.
Move it across the street. Jersey's small.
I'm not kidding. I read through it. I read through all the documentation, and I could literally pop this thing out of the ground and take it frickin' across the street. It is. Oh man. It makes you want to vomit.
Too bad there wasn't a state line across the street. You might save on taxes and get a bunch of your neighbors from across the border to come pick up each a corner of the house and just, hey, welcome to Tennessee.
Bring the guys over with a couple hammers. We'll rip it down. It's like, no, we'll pull it down. We'll reconstruct it over there. It's all right. It's absolutely so idiotic and crazy. The more you look into it, the more, pardon me, ticked off you get. And I'll leave it at that. It just, oh man, it just ticks you off.
Well, I was, I'll tell you honestly, I was suffering from a lot of stress, and you get heart problems from that. Yes. I'll tell you honestly, since I discovered that the earth is flat, and other stuff, I haven't let things stress me that way no more. I won't let these lies overtake me anymore. Yeah, I won't play that game. Fuck them all. All of them. Fuck them all.
I'm
sorry, I didn't mean to swear.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to talk over you.
Now, just saying, there's a volcano. You can see now how it would be constructed. And the halo, notice the mountains curving around the halo in the background.
I see. Yeah. And that's pretty much standard everywhere around those, eh?
Yeah, so it tells me the technology of the Angel is right below that volcano, and this is why NASA wants to drill Yellowstone.
But you know, the technology might just be resonant material in the construction design, just like we make computer chips.
I don't
You
think
think
so. On
it's a
this scale,
physical industrial complex down there?
yeah, it's got to be. You know, looking at what's at the center, it branches out everywhere to these corners. That can't be by chance. It's by design. You know, it has to be by design.
Also being a volcano, that's the brownest, sandiest, soily volcano I've ever seen with no lava.
Well, there are ash volcanoes, mud volcanoes, all different kinds of volcanoes.
Oh, sure. I get that. I understand that. I kind of pointing out and making a joke at the same time, because I know Joey Rocket from Hawaii does a lot of volcanism type of stuff with the tunnels.
Yeah. What I find funny is the term plate tectonics, because like a plate is usually flat and somewhat upturned at the edges. You know, but just the idea that, you know, the whole science is called plate, and plates aren't usually arcing curvy things because your food would slide off, right?
You'll find those plate tectonics or those lines you see on Google Earth, actually, when they're straightened out on the correct map, they follow this grid perfectly. That's what they are. They're part of this grid. Part of the ley lines. Or the
part of the thermal exchange system, part of the... Because a lot of this works on heat exchange.
That's what I'm saying is the technology there. Electromagnetic projection.
And clipping of waves, rectification. We're in a big rectifier tube. That's how it works. It's all plus and minus, you know. Like I say, the way energy is changed, you know, if you want to harness energy, you gather it and you clip it. It's waves. You clip the waves. You separate them in their plus portion and their minus portion, and you create an imbalance. That's how all the electricity, so-called electricity, works. Simply creating a potential difference. It's what happens when water evaporates and gets ionized, and there becomes an imbalance between the earth and water, the oceans, and the sky above. These waves get clipped. Part of the way they get clipped is hitting hydrogen, the free hydronium in the air, at microwave frequencies, and being turned into photons or light waves. Because waves...
What would your view be, Jimbo, on the pyramids harnessing it in some way?
Well, there's water flowing and normally flowing underneath the pyramids. When water moves, it's an electrical generator. It's a source of electrical generation. You know, those granite stones and other stuff above are certainly magnetic conductors and stuff. And you don't have to have physical conduction to get energy. It's induction. Like all transformers, all the wires in the transformers are insulated. So you can have a pyramid over water and have no physical contact between the two. As long as the water is moving, it can still induce electricity. So yeah, they could very well be. They're certainly not burial chambers, and they were built for a purpose. I mean,
well, on a grander scale, you know, looking in a modern time on a grander scale, you just build millions of homes and connect them to the grid and harness it through the homes. I think we're actually feeding the grid down the return line. And looking at that image up on screen there's your halo, and there's now a source for where electricity is coming from.
Well, one interesting thing would be, too, to look at where these huge dams are with respect to these grids and these ley lines.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, yeah. I need the dams added.
That's a good point, because on the Hudson, you've got Niagara Falls, and then on the west coast, you're going to have the Hoover Dam, and that would be interesting on those ley lines.
And the other one there that at Val d'Or, someplace where they have a big, second biggest in the USA is out by the Grand Sierras and stuff, and it almost it did overflow last year, and they had to do repairs on it. Orville, damn it, Orville. It's a huge one, and then I think they call it the Three Rivers in China, or Five Rivers.
That's funny because you got Three Rivers Stadium, which is in Pittsburgh. It's not a dam though. That's where what do you call it? 3 Mile Island. Pittsburgh. Harrisburg.
Yeah, my first wife was from 3 Mile Island. She had 3 eyes.
Oh man, I knew. You know what? I knew you were gonna. I knew you were. You know what, Jimbo? That's. You almost got me to bite on that one, and I did because I knew I knew where you were going with that one. Touche. Oh, that was pretty good.
Kept wanting to move to Love Canal.
Oh my God. The other
She should have
toxic
married
skills.
she should have married Toxie, the Toxic Avenger.
Yeah, the Toxic Avenger and all that. Yeah, I know where you're going. That's
First superhero from Jersey.
I just wanted to keep it nice and calm, just nice and straight and everything else, and everybody gets me into the joking thing, so I apologize.
If you want to see a heavy-duty, low-budget Illuminati film, the second one is actually better for Illuminati story. It's that one there, Toxic Avenger. There, I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's a very cult film, but the second one is they take over Jersey, and it's a corporation that's an Illuminati corporation. Chaos, destruction, havoc, murder.
I know they're always about New Jersey. It's always
just like everyone from New Jersey.
They're always being. Oh, I'm sorry. Where did they go missing? Well, they were on the Jersey.
They get a bum rap in New Jersey.
Yeah. Now it's actually true. Let's keep that aside for a moment. Okay, moving on. Nothing to see here. Oh man, it is kind of. Hey, look, I'll take it. It is kind of
flattering. Hey, it's a culture. It's all different cultures, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
Some a little less pleasant than others, you know. But I like garage and ghetto, you know. People have stinky feet sometimes, a dog that sheds, and real life, and stains in their coffee cup.
Oh yeah, well we did that.
Terrible coffee. I heard about your coffee, Larry.
Yeah, the coffee. I thought it was all right. He's like, coffee. Because Zulu asked me, Mark. Mark asked me, you got coffee? I'm like, yeah, I can make coffee. And then Jimmy right away chimes in. He's like, what's the date? What's the expired date on there? I mean,
expired date on
freaking Jimmy, man. I mean, it was. I wouldn't change it for the world. It was a great time. Had a lot of fun with everybody that came, and some new folks too that are not around. A couple that aren't around YouTube too much. They have their own different websites and through different social media. And actually,
real smart then.
Yeah, they actually came, and they, I don't know if they're listening now or anything. Some others, and it was really really cool. And we did a regular jam session and everything else. It was a lot of fun, and I wouldn't change it for anything. It was really cool. Really cool, a lot of fun. That's all I'll say.
And the numbers are growing.
Yeah, they are. They really, really are. Like I said, I was surprised, Jimbo. I got contacted from. As a matter of fact, bless you. One of the people that showed here actually went to the same high school that I did. Graduated 2 years behind me, and never even knew. And it was kind of weird. It was like out of the blue. And he's like, "Oh yeah, I went to Warren Hills in this date and time and everything." I was like, "Oh my God, you're kidding! You were in my sister's class, who's younger than me by 2 years." and showed up. Very nice guy. Has his own. It's called truthpirates.com. Actually, has his own website, and again, flat Earth and different things and all kinds of, and they've got their own websites and they don't do so much YouTube. It was just kind of interesting because I even asked them, like, well, how did you even find out? And I guess they found out through, because I put it out social media, and it was obviously on YouTube and everybody and stuff like that. So it was pretty cool. It was a lot of fun. Good people, good fun. Thanks to Zua One for bringing down the hot dogs in a blanket, because he and his wife made a ton of them. They were gone within hours.
I was surprised. I met 3 out of 3 Nigerians. Okay, and no one likes Nigerians, but they're all flat earthers. 3 of 3.
I do. I don't mind anybody. I mean,
no. Aye, mate. But yeah, 3 of 3 are flat people. They consider themselves black Jews and stuff, Hebrews, but still nonetheless, and they even speak Hebrew. But they're flatties. So, but these are like hardcore Orthodox people there. So,
I've actually, Jimbo, I've actually met some from all different backgrounds, all kinds of mixed backgrounds, all over the place, and different things. And some of the ones that you would think at first glance, because and I'm guilty of this too. I can't say anything about it. You kind of judge somebody right away, and then you're like don't want to approach or something. And I have been pleasantly surprised because the ones that you would normally approach are the ones that you really probably don't want to be around. Some of the ones that you would not approach are some of the nicest folks, nicest people, nicest individuals that I have ever met. So don't judge a book by its cover. I'll tell you that from experience.
no, I still believe more than 51% of the people in this world are good.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
Somewhat misguided.
Well, yeah, I think. Well, we're kind of all misguided in some way, shape, or form. I mean, I'm no angel, so let's just get that out there in the open at first.
I was young. I needed the money.
Oh, I swear there was no pole room dancing going on. No, I'm kidding. It was actually a club. We were paying for it. Okay, moving on.
I had to kill him.
Check, please. Oh, man.
Oh, we weren't talking about that.
No.
Moving right along.
Yeah. So you actually oh man, that's funny. So you actually had to send the light back, wait for them to credit your account, and then you had to reorder as if you never did it before. So now what are you, like 2 weeks out now, waiting for this thing? Or what?
1 week solid. 3rd. I get it on a 3rd.
Okay, so
3rd of January.
Oh shit, that's a week from today, I guess, right? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, 7 days. Oh, they tried to
Now,
pull a fast one. I know I ordered the right one, and what they did was, because I was on the phone with an agent when I made the order and everything, and blah, blah, blah. Well, anyway, I ordered the 42, and I'm sure the computer and their algorithm said, well, there's still some in stock from before, and there's none of this one, and they just pumped the other one out, just on the off chance that, someone is giving it away as a Christmas present, says, fuck, I ain't got time, it's the 24th, and you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Here's your present. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah, gotcha.
I've moved inventory that way for people before and stuff, so it's not unusual. Look, Sears, if you order a dress from Sears and you say you want a number 2 size, you're getting a 4. You want a 4, you're getting a 6. You want a 6, you're getting an 8. The labels say 6, but it's really an 8.
Yeah, because by the time you get it, you're not going to return it. You're going to gift it, and then they'll take it back, and the whole night. Yeah, I understand that. Gotcha.
No, actually, because most women see themselves smaller than they really are, so they order clothes that are too small for them. So
you're going to get.
I know I'm going to get in trouble, but
picked off the panel. What are you doing?
We throw labels in that are from 2 sizes. Anyway, it's just you take an 8 and you put a 6 label in it, and you ship off the 8 to a lady who requested a 6.
Yeah,
Usually
Katz,
the label says 6, they're all happy.
Katz is going to come back in here and boot both of us.
Shoot me.
But
But yeah, it's just
It's okay,
trade
I'm
secrets.
hearing. I'm hearing.
That's a trade secret.
Oh, hi, Katz. We
Hey.
weren't talking about ladies' dress sizes at all. We weren't doing a thing. We were being
It's
saying
okay. I'm
Yeah.
hearing, guys. No, no worries.
That's too funny.
It is, isn't it?
Oh boy, you know what? I don't know where to go with that conversation after that particular where Jimbo just took us. So
Well, let's go to the
So-
Sears catalog, the underwear section.
And here we go.
Moving right along.
Well, that's cool. At least you're gonna get your light, and then, or when are you planning on doing the? I mean, it's got to be cold. It's cold here. I can imagine how cold it is.
Oh, it's peckerhead cold here. What I'm
Yeah.
gonna do is, I'm gonna check the railroad one first because I have a friend who lives just behind where the railroad tracks are. Basically, he can dress up and go to the track, and he's almost at the 6 mile point in the bend in Greenboro, and
Okay.
I'm just about 5 miles away. I take the bus to Collinad and Maryvale, and then it's 1 mile up the track to make it 6 miles even. And well, I'll probably give it a shot from the 5 mile mark first, and
Right.
hopefully he'll be at eye level to the track and stuff, and try to go straight across the tracks and stuff. And there's 2 overpasses between at the 5 mile point, because they don't like level crossings no more, so they're 2 overpasses, but there's still direct line of sight for the full 5 miles for beam of light. And what's nice is a lot of it is trees on either side, and it's all dark.
Yeah, it's
So-
good. Yeah, it's almost like a tunnel where you're going to shine. this.
Almost exactly for good stretches of that. Yeah.
Right. All right. Cool. Yeah.
I'm going to try with Andy and Steve, and we'll do some dry runs on the railroad track and do that 6 mile stretch, pull it to 6. If all things go well there, that's cool. We'll have some recording of it and stuff, and then we'll look at the water, and I'll probably do the Shirley Bay end because it's farther, and it's easier for these guys to get downtown to Brittany Bay and Mud Lake. It's just down from the Parliament a few blocks, if you will. So
Okay, so all right, so the lake will be like the second test, and about how far is that?
the bay is 6.03 miles, and the beach in Shirley Bay goes up along kind of west, and as you walk along that beach, you extend the range or the distance by 6.3, 6.4, whatever. Whoops. So that should be it's the same exact length as that Samuel Rowbotham's little canal there in Bedford.
Yeah, the
So
Bedford
it'll be it's the Ottawa Bedford with a light, a nice bright light. See, one thing clued me on is that it was one of my favorite experiments I watched was Jaron and Melissa with a light or something, and at one point he shined it at a reflective thing at his feet or something, and that showed up across the lake, and it was literally at water's edge and stuff. But I have a light that's in these towers, these radio and communications towers. The one is
Right.
12 miles away, and I see it clear as a bell. Even in the daytime, when the white ones are flashing, I can see them, and they're 12 miles away.
Which you
So-
should not
so-
shouldn't see those. No, you
Well,
should see
not that we shouldn't see them, but my point is we have an easy time seeing the right white light. There's, for me to think about, wow, a $3,000 laser trip to, Budapest and bobbing up and down in boats across the water and, trying to find rays while bobbing like a, apple at a birthday party.
I think it's supposed to be frozen and stuff. And actually, that brings a question too. The water source you're talking about, is that a fresh water? It's going to be frozen over.
Yeah, it's
or
fresh
is that-
water.
Oh, it is.
No, it's a big body of water. It doesn't usually freeze over, and it would take a while to freeze over around here. Fact is, things have just started to freeze here. I mean, normally we have a winterlude,
Right,
and
right.
often things are up and running, mid-December.
Oh, yeah, you got
Last year we had
snowmobile,
1 week
everything. Yeah, yeah.
of winterlude, everything melted. There was 1 week of skating for the whole winter on the canal. It was
Oh,
a
wow.
mild winter. This year it's a little
Oh,
colder,
wow, I'm
but
shocked.
we don't know what can happen as soon as we hit January and stuff. It could warm up and everything melt again.
Yeah, we have a cold week down here. I mean, obviously you're a lot colder where you are than I am, and down here it's getting into the teens at night and so forth and whatever. And of course it's December, January. It happens. It's not global warming or anything else. It just happens like all the frickin' time. So every year, and then we'll get into the warm spell and into January and stuff like that, and it'll warm up. And even some of the fresh water around here. Normally, even growing up, it used to be to the point where you can ice skate on or something like that because it would be thick enough. You can forget it. You can't even get on the ponds
You
around
can't
here.
trust it no more. Yeah, even
No.
here, people take risks when they go ice fishing and stuff.
Yeah.
Some of them
Yep.
die, but some of them wind up breaking off and floating away and eating rescue and all kinds of stuff. They
Yeah.
won't listen when they say the ice isn't thick enough. People don't understand. That cracking sound means get off.
Yeah. It starts cracking. You better run for the hills, man.
I crack up because you watch these films, and Quebec has a lot of ice fishing, and fishermen aren't always the sharpest hooks in the tackle box. But you watch them; they drive out onto the lake and stuff, and they get out of their car, and they look back, and their car is falling through the ice there, their Jeeps and stuff. It's just it's like America's funniest videos, except it's Canada.
I think I've actually watched a few of those. It is kind of funny. It's like, man,
It's scary, but when no one gets hurt, it's okay.
Yeah.
Or like when people go to the lake to throw dynamite out on the thing, and they bring their dog, and the dog runs and brings back the dynamite to the. You saw that one too, eh?
Yeah. Hey, we're just gonna blow shit up.
Yeah, I went and got it. Look.
Oh man, I thought it was thick enough. What do you mean you thought it? Come on, you can see bubbles floating underneath your feet. It's like half an inch thick. Come on, that's not thick enough to stand on. What's wrong with you? Oh
Yeah, and it's got like a layer of ice over a bubble with more ice underneath.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, I only cracked through the first layer. Right? The other 4 will save me. No, they won't. Your ass is gonna get wet. Oh man, it's too freaking funny sometimes.
And the worst thing is, if there's any current or you fall in sideways, you can lose the hole, and then you're really in trouble.
I lost a friend of mine probably 7-8 years ago. Knew the guy for quite some time. Really brilliant guy too. Very much into the common law, the law, and really like a monarch as far as if you had a question you would ask this guy. Unfortunately, he went out on the ice walking his dog and he fell in, and that was it. It was it was a pond, and the current just took him to where he couldn't get out. They found the dog the dog never left the hole where he fell in.
He knows. Yeah, looking for his master.
Yeah, and eventually they found him. It was just a sad story. I mean, the guy had a lot of knowledge, brilliant dude. He was probably early 60s and in great shape too. The guy was like he practiced karate. He was a Taekwondo guy. Who practiced karate all the time and stuff. Unfortunately, just was in the wrong place at the
people
wrong time.
do it when these rivers nearby us here on either side of Ottawa and around freeze over. They can make shortcuts across it, but it's always wow. Oh boy, water under a river, it's always eating at the ice. It can look thick as the day,
Exactly.
and it can be thin as hell. it can just be snow over the water and water running under it, and you step into that, and you're
Absolutely.
stepping right in the river. And
The only way I'd cross is if there was a rope there to grab onto as you're walking across. That's the best way to do it.
pulling a
Other-
dinghy across, yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, no, forget it.
Or sometimes you can cross throwing ladders. If you have an 8-foot ladder, you split it in two.
Yeah. Yep.
You know,
That'll work.
Distributes the weight and still not safe, you know.
That'll work. We actually got away. We got really far away from flat Earth discussion type of thing. We're talking.
Well, ice is flat.
Yeah, that is true. Yes. It is
Well,
true.
it's nighttime. We're trying to put them to sleep, Larry. That's our job. It's
Is that what it is? Is that what it is? We're trying to say, no, night, put you all to sleep.
without Rockabye Baby and, you know, rock and roll version. Heavy metal Rockabye Baby, you know.
I can always break it. Well, I got some of the drums set up. I can always drum them to sleep or something.
And the baby looks like Einstein. It gets heavy metal and rock and roll lullabies.
Yeah.
Rockabye Baby, I'm Good night.
Chicago.
Throw up the devil horns. Well, you wouldn't believe it, eh? I got 6 monitors up now.
Holy crap.
Here, let me give you a tour. It's sick. Where can I give it from? I don't know if this has the drivers. I've been looking into Flat Earth now for probably about 2 years, but more seriously in the last year. And I also had an interest in the Nazca lines. And what I'm going to do here is show you how the two actually relate to each other. To do that, I'll have to take you back a little bit in history to when we took to the skies and we were flying over Nazca, Peru. Because the Nazca lines, you can't really see them unless you're at altitude. So what people were seeing was blueprints. You'll come to find these are blueprints. And people were starting to form a picture of what it was telling them. This blueprint here, it's the Sun Star of Peru. It's a 12 by 12 grid. 6 concentric circles, 6 squares, and 6 rhombi. This is one of the Nazca mandalas at Peru. I'll go into more detail what all these lines on that one mean soon. This one's also from Nazca, Peru. It's called the Nazca Mandala. Now, it doesn't matter which mandala you look at, whichever religion or location in the world, you'll find they're all telling the same story. There's a square, there's circles, there's things in the corner, and there's something in the center. So my kind of research, I started looking at these and I started overlaying them with world maps. Here's an image where I was overlaying them with the Annalima orbits, trying to make sense of them. And I was surprised how well they fit in with Annalima orbits. This one here, there's some more information on it. Basically what it's telling you is it's giving you the dimensions of this grid. And at the end of it, it wanders off into what it says is the distance between the sun and Earth, which we know is a lie. It's not that far away. What it's really describing here is the internal cubed dimensions of a Merkaba. That's where this figure is really coming from. If you follow this through, you will see it is cubing a Merkaba. So consider that, and we'll continue with this. You notice the 666 there, that's been referenced in scripture before, and lies been told about it. Just thought I'd mention that there. Right, so with this configuration, it gives us this. This map here is the one done by Ceres. And above all this network of grids onto his map. Take a look at the grids. There's an 8 by 8, which is the center grid with these 3 things in each corner. And then the external grid of the 12 by 12. So I'm now looking at how this relates to a world map. I'm using this world map because it's the only world map I've found that shows the true scale of Antarctica. Now you can see correlation going on here where things start to line up. I'm going to go more into detail later in the video of things in between what you can see there also, and more detail on the grid itself. Again, referenced biblically or in scripture, the
angels in the north, south, east, and west, I think are relating to these four corners that are shown on the 8x8 grid. The 8x8 grid is what we would probably be known as the Antarctic Circle. Going by their own numbers, I think it was 24,800 miles on the globe. You know, the circumference of the globe, 24,800 miles or thereabouts. On this, you know, that would equate to each square on the grid being 3,100 miles going from one side of the Antarctic to the other. Now, this demonstration you're seeing here is the whole grid lit up. The 12x12 and the 8x8 and a Merkaba added on top to see what it's forming. And what a pretty picture it paints, doesn't it? That's where I was going, the Nazca lines. Now, a little more detail on the 12x12. The Solomon's Temple. If you decode Solomon, it really means Solo Mono, Temple of the Sun and Moon. Now, if you look at it in detail here, you notice when you put these geoglyphs into a 3D environment and pan around them, you start seeing a different picture being presented. If you look carefully, you will see a 6-tier pyramid with 6 concentric circles encircling it. So that got me thinking, you know, is this something below us? What's down below us? Is this the underworld that's been mentioned? You know, the underworld referenced in scripture and the book of Enoch, these places below ground. Food for thought, perhaps, but it got me thinking about pyramids and portals. Let's take a look at that again. We've got the 12x12. We'll overlay the 8x8 in. Now then, if you look carefully, is this what the Pyramid of Giza is depicting? Remember, the Pyramid of Giza is referenced in the Bible as a monument. But a monument to what? Is it this place below that it's a monument to? And these exits or entry points that you see on this these four corners connecting to the center, is this what Enoch referenced as portals? Portals, gates, you know, portal translates as a gate, a gateway. But a gateway to what? You know, I start looking at this now and I see electrical connection, your king and queen, your positive and your negative. These star shafts, well, they're probably just cables. Here's some images from Stan Smith and the 360 team's cameras. It shows the moon's path appearing to come from out of the ground and return back in. This is a 360 camera. You know, you're seeing north on the left and on the extreme right and south directly in the center. Same again. You're getting this path of the moon rising up and coming down and vanishing. Which, you know, when you watch the 360 cameras, it does appear like they're going underground below you, following the, you know, the trajectory that they're on. These have yet to be explained, but the model I'm going to present to you, I think it kind of explains this away. Another part of this project, I'm going to take you to CERN, the technological monster. And people wonder what they do there. Take note of these lights on the ceiling. Because what I think CERN is, I think it's a reverse engineered technology which is capable of projecting a beam we can't see into the sky. If you look at the circles at the bottom, there's a small circle and a large circle. They have counter-rotating flow of energy. And I think this creates a third halo that isn't visible to us, but Enoch referenced as chariots. We'll get more into that, don't worry. And I think the sun and moon actually use these to maneuver around our sky. Take a look at this video taken by Brendan Clark on YouTube. He reported it as a camera malfunction or the unit, the motor that the camera was on, but that was me tracking it. And it appears to go around the outside of one circle around another. This here, I think this is CERN's predecessor. The reason I say that is the design of it. It appears to be alive, neutral, and Earth, with two elements in the center, which are possibly counter-rotating the floor, which would create an electromagnetic field. So this is what I think is responsible for what you see and report as the flower of life. It is this technology, the Fibonacci sequence. If that doesn't make sense, keep watching. You know, I'm putting this together. I haven't got a script written out for this. This is coming off the top of my head and research. Here's another thing, a purpose that I think it's doing. Remember, you got the rotating toroidal electromagnetic field, and I think they are responsible for this. Volcanoes. Also notice the mountain range in the background curving around the halo. Remember, we can't see the halo. And it's when you think about CERN, CERN is just one of these, a particle accelerator. There's another effect I think they're responsible for. Remember, we don't see the halo, but add some water, you're going to get some arcing. So consider that, people. This is a type of technology that is creating a halo in the sky. And what you're looking at is a particle accelerator, antimatter to matter. And if you haven't guessed it yet, you are looking at an angel and its halo. This is an angel and its halo. And this is how they work. They're particle accelerators. You can do antimatter to matter. Because when you start going down the route of looking at into angels, you start going into the Enochian language. Would you believe this was a blueprint found in England, UK? And it's not unique to UK either. Sorry, not a blueprint, a crop circle. It's a crop circle from UK, but it's not unique to UK. This design's been seen before. But the design itself gives the game away to me. Why would something of that design exist? It's got mathematical precision, and its purpose appears to be something to do with these two elements in the center. One being larger than the other, and one having a counter-rotating floor. Like I said, when you start looking into this technology, well, I'll say this technology, it takes you into the angelic language. And again, the towers mentioned in the north, south, east, west, and it becomes the union of elements. And that's like a table of elements there, how it works. And it's all, as it says here, it's attributed to spirits, the black cross, or the table of union, the forming of elements. The further you look into this, you find it leads to a university in Greece, and then you run into a brick wall. The information isn't public, so I can't decode those, and I don't know if they're real, but to be protected such, it would suggest there's a bit of merit there. This here is my take on what Rahu is. Rahu, I now think, is an angel's halo in the sky, where people have always noticed the sun and moon eclipsing. It seems to be a location, and this could be the reason why it's always that location, because it will always be there. But the rotating flow of the halo and the sun and moon going across it, one going one way, one going the other, as we noticed in the August eclipse. Ketu would be the complete opposite, the sun on the near side and the moon on the far side. Right, look at this webcam footage from Noumea Station in Antarctica. Do you see unusual movements from our sun and moon there? Or the actual closeness of our sun and moon, should I say. That station's facing roughly south-southeast. So that sun and moonrise came from the south of Antarctica, which has been mentioned by Admiral Byrd before. But do notice on this footage, this is real footage from their own cameras. It's a German station in Antarctica. Look what's going on here with the sun. Does this look normal to you people? You can go on YouTube and look at loads of videos of this. I'll give you links even to some of them. There's things going on here that is not normal to our sun and moon. And not to mention the closeness of how they appear going past this station. Take a look at the moon here on this clip. Look how close it looks. I urge everyone to go and search this camera on YouTube, because you will see some amazing, phenomenal footage of our luminaries going past this area, which don't make sense unless you start considering technology. You're going to have to consider a technological world, people. Here's some real footage of real halos that people are capturing in the sky of the sun going round them. These aren't fake, these are real. And if you look on the halos, you will see nodal points. There's nodes on the halo. The two closest to the sun usually lit up quite bright, which gives the effect of 2 or 3 sunrises or sunsets, which people seem to report. But it's a halo projected from below, and the sun is traversing it on its set path for that time of year, wherever it may be. But these are real. And what I want people to do here is go out and record these if they see them, because we need to locate these and put them on the map. So if you see one of these halos in the sky, try and record its location. Roughly, if you can guess the center of the halo, that would help. I would expect it to be a hill, volcano, mountainous terrain perhaps. And the reason that you're seeing them is because they spray barium. Barium will illuminate a geomagnetic field line from pole to pole. So we're looking at electromagnetics. It's an electromagnetic projection into the sky from said angel below. Consider that, people. Now let's take a look at what that would look like. We already know there's 48 on the external of the 8x8 and 32 on the internal. But we know there's more than this, because like I said, when you go down the angelic language, you find there's 92 angels minimum. But there's still another 12 to locate and put on that grid at a minimum. You might remember these mimic maps, the mimic maps there that we looked at before. Now, if you watch this one carefully, you will see a double helix forming as part of it. And also notice the heavy signalling going from Easter Island on the left and somewhere off Australia on the right. Heavy signalling goes towards Antarctica from Easter Island. Interesting. The double helix, and not to mention the double helix, but the date. The date's quite important because this was the winter equinox in 2016. And it tells me there's some kind of switching going on. And these, whatever's at Easter Island or below Easter Island is sending signals down to Antarctica. And things are being switched, which is how I think it creates the seasons. Things will get rerouted and switched on and off. The sun and moon's paths will get rerouted around these halos and the orbits of those larger halos you've seen, and go about its business. Take a good look at this. You know, you can see it. This was recorded from their own mimic map. They're now trying to hide this. They cut those lines out and they make a bad job of it, actually. And you'll see where they're cutting pieces out to try and hide what's going on. Also, Hawaii is playing a part. There's lots of places in the world playing a part in this. So I'm revealing to you how it is technologically driven, is where I'm going. The technology involved in how this world works. Notice the signaling, see it? You can't miss it. There's even another type of signaling comes from down there that you haven't seen on this one, but I think it's scalar wave signaling. And it spans the whole of South America going towards the United States when it signals. Now, this is the double helix overlaid on, I'll just pause it there. This is the double helix overlaid on what Ceres found and calls the 4 pillars, which point towards the center of our world, say, Africa would be just slightly right of center in the middle of that helix. You see the pattern it's forming there between these four pillars. It's like a signal looping back and through between these four pillars. Again, the four pillars biblically referenced. The Bible's telling truths, and it's panning out into what the research we're finding here. Here's some overlays of earthquake data and possibly volcano data, just so I can see how it relates to the grid. I'm trying to follow paths on this grid to see what's going on with this grid. There's 20 years worth of solar eclipses. Now, if people can make sense of that, excellent. It doesn't mean a lot to me. I just thought I'd overlay it and show it people. I've added this clip because I seen a video a few weeks ago, people wondering about something in the Book of Enoch where it mentions mountains will jump into the sky like lambs. Well, the only time they can do that is if there's an angel below and a halo above, because the halo above has got that pull factor on land. Like I said, it raises landmass. I also think the Egyptians figured out how to harness this upward toroidal field of energy. And that's what the pyramids possibly were designed to do. And here's Easter Island, the statues on Easter Island, silently telling their story of involvement. They are playing a part in this somehow, but it doesn't appear to be anything on the surface. It seems to be below Easter Island where those signals are coming from, because I can't see antennas on the surface. Whatever's happening there, it's coming from below. So now we have this kind of projection. We've got these halos in the sky. These are the ones you would probably call the tropics. And then there's also smaller ones to fit in on this, where these dots on the grid align. So that's there's 80 to go on the grid, 80 halos, say, plus whatever other ones we can locate. So we do want people locating these halos in the sky. We need to map out. I think that's what they've been doing with the barium, mapping them out where what's where, and we're just following their footsteps here. They're mapping the sky, so we better grab the opportunity and do the same. Where these halos located, you can see where these ones would be located on this world map, and you can see where it intersects key sites. The red and gold parts are elevated terrain. So wherever you see red or gold or yellow, it is elevated. And you can see where this grid would play a part in the elevation. I would expect to see raised landmass like you can see in south. If you look at Antarctica, all those lines intersect at a southern point. So that landmass, it makes sense to me that landmass would be more raised, and that's the data Ceres is getting. It's very elevated compared to the rest of the world. And I would attribute that to the congregation of that grid being there. There's rock down there playing its part on the grid. There's a lot of sites in the world playing a part on this grid. And what we'll be doing is adding them slowly but surely over time, as we figure out the world map and such. All these ancient sites need placed on here. Here's some magnetic data Ceres overlaid. This is a snapshot of a magnetic data overlaid on that world map. Can you see how it comes down in the north and south and kind of loops over the top of the world, the known world? This is a view looking north from South Antarctica. Magnetic lines again. Do they make sense to you people? Does it remind you of a ribbon cable on a computer, perhaps? Different paths to take. Same again. This is looking south from the north. Something in on the east side of the map there, going up over Australia and coming down Antarctica. And on the opposite side, on the west side, you've got it coming from Antarctica, going up and coming down and appearing to go into the sea. Very strange. That's magnetic data, real data overlaid. So maybe this old map here does have some merit after all. These are the world chakras. And if you look at them, there's some interesting locations there, and it makes sense. You're getting a double helix end out of the shape. Take note of the text at the bottom. Gates 5, 10, 11, and 12 are spinner wheels marked SW. I think you should be able to work out now what a spinny wheel really is. It's a halo. And it's helping guide this signal around the world. There's look at the bottom left there, female great dragon, and you've got a male great dragon. I think we should know now dragons are probably volcanoes. You know, that would make sense, but I never considered a female dragon. A female and a male dragon. Yeah, interesting. So something else to take into account here, people. I'll just leave it playing and you'll see it. Are we looking at something like this? You see where this is going? Stan Smith and the 360 team are currently looking into this kind of relationship. And so I thought I'd put that map on there because I can see where my work now starts overlaying into what Stan Smith's team's looking at. I just thought I'd put that there for you, Stan. See if it helps you. But yeah, I think you're on the right path. So let's get down to the heart of the matter, people. This is Satan. You remember Satan? This is him here, the heart of the machine. It said Satan runs the world. Well, if it's technology, then I would have to agree, because this is what's right at the heart of all this technology. So the worry, I would guess, would be, you know, these halos can reroute the sun or moon if CERN or another CERN unit projects one in the wrong place. And who knows what would happen. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank some members of my research team, Cat's Eyes, JLo 1982, Been Taking Pics, Kathleen, Adrienne, and Will Bishop. These are good people, very good people, good researchers, loyal. I'm still working with these people and others. There's more people coming into the mix. This kind of research is ongoing. You know, the goal here, for me personally, would be to get all this into Unreal Engine 4 with VR support. So you've got virtual reality and you can take a full tour around the world. That would be nice to see. But I also want the tour Enoch got, the world tour and the underworld tour. When you listen to the Book of Enoch, he's trying to describe something that is impossible for him to describe. So he does his best to describe it. And I think he is describing technology. The easiest thing to describe either. Like I said, I didn't make a script for this. So I'm just like, off the top of the head, I'm guiding you through the kind of research we've been doing.
good evening, everybody, and thanks again for joining us here at Cat Eyes. Tonight we have the research team. They're going to go over some stuff that they've accumulated in the last couple of weeks, some new discoveries, some real gems here. So yeah, you guys know the crew. It's FPV. We have One Conscience, James, and Cat Eyes. FPV, the floor is yours, brother.
Hello, everyone, before you start.
Cheers, Rotter. Hello, Cats. Hello, everyone. Hello, panel members. Hello, fine peoples in chat. You're probably wondering about the title, Shock and Awe. What we're going to present today, we think will shock and awe you. It should shock you into realizing what it is we live upon and leave you in awe of its creation, because that's what we're revealing here today, the Creator's work. To add more to the research theme, the map we're using, it's the one done by Ceres, which you can see the Mercator maps being derived from, and other information that we're using for gathering is done by iRon, FE Ron. So a big shout out again for Ron. He's plotting data and gathering information for us in the background. Right, what I'm going to do here is present to you the Nazca lines. I'm going to give you a little guided tour around them to see why they're so important. Now, if you look at the whale in red in the top right, then at the north, you'll see north, and on the left, you will see solar clock. Now, I've used them to realign the world map based on what we're looking at here, these geoglyphs. So the whale would be Northeast Russia, say. The solar clock would be Alaska, and you've got obviously got the north in the center at the top. So I'll play through this and give you a little tour. You should see some current comparisons here. I'll overlay the world map we're using, done by Ceres, and you can see how it blends in here, how it kind of fits. Of course, times have changed since these were carved into rock, so a few changes there over time. But other than that, it's pretty much intact and showing the world map. That's what you can see looking at those shapes. Just the pins in the ground. It's starting to give you the shape of the world map. And these geoglyph locations I've been placing on the map, they're actually location markers of very important items in the underworld. You can see here the whale up above Northeast Russia used as a reference. So there's actually two references to whales up there, but I just used the beluga whale. And this one in Alaska. Now, you can see in Alaska there, he's a busy little fellow, this guy. Hold on to that thought as well, very, very important. He's a busy little guy. We'll get to that later on. You can see the two locations I've marked out here to open the world map up into a flat map. There it is again, the basic shape, and we're going to give you a little tour around what I've been placing on the Nazca lines in Google Earth. What you should be seeing is structure, connections, lots of very interesting information, especially when I'll go into more detail of that later on, but just a little tour of this to show you what I've been looking at and piecing together on the Nazca lines. That's going roughly on the map over towards Northeast Russia, say. You see the whale there. On the Nazca lines, it portrays the whale as flattened by something flat, but you can see there it's not flattened, it's actually behind something. We'll get to that a bit later on. But just take a good look around. These lines, according to mainstream, were used for ceremonial processes, say walking down a line to get married, all this kind of ridiculous theories. So that they're hiding this information. This is very important information from Nazca lines. There's geoglyphs. You look at geoglyphs in 3D. You put them in a 3D environment, you will see that the picture is really displaying. This is a little tour. You can see all the lines. I mean, I haven't finished yet, nowhere near finishing. I know these have been done by other people before, but they weren't showing what I'm trying to show you. You can see there the hummingbird, beautiful. I also notice its beak's actually attached to a structure. The structures are very important in this. So it's a location marker and the structure, what the hummingbird there was actually attached to. Now the hummingbird, it's a message, it sends a signal, it means transmissions. Now if you look at these, you can see antenna designs here. Most people out there that know any amateur radio or antenna designs would see straight away there's antennas in these images. Like there, the parrot, it's a 2-element Yagi beam, and obviously a repeater because it's a parrot. It's been made so easy to decode this, I can't believe it. We're taking a little tour up north there. That's the geoglyphs up in the north, which I would say probably references the northern portals reference in scripture. Would be possibly that location there looking at our map. Again, there's another antenna design. You're going to see lots of the various antennas in this. Lots of signaling going on. There's another. You can see the connections being made. And that the direction the signal would be going, basically. So easy. Again, you see the coils, antennas, structure. That's what I need you to see. I need you to see the structure and these antenna designs and the connections going on. And you can see, looking at the, I mean, the area is vast. A lot of these have been covered, built over, farmed upon, you name it. They've been lost, they've been buried, built upon, you name it. It's a shame, really, what's going on down in Nazca. In fact, recently, you've probably seen a headline where a truck driver was driving around over them. He's since been arrested. They called it the United Nations Nazca Lines or World Heritage Site, but it's not United Nations, it is World Heritage, not United Nations Heritage. So just to correct people on that, it's not owned by the United Nations. But I'm pretty sure they're probably behind trying to hide it. There's the spider there. I located the spider off the coast of the USA. You'll see more into that later. You can see it there, the spider. It's actually got its foot inside a part of another geoglyph, which is part of something larger. There's the condor. Fantastic detail, these. Really amazing detail. There's so much detail, it's going to take me a long time filling it in, but I enjoy this. It's amazing watching it come together. There's the monkey. Again, so although Google overlaid this monkey, you'll notice they haven't attached the antenna. It's actually got its hands looping through an antenna, which again, it's capable, it's telling you it's a piece of technology capable of receiving signals and activating something. That's why it's got a piece where the tail, below its tail, you see, notice an extra piece going into the ground. That's to say, that's basically a location marker. But the structure should be jumping out at you in 3D. You can see there various parts of structure and other geoglyphs. I'm not sure what they all mean yet, but I definitely know they're all about signaling. Like that bird there, that would be sending a signal to its left. Like I said, you can do all this yourself in Google Earth. If you've got Google Earth, go to the Nazca lines and start tracing them. You know, it's built into Google Earth. You can plot lines across it, save them any color you wish, move along. I recommend doing it. It is amazing what you start revealing. So if you haven't got Google Earth yet, grab it and go and practice this. Not just at Nazca, these lines aren't unique to just Nazca, they're all over the world. But Nazca is very detailed 3D blueprints of the underworld, the structure below our world, unknown world. This is what this information is revealing. You'll see more what I mean in a few moments. I'll pause it when the images come up. Right, that one there, you see that? If you look at this geoglyph, you'll notice it's 3-tiered. It's actually a 3D. If I've caught it at the right angle, there's your vertical support. There's the horizontal one, and you notice the ramp going up to the second level. And there's another ramp there. You can go underneath to a third level. It's just like a 3-story car park. This is just part of what you're seeing here. And I hope you can see that as I'm seeing it. Vertical structure, slope going up to the second story, and then another to the third. Now imagine all these when they were built in this fine detail, a whole 3D blueprint of the underworld. Because this is it's not the human world, it's what's below. This is structure in the underworld and all linked to the workings of our world. Hope you can see that. 3 stories there. You've got to look at them at the right angle and they will jump out at you in 3D. Here's that antenna again. You can see there, look, it's been designed to be read in 3D. with fantastic detail. This one here. See the whale? Now on the original geoglyph, like I said, it looks like it's flattened, or it's got a line across it like it's been flattened. If you look at it in 3D, you'll see basically what looks like, say, a window frame there, and the whale's on the other side of it. It hasn't been squashed, it's just on the other side. It's because you weren't seeing the image in 3D. Now it's in 3D, you can see it's just a whale on the other side of it. And of course here we've got structure again, holding things, support structure. There's the main road. I think it's the Pan American Highway, which is a shame because it cuts right across a lot of this, possibly intentionally as well. They are being defaced intentionally. And this area here, look at this area. It's almost like a game of mousetrap. Look at the detail going on. Signals can come in, things can be switched, things can be activated. It's as simple as that to read. It's been made so simple to read, it's unbelievable. I'll keep it playing, more to see. With activators, switches. Now, this one blew my mind last night. I don't know, I never noticed it before. Look at the guy in green. Look at this, guys. I can't believe this. He's plugged in. He's switched on. He's got his finger on the button on this console. And he's looking to his right, waiting for the signal. How unreal is that? I just noticed this last night. We'll zoom in a little bit. You see again, more detail. Where it's the bottom of the feet is like hooks. Where the arm is like a wrench, a spanner. It's actually got the spanner-shaped arm there. And the middle finger is going to this button on this console. I hope you can see this. And as you can see from all these connections, it's down below ground, different layers. And again, structure, supports. But that is unbelievable. I never expected to see what looks like some kind of a robot plugged into something, pressing a button on a console. That's. I hope you can see that. That's what's reading to me. That blew my mind last night when I revealed that. A little closer. See the hook at the bottom?
Yeah, I see that.
Finger touching the button on the panel. The wrench for an arm. The eye look. I mean, I haven't finished the head. There's another part there to the head. It might not look like this when I finish, but it kind of blew me away just getting this far when I seen and realised what it was. It's kind of like this geoglyph's about half a mile long. It's just an amazing thing to find. This place just keeps giving you surprise after surprise. Unbelievable. So it's electromechanical robot of some sort. Yeah, anyway, remember what I said now. Keep that thought, the solar clock. Now remember, I said he's a busy fellow. Right, well, very important. What I did there, this is a human trait. What I did there, I give this piece of technology a sex and character. I said it was a he, and they said it was a busy little fellow. So very important you realize that. Technology is by humans is being given sex and character. Take, for instance, your car. Some people call the car a she or a he. So your motorcycle, your motorbike, it's a guy. It's a human trait, guys. Very important that you understand and realize that as we go through this. We've been given technology, sex, and character. Remember that. This, it's not unique to modern times either. This technology is a lot older than modern times. Now you can see here the geoglyphs, the locations. There's the whale, northeast Russia, say. Solar clock, Alaska, and various other things going on. I know I've got some of these to relocate now. I know where they go. This would be our 0.0, the star, which is up here now. We'll get more to that later. Yeah, well, I'll leave it playing a sec because look, take a note to this plate in Greenland. Very important plate. I'm going to show you a bit more about this. I'll zoom in on it, and then this is that plate here, which goes through Greenland. So I'm just looking at it, and then zooming out. And now I'm going to pass you over to Jimbo because he's got some very important information regarding that plate. So Over to you, Jim.
Okie dokie. Am I muted? Let me unmute if I am. Okay, I'm not muted. Okay. Well, here's a long story short, I guess. Back in 2011, I was going over Google Earth and just looking for weird stuff, and I saw what I thought was like a bulldozer blade in Greenland just out on the ice somewhere. But as it turns out, after I measured it, it was like 45 miles long, headed north-south, and 12 miles was exposed that went under the ice. It means there was more of that plate under the ice. Well, come to find out, and I'll show you a picture on a share screen here in a second. And I want to share an application. Okay. So this is the picture I pulled off in 2011, the so-called bar out in Greenland, okay? And this was just what I thought was a bulldozer blade. But when I measured it, this north-south line, which is sort of sideways, the red line, about 45 miles. And then down to the snow, or where it goes under the ice, that's about 12 miles. It would cover most of the island of Montreal, what you see exposed here. But the full size of that plate is probably somewhere more in the neighborhood, north to south, of 1,450 miles, and it descends on a slope or an angle into the ground for another 250 miles or more. And it's one single piece of steel. There are no welds, no solder points, no connected plates, no bolting plates. It's one piece of steel. Now, this piece of steel is not the only one. And what it is, let me share another screen. I guess I have to stop this one. Yes, and then start another one. So I'll start and show you how these plates, again, in the Inca lines, those big rectangles you see, and the big wedges, well, they're basically more of these iron plates laid out in different places across the earth to act as a control system for the sun, deflection plates. So let's get to Google Earth and take a look at that particular aspect. Okay, stop sharing, I guess. Stop.
There was nothing showing the engine, but carry on.
Okay, did I do something bad? Yeah. Let me see.
That's okay.
I can't find my Google Earth in this. I don't know why. It's not showing up in the programs. But let me see if I can restart my Google Earth. Well, I'll just go right to my cam and show you on the wall, and then if I get that set up quick and easy later. Now, I have a pretty big map on the wall with some basically just green masking tape. Hangouts can't understand the selected camera without... camera, please.
Technical problems, guys. Don't worry.
Sorry.
It will be resolved.
Yeah, but that's an amazing find.
Okay, I really need to get the camera. I'll shut this off here and see if I might have to F5 the Hangout and just come right back.
All right.
Let me F5.
Yeah, Jim's going to show you on camera a wall map with some demonstrations.
Okay, so I guess I do have to share for this, right? Application window. Oh, not for the camera, right?
I'll show you, Jim. Hold on.
Okay, that'll be easier.
There you go. You're presenting to everyone now.
Okay. Now, for a lot of people, this probably just looks like a bunch of like green on, you know, things laid out on a flat world map. But what this layout represents is actually these metal plates that are placed all over this plane, and they are placed there, these ones in this blueprint, the Nazca lines that, you know, have been decoded, Those bars represent these locations on Earth. And these are huge bars. These are huge electromechanical installations. It's like a big cathode ray tube, or operates exactly the same way an oscilloscope would. The sun is a ray, or a bunch of, well, they call them electrons, a stream, and it is forced into this, you know, magnetically charged areas between these plates. At the east, it started, it's prepared, it's given a kick or a push, a sweep trigger it's called, gives it to it, starts pushing the sun across from east to west to the west side of the plane. Once it gets to the west side of the plane, another switch, a trigger called a flyback killer, terminates the sun for that day, or at least make sure that its energy is not seen in the split second that it flies back to the east and gets another push to sweep across the plane again. What this design really means is that our sun is not spinning or hurling through space. We are not revolving and spinning on an axis around it, following it through space. The sun is generated locally by this system, and it follows electromagnetic waves that come up from the ground and guide it. In fact, what we're starting to think is these circular disc shape that pushes the sun, it's formed like a cone, and the sun is on top of this cone, and this cone moves across these plates with the light that is our sun on top of it. And that's where I am. Again, all these green lines, the thicker ones, the bar shapes, they're involved with deflection of the sun through the seasons. See, I can get up and point out a bit to you. I'll point it with the light because my headphones won't reach. But up in the north corner there, it's too bright. Up in the north corner, those wedgie-shaped things with those boxes beside them actually magnetize and help deflect the sun. This bar here, north of Russia also. See, this bar is one of the winter season sun guides. There's another bar just off to the west, and it's huge. It's actually the same size as Greenland, but because of the skewing of the maps and trying to hide stuff for generations now, it looks cockeyed. This bar here over Alaska is the same size as the bar over Greenland. But on the world map, the globe, these two bars, the two tips of these bars are pulled towards each other, like it's showing you that it's like 8:30 or 7:30 in the evening, where they actually run parallel to each other.
You pan your camera, can you pan your camera left a little, Jim? We're missing the left part of the map.
Okay, left. That way left, that way left.
That way, that's it, yeah. A bit more. Yeah, that's it. Perfect.
Okay.
Right there.
So we have phenomena we see. Again, if you notice, there's a bar that comes off, this long bar that's off the east coast of the Atlantic. Now notice it comes from basically the northern Quebec border straight down and crosses Florida. Now there are these huge plates that run underneath from, you know, mid-Atlantic to, you know, between South Carolina, Florida, North Carolina, the Chesapeake, straight back west, you know, all the way to Los Angeles, California, and down to the Baja, and straight back to, well, Easter Island of all places. Down here, when they're having their summer south of the equator, these plates that run through and underneath the continental, you know, South America, to these two plates that are on the front wall, or the west coast of South America. These are two huge plates that have been placed there to work in unison with these plates to guide the sun. This one too runs off to, I think this one's to Easter Island, and this northern one goes to the Hawaiian Island chains. So these deflectors up here help to deflect the sun over these plates for a winter. I figure these two plates here are in the transition of, seasons. And then these plates are the ones responsible for helping the south have their full summer before the cycle switches back the other way. But up here, even beyond where, we can see the symbol is part of, again, the sun's deflection plate, probably for the northern winter. Again, we have that phenomena in Canada where we see the northern lights. Well, there are plates that intersect that run on the western side of Hudson's Bay, and also traverse the north of Hudson's Bay all the way to the foot of the Rockies there, nearly to Alaska, where I'm pointing. So this might be a curtain, the conductor for those curtains of lights that rain down as the aurora borealis. These two intersections, well, we call this section right here, just off Florida and the Bahamas, the Devil's Triangle. Well, a lot of things happen with magnetic bars that big and metal objects close to them. So again, that's about, my input was actually for this group in this study was having that photo of the bar help to identify the symbols on the Aztec maps that was being decoded by FPV as these huge metal bars. And when, after a lot of kind of like brainstorming and mental blockage and other stuff, I looked at the configuration and realized it's like an oscilloscope or cathode ray tube. And again, our sun is created every day in the east, sent across the plane, and terminated when it comes to the west end. Either terminated or the light is suppressed for a split second and it flies back. It ain't turned off, we just can't see it. So that's like just suppressed. Sometimes things take too long to charge up, so you just leave them on all the time and find a way to suppress the signal during the flyback. Basically what happens. So for me, so I should just maybe bow out graciously and let one get involved with some important information that relates to all this. So I guess we're good for passing the torch at this point. Sound fair? Hello?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, all good, Jim. Yeah.
So all yours, one.
All right. Thank you. And hello, everyone. And Katz, thanks for having me on again.
You're welcome.
All right. So, FPV, if you'll put the first picture up for me, please. Okay. So what I've been doing for the last couple of weeks is studying more details of the earthquakes and the earthquake pressure. So, what does science say the earthquakes are? Science says that when rock underground suddenly breaks along the faults, this causes a sudden release of the energy and it causes the seismic wave that shakes the ground. When two blocks of rock or two plates stick a little, and then when the rock breaks, the earthquake occurs. So that's science's definition for earthquakes. So that does make sense to a point until you begin to study what we're studying. So my explanation is a bit different. So that does make sense to a point until you begin to study what we're
Jim,
studying.
can you mute, please?
So my explanation is different. So that does make sense to a point until
Jim, can you mute your mic, please? Jim, can you mute, please?
Okay, sorry about that.
Bit of echo.
Okay, so my explanation is a bit different. What the plates actually are pretty much real plates, like Jimbo is showing you, and FPV. And they are the mechanics, the technology that carry this energy that the FPV was showing you. So when these signals are sending, that's what these earthquakes are. They are the shaking of the earth as the energy transfers into different areas. Excuse me. So they activate daily in the designated areas, such as the sun moving into an area, the way FPV and Jimbo were showing you. The pressure actually seems to stay a bit north and south of these sun paths. So this is telling me it's holding it in the designated path for the time of the year it is by creating the path with the energies from the north and south. So can you go to the next one, please, FPV? Okay, so that'll work. So this picture is a picture of actually of today. It was yesterday into today. So the yellow dots are the earthquakes, and the orange line is the path that our sun took yesterday into today. So if you see what I'm talking about, how there's a line of quakes north and there are quakes south. Now, please remember that I don't get a lot of data from the south. But if we look at the terrain and how uneven it is and how many lifted up areas, we have to definitely assume that these areas get lots and lots of earthquakes, because that's how land masses are raised, is this pressure rolling through and pushing up from the underside. Okay. So that's what I was trying to show you by when I was explaining about the north and south are kind of sending the energies to the center, which is creating this path for our sun to travel. What this also explains to me is antipodes. Because the pressure is popping up in our hit spots. Would you go to the next one, please? So the sun, I'm sorry, the quakes are popping up in our hit spots as the sun enters to illuminate the area as it leaves the area. And so that's our back and forth motion. So what that means is that these quakes are popping off as the sun enters a certain area, as well as when it leaves the area as far as illumination. Mind you, this also happens for the moon. So if the sun is coming in from the east, which it does, as it crosses over the Indonesia area, as it enters that area, we get quakes. And then again, as it goes into dusk, it also gets quakes. So it's the energy transferring through the earth and entering and leaving these different areas. These happen each day. I have actually tracked this for quite a while, everyone knows. A good example of this occurrence is, and I may pronounce it wrong, so I apologize, it's Oaxaca, Mexico. So for the last week or so, I've been kind of watching every quake as it rolls through, and that particular place has been getting little swarms of quakes at the same time every day. At the exact same time that was happening, a place in Chis, France was also getting quakes at the same time that was. So that's an antipodal thing. One is in Mexico and one is up in Europe. And what that tells me is that the one in Mexico was quaking as the sun entered over there. At the same time, the one in England and France was quaking as it seemed to move out of that area as dusk came on. One more interesting thing that kind of adds into this is that today a small shift occurred, and the quakes that were happening in Chis, France actually moved northeast into Chalice, France, and it's allowing the sun to bring its path back north as we get closer and closer to our northern summer. So the energies are going to move up a little bit, and they're going to move back down, down, down as the north gets its summer and then the south gets its summer. So pretty much like I was saying, all this is showing is the energy moving through the plates. It runs like a machine, and the different quakes. The one I'm showing today is pretty much just the sun path quakes. So you'd have to imagine that different plates and different signals are going to cause different occurrences on Earth. And that's about all I have, really. So I'll let FPV take back over.
Okay, thanks, Juan. Fantastic information there. While this image is on screen, guys, I'll just point out this also explains the 24-hour sun in the north. You see the loop it's taking? Well, the path. That is what would create our 24-hour sun in the north. Obviously, we don't see it this time of year because it's a few thousand miles even further away and a bit possibly even switched off, but that seems to be the loop. So while that's on screen, you can see there how on this map you would get the 24-hour sun using this halo system. Now we'll get more into the halos and such now. I'll just stop that and represent.
No, that's really interesting stuff. But I just wanted to ask you guys, you ever notice we have 24-hour sun in the Arctic, but we never have a 24-hour moon, do we?
No, it seems to change quite regular, the moon. We haven't done a lot with the moon at the moment. This seems to be the geoglyphs, and the setup seems to be based mainly on the sun that we're seeing. You know, unless it reveals itself more in more geoglyphs as we keep going through them. But
what I'm saying is, it seems like the moon it's functioning a little differently, is what I'm saying.
yeah,
just being switched on and off. It's
still some stuff like that to look at, but I think it's the same operation. It's using the same mechanisms to operate. Right, I'll carry on with this, guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right, so you notice we relocated the. Why is that stopped? Pause there. Yeah, we relocated the portals, which is these things in the corners here. These are the portals referenced in scripture. We've relocated them to north, south, east, west. Originally, we had them over in the northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, but now it makes more sense than where they're being at now, especially with the data one showing you there about how the sun is interacting with the center of this map. You can see here this star type thing in the center. These are connections underground going to angel technology, which is controlling the motions of the sun across the face of our world, basically. These interact with it, and it gets handed from one to another and moved around to create the path that one showed you. And over the course of the year, it'll switch up and down over 6 positions. That's our current way of looking at it at the moment, and that kind of ties in with Enoch's description of how the portals were. It's switching up and down 6 positions over the course of a year, giving you your northern summer and your southern summer. It's as simple as that, and then it moves back up again. It's just moving up and down all year long. You'll notice down off New Zealand there, the portals. People in New Zealand, a few thousand miles east of you, is some very interesting locations that you can see there. This is where they would be located. Now, the Bering Strait, that's been mentioned before. You can see now why it's so secretive and hidden and all that, because when you open the map up to a true flat map, Alaska and Northeast Russia are on opposite sides of the world. They've taken the flights in the north to give you the globe A style projection. So that's a little bit of information about the flights. Again, series map. We're going to show you how we relocated the meridian, because we did have it just off the coast of Africa, but if you look on this Mimic map, I managed to capture 0.0 signal, which helped us relocate the meridian right to there, which now, you know, it lines up perfectly on the equator and everything. It was anyway, but yeah, it was more west than we thought. Now this animation, I'll just pause it. Right, this, what I'm showing you here, is how the portals would work without any of the halo systems being activated. It's just basically shooting across the sky from one side to the other. This is how it would work. Now, with the portal system activated, you'll see a totally different story, because this is what's called trapping. It's electromagnetic trapping and manipulation and handling of our sun. It traps it, it manipulates it, and it moves it around these halos across the face of our world. Don't worry, we do have visuals on this video proof. And you can see now how it would slow it down and start making it go to where it needs to be. It can take any path on here. It's all preset and pre-programmed. That's just to show you how it slows it down, and it can manipulate it to a path where it wants it to be. And then it'll, as Jimbo says, it'll get to the side. The screed killer will take care of it, or it'll recycle it depending what time of the year it's on. This doesn't seem to be happening in the south for some reason. Other information on the screen. This screen is going to overwhelm you. This is CERN's setup in Europe. This is also its setup, and I've overlaid the centre of our grids here to show you how these 8 segments match the 8 segments on here. So there's your Divine 9, your 8 around the centre and the 1 in the centre, 8 around here and 1 in the centre, your Divine 9 that seem to be in control of all these, what we would call like slave systems. These ones on the outside that aren't connected to the line, they can still receive transmissions and activate as and when needed. And that this is related to the earthquake data we've been tracking and showing you. It's these switching on and off create a magnetic field, and this is what the sun's traversing across. As you can see in this animation here, it would go around the edge of this halo and then it would be passed to another. This bottom left image, this is CERN setup. Notice the halo with 8 nodal points, which is exactly what we've been seeing in the sky already. So in other words, CERN is a reverse engineered angel. Angel being technology we've been giving sex and character to for a very long time. I hope that makes some sense. So that's what's happening there. It's electromagnetic trapping and manipulation. And you know, you can see Shiva there. Shiva is an angel, and there's its halo. It's as simple as that, guys. Everything's been skewed and twisted around into another kind of story. What you're going to see here is 100 years worth of eclipses. Just to show you that you can see the sun and moon's paths going across here. Mainly the sun, you know, solar eclipses, so it's showing you the sun's paths. And you can see them straight lines now being manipulated around the centerpiece. It should give you a better description, a better visual presentation of what's really happening. Here's 1,000 years worth of eclipses. 1,000 years, guys, in the blink of an eye. But you can see how it's being manipulated. That straight signal is being manipulated around the face of our world by this technology. And these things are everywhere. There's thousands and thousands of them. But looking at the Book of Enoch, he will literally say there's thousands and thousands. You'll find it in there. And they have to be. There's not just these primary 9 at the centre. There's plenty of others that have to manage to pass it over. And our current thinking is now the electromagnetic plates, what we call the tectonic plates. The theory now from us is when these come live, when the sun gets onto one of these tectonic plates, it activates a whole network of angel technology and the halos in the sky to pass the sun across. Now the sun, we think, could be something below ground in the physical halo below ground. Remember, the one in the sky is a projection from technology below. So there's a physical halo below ground with nodal points. And it's very possible the sun's going around this and we're seeing something in the sky being projected there from below. Either that or the sun is something in the sky and it's being passed along these magnetic pyramid-shaped magnetic fields. You've seen them in the images before from series. You can see here's some real footage of these said halos. These aren't CERNs, these are existing ones. You can see there people going out recording them. You'll see the sun's always going around the edge of it, and it's magnetically trapped and traversed to where it needs to be and handed over to another. And we think the tectonics, when it comes online, when the sun connects to a plate, say the Nazca plate, the whole plate becomes alive, it energizes the air around it, which creates daylight, and we think the sun is a secondary light. That's our current thinking. These two images came from P900 Sandra, she's probably in the chat there. You can see there on the left of the image, part of a nodal point captured. They show more when there's barium in the atmosphere. When you see barium, you see the whole halo and nodal points. But here, it's some kind of chemtrails illuminated this nodal point to the left of the sun in this image. And from Michelle in the States, you can see one there on the right. You'll see these everywhere, guys. Keep your eyes out for them. Very special, very unique. We estimate the size to be about 6 miles in diameter of each halo. And like I said, there's thousands and thousands of them. There has to be to move it, to move this across the sky. We're talking lots and lots of technology down below ground. And as you can see from the Nazca lines, it's a very detailed, structured environment. What they describe as hell. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be hot down there. There's a lot of work going on. But yeah, it's not what we thought it was. And there's definitely an underworld, 100%, because the Nazca lines are portraying it. So that's where I was up to with this research, guys. Any questions on that, people, or you want me to go over anything else, or anything that's add from you guys?
Well, I was gonna ask James if you wanted to talk a little bit more about his 2011 find of the Greenland bar. If you just wanted to tell us a little bit more about that discovery and how you didn't think it was anything significant then, and well, here you are today. So you want to just take us back to that point there?
I was just going to say, yeah, I think you should tell them how you felt, Jim, and how it's changed you since.
If you're still there, James. I think he's still on mute from before, you guys. Hold up.
Okay, I think I'm good.
All right.
How did I get here? I don't really know, but it's been long and arduous, and I can say that the circumstance that led to all this information coming together, and hard to disprove metal plates that are 1,500 miles possibly long and sticking out of a country and a continent like a sore thumb, and seeing their behavior and stuff. See, this plate goes down on an angle and there's heat under it, and what heat has to rise comes up along the edge of the plate, follows it to the surface, and it's hot enough to melt rock and create that volcanic activity. I first saw that when I was a kid, and I was fascinated by the lava, but that oddity of big metal bar above it was kind of weird, but it never really entered my mind that whatever. Later, I snatch a photo off the internet in 2011 and then wind up here talking about, and what it is one of the biggest secrets that's out there, things that these Freemasons and these Jesuits and all these people know. They know how structured and how symmetrical this world is. They know, all these creators of fiction and the brainwashing, that we're on a very square plane, and in all likelihood, I suspect, like others, there is more land south of south at the so-called, Antarctic. There's more north of north, where we call the so-called, where we twisted Russia around and, made it follow a hula hoop. You got to get that hula hoop, things moving in circles out of your mind. That's just a way to keep you dizzy and spinning. Even the stars, if we know now the sun and the moon are following these paths and stuff, and they're going in straight lines, the fact that we see stars moving in a circle doesn't mean that they're moving in a circle. Just like the sun looks like it's going round and round, and it's not. Then maybe the stars aren't going in a circle. They're going straight too. So maybe it's not worth arguing about, the northern dark horse and its rotation one way, and the northern, dipper and stuff. It's irrelevant. The more of this stuff is figured out, for me, it's like a big pinball machine. It's just magnets deflecting, and a beautiful cone with the sun on top of it down these plates from east to west, and a whole bunch of, not hell below us, but equipment, sophistication, structure, engineering beyond our wildest dreams. Not no hell. I mean, but anyway, you know, like I say, we're in an engineered environment. This world that we're in was created. And how did I get here? I guess maybe, you know, with all the circumstance and, I don't know, but it didn't happen by, you know, my hand or anyone else that's here. It'd be too long to organize and think up and plan out over decades. You can't. It's someone else's work, you know. So that's what I think brought me here. It was destined, and you know, I'm just a simple person, and so is everyone else here on the panel. We're not nothing special. But I got the door, so I just gotta bow out and let someone else talk for a minute. Be back.
Yeah, okay, Jim. I'll just present
Right.
this, guys. There's a bit more to it than you think as well, people. What you're seeing here is what Series took from Google and managed to convert into a real map. So that's the map we've been showing you there, but there's more to this. This is what's north of this map. Now, the information's all we can't, you know, Series can't decode the information that's been hidden from us. But you can see there, this is what's in the north. And of course, Antarctica. And not to mention these strange things here at the bottom. So this is the complete maps taken by Series from Google Earth and decrypted back into square images, and this is what it produced. So you can see there, it's a lot larger than you think. You know, the world doesn't end here. There's definitely more things in the north, and I'm seeing the same on the Nazca lines. Above this area, on the Nazca lines, I'm finding parts here for things. And of course in the south as well, I'm finding parts that would relate to South Antarctica. There's no, you know, there's nothing to say this also doesn't go east and west.
And this is
think,
the he removed the algorithm to come up with the square map.
Yeah. What the Series did was he took the round images out of. He took the round images from Google Earth, which converts everything to a ball, and squared them back off using an algorithm, and this is what was produced out of Google itself. So the data was in there, and it was just hidden with algorithms. And Series done this and generated this world map. And you can see the Mercator map basically is copied off this map. This is where it comes from by the look of it. It's derived from this map, although it's kind of compressed in the north to give that globe sloping appearance, I guess. Plus they hide a lot. They do hide a lot of data in the north as well. So yeah, we know there's more land and such north of our known realm. South has got more land than everywhere else, and it's very elevated. And like I said, there's nothing to say there isn't things east and west of these areas that we're not even aware of. We know roughly where the portal regions are that control the luminaries, and I mean all luminaries that are controlled. They're not.
Yeah, it might be worth noting too, another possible word for portals, because some people might be uncomfortable with it, but technically they're called gates, you know.
Yeah, portal gate. Portal translates as a gate, just a gate, yeah. Electrical. In electrical terms, yeah, put it down as a gate. That would make more sense.
It's less metaphysical. It doesn't draw people down that path. This is physical hardware up there and physical operations, you know, properties of electricity, etc. You know, it's hardware, it's not metaphysical.
Oh, you can see how hard it was for Enoch to try and describe what he was looking at. You know, he couldn't comprehend what he was looking at. Clearly, he was given a tour. He was shown everything. He'd done his best to describe it and get his message across. And when you start reading the Book of Enoch, or you know, various types of scripture, the older the better, I find, because it's been less tampered with or changed.
Well, I have a site that can give everyone a little taste of what Enoch saw, although it's, you know, slightly skewed because of, you know, the algorithms and stuff. It's still a beautiful view from above, and it reveals the plates around the, you know, Bermuda Triangle, all this stuff. It might be nice to just give that visual that anyone can go anytime and see these bars and weather patterns over them and stuff. How about that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, let me try.
Any research definitely include a technological aspect to it in what we've been describing here, and it should help your research.
Absolutely, and this would be a real good visual Oops, I'm not showing the link on my. I hate this thing. I really. How do I? Yeah, share. Where's the button go? Where did the Hangout go? Or sorry about that, folks. Give me 1 second. There's the Hangout. Try to share that one, I guess. Here. And whoops, we get this one away. Sorry if I did a no-no. Is my screen sort of up and sharing?
Yeah, I see it, Jim.
Okay, so this is the weather map from Earth Null School, where they removed that circular one that, was so complained about, because anyway, I don't miss it now seeing this, but in any case, this shows kind of our weather out over the Atlantic. And like I say, there's a bar that runs from basically the foot of Iceland here, where you see this little swirl going, all the way down literally to across from Florida. And then more plates that join across the Americas, right to out here by the Hawaiian Islands, where you see again, definite lines where these weather patterns are forming. They represent bars, these huge metal plates. Where else can we see some in action? Again, you have a good one. Where we go? Okay. Again, there are plates that run straight under Africa here, coming up towards, or here, sorry. You can see this triangular shape. That's part of a wedge that goes straight under the South Africa, Johannesburg, and butts out here. But, it's masked, it's distorted with their algorithms, but these lines that we see and swirls that we couldn't understand are almost the eddy points where two plates join, like down at the Bermuda Triangle, right, where that 90-degree plates meet. There's different effects when you have, in electrical things, a contact point, you have like a barrier, a junction, and a barrier, there's always some resistance, and that resistance has to be transferred into different energy forms, whether it's light energy, sound energy, heat energy. There's any number of things at junction barrier, and probably multiple things that come out of these junction barriers, and different magnetic patterns and stuff, and vortices. Now, if you can imagine a boat full of iron or other products that's a couple of football fields long, say 600 yards or whatever, 300 yards. Well, it's moving over a plate and sometimes shallow water that might be magnetized that is 200 miles wide and 1,500 miles long. And a magnet powerful enough to shoot up a magnetic field probably 60,000 feet or more into the air above it. I mean, that thing is well known, and they call it a devil's triangle, and they've been letting people go out there and get hurt basically, and they know what's there. These shipping companies, these moguls, they know these layouts, they know what's there, but they don't care. They'll take the chance and ship a container worth $50 million or more of goods, and they just want to get there on a certain date. They don't care if there's danger. They get paid anyway. You get insurance if you lose a load or something. You can't lose. Anyway, these things are well known, and there are things that happen that are much more predictable than they claim. I contend that volcanology, those guys are full of soot. The dark stuff comes out of a poorly burning fire. They're full of soot. And so are geologists, and so are all of those so-called sciences, because they're all aimed at skewing and distorting and promoting this, so-called science, which is just a tool being used to babbleize everything and keep people confused and believing idiots like Bill Nye, may I name a few, and Neil deGrasse Tyson and other propagandists, and just purveyors of all of this nonsense. And simple people, sometimes they're really good people, believe them over whatever might be the real truth. I don't know where that came from.
But the point is, of course, that the Earth is a circular dish surrounded by a barrier of ice.
I don't know where that came from. Let me get it off.
Andrea Barnes have been attempting.
See, I'm being attacked here. The other computer just turned on by itself, sort of. Let me try to shut it off there. No. Okay. But anyway, these plates have been well known. The fact that volcanoes are probably, and I'm pretty sure, switches turning off and on, controlling the sun, and other sensors telling others to control the weather, you know, or do any number of functions that are needed to keep our environment livable, including all the weather adjustments we need. So if this plate layout and we have a actually created sun that's local, then there's no ISS, there's no red car in space now, there's never an astronaut that spoke a true word, and on it goes. So, you know, I keep saying, NASA, I want my money back, and I think all of us are entitled to some. So even if NASA goes bye-byes, our governments are responsible for giving us restitution for some of that money. That's all there is to it. They can disappear, it don't matter. It's just, the government will stay real and, you know, have a different influence over it, hopefully pretty soon. And better reality will exist for a whole lot of people. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. It's a construction.
No, I agree. Going back to your junction barriers, James, would this be like the same thing as what One Conscious was talking about as far as being PowerPoints?
Yeah, well, you know,
there a
there's so
correlation
many
to that?
ways to have switches trip and activate, pressure switches. You know, if you have a pressure switch, it can be beside something. If it heats up, it expands, puts pressure on the switch, which engages, you know, a fan to cool it off or another action. See, one thing that's hard for people and might be a bit hard to wrap your head around, this is a system based on synchronization and not on time. Time is non sequitur. If I had to set all this before I put it in operation, you don't calculate no time nowhere. You set conditions, condition variables and stuff, and then you set it in operation. It has nothing to do with time. And this synchronization can self-adjust depending on the variables that are input during periods of its cycles, or, you know, it has built in, it normally, like, okay, we'd say, oh yeah, our sun works on time. That's not actually the truth, and we have to adjust for seasonal or yearly differences. We all see it, leap years, all this nonsense. It's allowing for that, you know, it's sort of like again, there has to be tolerances. A system cannot do what it does and not have flexibility. Again, it has every kind of sensor you can imagine to know what's going on for us and the ability to change it at its will, or even at God's will, because I'm sure God is still very much in control of all this. But not to go preachy or nothing, but I mean, this is a structured environment that we live in, a huge, huge constructed world, and we're just so blessed to be here. We don't deserve to be lied to and, you know, hidden from the truth. This stuff was scratched in the sand. When I was 5 years old, my dad should have been able to tell me about it, and his dad should have been able to tell him, and your parents should have been able to tell you. We should have been able to understand that, you know, stories of the Thunderbirds and the giants and the Nephilim and all this stuff. Even, you know, why hide the Book of Enoch from us? Remove it from study. Huh? What are you trying to hide? They're just trying to edit the narrative, create a truth where there was some truth, but, you know, edit it to control.
Well, they have done that, and, you know, in all religions, you know, any monotheistic religion, it has the same attributes. Each god has the same attributes as the other, so they're all based off the same principle, you know.
Yeah.
That animation Jimbo showing there, guys, you can also see where technology in use. You can see where the halos are, and this is what's creating the winds. Scripture doesn't lie. It doesn't lie. It is responsible for generating winds, tornadoes and such.
And where you see, I think the plates on, it's darker gray, where they're, highlighting the magnetic, look how straight this line is here, and how straight this uptake is, or whatever. These are just like magnets. You're seeing, like, if we put powdered iron on, a bunch of magnets here and there and move them around. It's basically what you're seeing, Just they change the magnets under the plates to adjust, and that's what we're seeing. It's all magnetism from below, controlled by technology. It ain't hell. It's a real place with dimension, with switches, with,
So this truly is an electric universe, isn't it?
No, well, yes and no. It's runoff of wave energy, definitely. I don't say electricity.
Wave energy, okay.
There's no electricity on flat Earth. Like I say, I've described that to people before. Everything's
Yes, you have
insulated.
gone over it before, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
The transformers, primary and secondary windings, are totally insulated from the iron core that separates them. And only, magnetic induction in Henry's moves or creates a tension, just kind of like a rocking effect, and the whole thing is a rocker effect. It's how, anytime electricity flows, it creates magnetic waves. So basically, you flow a coil, electricity through a coil, you're going to get a magnet produced or a magnetic effect produced about it. Metal helps to amplify it, basically, like picking up tons of scrap metal at a yard with one of those electromagnets. That extra.
Yeah,
metal.
I think you called it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you called it flux wave or something like that.
Yeah, flux, gauze, or it's just the kind of wave compression between these waves that are being forced and pushed around in a very specific direction. Like they come out of the north end and they return back to the drain, south, wherever the south may be. It's directional. And they, like I say, I believe, people don't say it that way, but the magnets, the hard magnets we have, the permanent magnets, they're oriented domains of iron. They're crystals that are pointed north and south, all aligned in rows and columns, if you will, and they are able to rectify anything, any signal that hits them, no matter what wavelength, no matter what frequency. The microwave, I don't care. If you sing to it, it'll change those waves. It'll clip them in half, and some of that energy, it's sort of not energy, or it'll be lost as heat, and the rest, it has to go somewhere. It has to. It's an imbalance.
Yeah.
I
know I mentioned this earlier, and I know I mentioned it earlier, but I always wondered, why don't we have an Arctic moon? You know what I mean? Why the moon is not visible for 24 hours in the northern part of our plane, or the northern part of the square?
It's likely it's created by the same kind of mechanisms that and magnetic fields that, because it is called the lesser light. So I imagine that there's a series of switches and a limitation to where it can go depending on the magnetic configuration at the season, where normally you'd expect it, say, to go higher. It just doesn't, because it's not there for those plates. It does disappear 3 days a month. So I don't know. I've really not even able to wrap my head around most of this. It just, honestly, for me, it got so mind-boggling that your brain almost goes numb and you go into a sort of paralysis almost. It's so mammoth in scale. Think of it. A huge plate like that, the size of the continent almost, 250 miles by 1,450 miles by at least 40, 50 feet thick, moved as a single piece, and that's not the only one. And they were placed and engineered. No freaking Big Bang did that. You gotta have holes in your head to think that anything but a creator could manufacture a piece of steel that big and make this place over more infrastructure below and above. You gotta have holes in your head. Now we know. I know. I always knew there was a creator, but you know, sort of, you know, all that ignorance and all that. I've got, you know, a few atonements to make.
Yeah.
Another story, another chat.
No, but well, yeah, when you think of like the God that made this, or the creator of this realm, of this construct, I mean, that piece is enormous, man. Like seriously, he's like must be like the titan of all titans to create this puny little world that we're in. We're just like this little experiment, if you will. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
You know?
Because you know what? This piece was cut from bigger pieces, a bigger piece. It's hard to comprehend. But even that piece, it might have been 4 times as big and who knows how long, and then cut into sections to do the job. Though the bar in Iceland, it's like, here, I can show you. Let me cam up again for just a split second. Just have to stop sharing and cam up. And I can show it right there probably. Here. Okay, where's the cam button? Hello, cam button. Hello. Okay, wrong window.
Yep. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
Get back to. I hate these windows. There's too many. Oh, I think I showed the URL or something accidentally, so I hope people are on guard.
Yeah. Yeah, and if anybody in chat have any questions, Cats or FEV can read them off.
There was one there, or someone mentioning Antarctica. Why isn't it included? Like one conference mentioned, we don't have a lot of data from the south.
See,
but part of it is included. And hold on, Jim, before you present, I'll just present this to show them how. Can you see that, guys? That map?
Let me show this.
You can see the magnetic data there going down into South Antarctica. That's kind of at the end of where this 12 by 12 grid terminates. That would be the southern portal, say, that region. That's what that was, the reference to that. Right, back to you, Jim.
Okay, so am I still presenting? Yeah, there's my camera, I guess. Okay, and I'll put that back up there. Good. Okay, down here, I was trying to get away and just take a day off of everything, because let me find the chat so I can at least see what's going on. If everything's okay. God, I hate these windows. There you go. Okay, so you see this little playset for learning electronics and stuff? Well, the bar in Iceland, let me try to dig this out. The bar in Iceland really represents something like this, an electric jumper. But this one's got plastic coating and stuff. But this would basically fit, you know, across, where is it there? Up there, Iceland, Greenland there. I'm too close, but if it's basically like making your electrical connections with just a huge toy set. Everything's uniform. If you know you have a pressure switch and it engages or whatever, I mean if something's too hot, a fan will kick on or whatever. As soon as you know conditions are right, the light, well, it'll go off. And then things will be shut off through relays. Not relays for some of these switches. Millions of pounds, billions of tons. Just the nature of dealing with that much electricity. I know in biggest electrical installation I worked on, the wire was triple aught, 10 pounds per foot. You know, the circuit breakers were as big as my leg. Basically, they're explosive, you know, well-designed explosive to cut the electricity. But, you know, down there, and it's like a complex, it's like a substations and all these big modern stuff that we have and big buildings, but it's bigger. But it's all modular stuff, and plates we see on top here, we see one on Iceland, we see another one down off the Atlantic. They're just huge plates, 1,450 miles long about, that have been cut and placed in exact positions like you see on that wall. Some even tailored to be a specific size, like the plates that do the bouncing or reflecting, you know, towards the east there, that go into Vanuatu and to northern Russia and just, sort of north and south of the equator. But those are fashioned plates. They're manufactured to do exactly that job, and they were put there to work to help to guide the sun over this plane, over this section, this whatever grid and land masses and all that. But it's constructed like with a huge Lego set that, this would be like God's Lego set, but his Lego set would be, you can't imagine. I can't imagine. But anyway, that's where we are. We're in a world created by, I guess, what you call a God so great, we can't even wrap our heads around what's there. Can't. I can't. Like I say, this stuff, when you really start thinking of it, your brain will go numb. It's okay though, because we should have all known this young, and it's in the teachings everywhere. But all these liars that got in our way because they're just greedy people, and they, learned how to manipulate and dominate and all this stuff. They had their run. It was fun. But all empires do come to an end, and like I say, there's probably a better empire to build awaiting there. But nonetheless, I mean, it's a very simple world. There's no, voodoo in the sun. It's not a burning ball of gas, billions or million miles away, 93 million miles away. It never was. The only thing that got it that far away from us is liars. The only thing that turned this plane into a ball are the same liars. So, for all these people yapping at the mouth and laughing at people who believe A in creation, B, laughing at flat earthers and stuff, well, like they say, flat earthers know something. Now everyone knows something.
Question from someone in chat called More Swole there, Jimbo. I'll answer it first and then I'll pass it to you for your answer. But the question is, what does the panelist think if I said the moon is a carbon-based diamond cubic photon pulse organizer which cubes the crystal grid forms and waveforms?
A little too esoteric.
Let me reply first. The sun, moon, possibly all luminaries in what would be termed in modern terms, possibly in the physical form down below ground in what we would call a particle accelerator, the physical halo below ground, which is the modern copy of the angel technology. All our luminaries might not be in the sky. There might be projections from within these particle accelerators below ground. They may seem the electromagnetic projection in the sky. Of course, you'll see that with these halos when barium, etc., is in the atmosphere. Over to you, Jim, for your reply.
Yeah, the moon for me is a construction that a manifestation from these technologies. It's starting to really show where it begins and ends at plates and stuff. Very predictable, sequences, intervals. So it's part of the machine. I don't think it's a floating rock crystal that helps to crystally manifest everything else or nothing like that. It's a lot more simple, a lot more, really, in a way, nuts and bolts and magnetism and electricity. That's a lot of it. But, it's not all. It's just open to, maybe a bit of a more coherent conversation about our world and, design what might be around and, even maybe, I don't know what it might change, but anyway, we know these plates are there. We know more or less the shape. We know a lot of things now. Like,
are these plates responsible for what you've said before? You didn't talk about it tonight, but you've said about atomic absorption. Are they part of this
yes, they certainly could be, and there's no question. Like I say, the blue we see as the light emitted as sunlight in the day is not from the sun. The light is in situ. It's made where you see it. So that blue comes from where you see it. It's waves that hit probably the hydrogen that's free in the air from evaporation in the water there, or even other, just the average, because the sky color can vary slightly, the blue, but it's wave energy exciting, an electron to a higher valence level, and then in a split second, it loses that force that forced it to that higher level, pushing on it. And when it drops back down to its normal state, light is emitted, blue light from hydrogen. So, it's not the sun that actually lights up our world. And one thing we did kind of notice about the sun is, again, if you really think of it, the crepuscular rays, they don't go all the way up. They only come down to the ground for a certain width of your vision. If they were, rays from a sun far, far away, they would radiate out in all directions, but they don't. They're actually, you're not seeing, in a sense, the light and shadow, you're seeing exposure of the magnetic waves and the cone that the sun is riding on. And if you think of it, it's to the edges of those plates or somewhere.
How far do you think the sun is, James?
Well, probably less than 10 miles, 20 miles. I don't know. It's if I knew the energy is going into the plates, and which I'll probably never know. Anyone will probably never know. Well, maybe some do, because again, it's something that can be calculated. I mean, and we sort of see it in those magnetic data that Ceres did. That there's like a bridge, and it's possible that the sun rides somewhere on the crest of that. There's so many things, it's just still so speculative and so unknown. It'd take like Ken Taylor to start looking at some of this or something.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
I know how basic systems work, because I've done a lot of repair and stuff. So
question in chat there, guys. I'll just present this and talk through it a sec. Right, it says, remind me again who the creator was. Well, the creator, we don't know who the creator is, whoever you would call God or the creator. Is this presenting? Can you see that? Yeah. Yeah. Right, I'll take you back to the Nazca lines again. This is the Nazca Mandala and the Sunstar of Peru overlaid on Ceres' world map. And this is what completes the grid. The background grid is the 12 by 12. It contains 6 squares, 6 concentric circles, and 6 rhombi. The centerpiece in white is the 8 by 8 grid that contains the heart of the machine and the technologies it's connected to, and the portal system, which is, all this is basically below ground, apart from wherever the portals come out into our realm. We do think there's more realms outside of ours. Looking at Ceres' map, there has to be. We would expect to see more outside of this, more land. Especially when you look at Antarctica, that's very elevated landmass compared to the rest of the world. And I attribute that to the congregation of the network of grids there, the grid below ground and the halo systems above ground. And I think they do have a pull factor on land, which helps create landmass. When you get earthquakes, the land gets raised. It's pulling up on the landmass. A good example, one used last week, I think it was, in New Zealand, an earthquake, and about 6 foot of ground was increased in New Zealand. So yeah, it's definitely responsible for land mass. It does send signals to volcanoes, and there's communications going on that we've been monitoring on the Mimic maps. If you're not familiar with this, I do recommend watching some of our older videos. Where we relate the Mimic map signal into this technology going on, and can kind of pinpoint it using the geoglyphs where it's coming from and going to. This realm, we believe this is the complete grid for our realm. If the lands outside of ours are separate realms, then they probably run on similar type grids. This one grid here is designed for this realm only. It's a life support system for this realm, basically. Is how I would call it. It helps life flourish by design.
Yeah, I think you said one time, Brahma, was it Brahma that was the creator?
Yeah, well, you look at different cultures, religions, whatever, they've all got a different name for all these deities, angels, gods, whatever you would like to call them. Brahma, the creator, would be the one at the center. It's controlling all the others, or sending signals. It's the power source, it's the heart of the machine. Whatever Brahma is, it's the centerpiece at Yeah, it seems to be 3 different types: the creator, the maintainer, and the destroyer, from by scripture. And these would be these 8 around the center of the 8x8 grid, plus the one in the center being Brahma, the creator, running them all. Very powerful. Lots of energy, free energy everywhere, guys. I mean,
Oh yeah.
if you've still got your images, one of the power stations, could you put that up on screen to show them? I'll show you how power stations link into the ley lines and to the grid.
Yeah, let
Yeah,
me
good.
send it
Cool.
to you. Is that okay if I send it to the chat here?
Yeah, hold on. I've probably still got it. Hold on a sec. I'll just load it up.
Here, I have it right. Or you have it?
Yeah, the sun trajectory and the moon trajectory are they're on their own path, it seems. Well, they're definitely on their own path. You can see that. And the moon seems to just alternate like every night, it seems. It's in different places as you see it. We've gone through that before, but anyhow, yeah, go for it. One. I was just looking at some notes that we had here before.
I was waiting for the picture to go up.
There you go. It's on screen for you now, one.
Okay. Sorry, what did you want me to talk about? The power stations?
Yeah, you can see the huddle of them there.
Yeah. So, I mean, they know this. They know that this is where these energy spots are. They've built power stations around all of these different plates and energy lines where we get our frequent earthquakes, which is where the energy is coming out of the earth in these spots as it travels. So they're harvesting it. I mean, you can see it around CERN, which is a huge energy power plant, particle, whatever they do there. And when you zoom in, it stems from the center, and it has little arms that are coming out of it. I mean, you can see each little arm of nothing but straight lines of power plants. And I actually went and looked these up on a map and pinpointed each and every one of them the best I could. And, it's going to stem out, it's going to wrap around, and it seems like it's going to kind of make a big circular type Fibonacci spiral type. I may not have them all mapped, or even close, but there's so many that it would take me years to get them all on there. They are just tapping in, taking the energy and selling it back to us. They've stolen all the land. They've called the energy all of theirs, even though it was put here by the creator for us to be able to live here in this world. And that's the thing that we need to open up to people, and the idea that this is all free. We could do this. We could do this ourselves. We don't need their energy and power lines. That's a comfort. That's a comfort that they use to keep us enslaved. And now I'm going to stop ranting. Sorry.
Rod's welcome. Yeah, so you can see there, guys, the flower of life, the Fibonacci sequence is the signature of the angels. This is how we know their signature. This is where it's generated from, this rotating toroidal energetic field coming from this technology. And it's if you look at tornadoes, dust devils, this is them starting up. You can actually monitor them starting up if you know where to look. And you'll see the dust devils developing into tornadoes if it gets faster. This is how it works. They're responsible for. We've got an origin now for lightning, the halo in the sky. That's where the lightning's originating from. Add some water like rain, you're going to get arcing. That's where it's coming from. The halos, earthquakes, volcanoes. They're capable of all these things. It gives a lot of answers for things that's going on around our world. Real life data. Is what we're finding, and we are connecting it to the earthquake data. Well, I've got this image on screen. Hold on, there's another one that one wanted to show. This one here. I'll pass you back to that TU1 so you can go through that one there.
Oh, all that was just backing up the data that Jimbo was showing and the different circular spots, because I went on and I went to one of the weather sites and just copied the weather patterns, and it shows how it swirls around. It doesn't go around a globe, and it doesn't go around in a straight circle. It follows its path. It takes little loops, and some of the cold mixes with the hot, you know, and this is how it works. I mean, this is how it works. And he was showing the real time, and you could see it really good, how it comes up, you know, to the northeast and wraps back up and around and comes back down. Anyway, that's all I was trying to show with that picture.
Yeah, that one in
Yeah.
there.
I was gonna say something. Okay, so okay, everybody here knows the Earth's circumference, right? Does that change with this information? Do those numbers change? Knowing this, the circumference is one measurement, but does this change that whole dynamic, or does it remain the same? Anybody?
The circumference of the globe. Well, that would be,
yes.
Well, basically, they're getting that figure from one side of one halo to one side of the other, really, on this electromagnetic projection. So, that's that's probably their measurement of one side of halo to another, really. We do.
What's 24,000, 24,900? So,
yeah.
So that tells us.
Looking at our grid,
go ahead.
that would be 3,100 miles per grid, per square on the grid. If that's if that's true figures, that would make the grid about 3,100 miles per square.
Well, that's why I asked that question. I was wondering, does that change? I guess that's something that needs to be looked into.
They're basically measuring the technological projections of the realm. It's not actually the landmass that figures are coming from, I find. It's where the technology ends. Well, that's the circumference or the distance across the 8x8 grid. But in the background there's a 12x12 grid, so it's wider than this, telling us already. And we can see from Ceres' map there's more land in the south and north. And
with the 15x15 grid, right?
Yeah, we haven't got any imagery from east or west of what we've seen on Ceres' map. But I mean, you can see a lot in the north and south that we didn't know existed, though. That's a bonus already.
So that number doesn't hold water, does it? I'm sorry, I just got off a little subject, but I was just talking about
some more animations up to show. One of you guys take over a minute. I've got some more stuff to show you.
What's good in the chat, everybody? Again, thanks for being here. You guys have any more questions? Oh, FPV, I got a question. I got another question for you.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So what about the anomalies in Antarctica? With some of the crazy things that were going on down there a few years back, and then they removed some of the camera work. They CGI'd stuff. They overlaid stuff. They were blocking some imagery of some strange activity. Perhaps there's a portal there we were talking about, but how does that fit into this now?
It looks to me like these modern Angel copies, they're called CERNs that they're creating.
Mm-hmm.
We've got 24-hour sun in the north. They haven't got it in the south. They're faking it. can show you a video if you want of 24-hour sun in the Antarctic, and that it is definitely fake. I'll load that up if you want. It'll be this
Yeah,
one.
sure. I thought you were going to show us something else. Were you looking for something else?
It was, yeah.
You're still searching? No, keep searching for what you're
Yeah.
looking for. Let's
couldn't-
get
I couldn't-
let's get one conscience back in here.
I
She's
couldn't
drifting, you
locate the
guys.
thing I was looking for.
Let's get one back in here. One.
What? What? What?
Let's pull you back over here.
What's up?
Yeah, no, I was just, we were talking about your PowerPoints and stuff, and the correlation with James's stuff, and yeah, I could see there's definitely a connection with energy that's flowing through there. So that's
What I think
that's a good connection,
Yeah, what I think it is when he's showing the plates, those are where the signals are going to hit. But what my quakes are is the actual energy, the signal flowing through the earth to get to the next spot, if that makes sense.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, because what I'm showing is the actual energy, and what he's showing is the creation, the plates, what has been put into the earth, and what is catching these signals and sending them wherever they are designated and designed to go next. So it is a great correlation because, he, again, just like me and FP, he's doing his own work and I'm doing mine, and they are just fitting together so beautifully that we can all see exactly what's going on.
Definitely. Yeah, there's this, it's synchronized.
Yeah.
Basically. And it's, like you said, you guys are working independently, and then you guys get together, and then there's this correlation, and it's good stuff. And we applaud you for that. Thanks for that. Did you find that?
And
FPV, you still searching for it?
There's another thing that helps to confirm the accuracy, and no one has to second guess. She knows the difference between a natural earthquake that has nothing to do with these timers and these switches, because there are, things and materials that get hollowed out and collapse, and they will cause earthquakes. The ones from these switches have a signature, a sound wave that is always identical for each individual switch, and they come from the same place. So in a random science that they call earthquakes, well, I mean, how can these earthquakes, which are random, have so many exact signatures from an exact spot? It's because it's some type of machine or device, and that's its cycle when it gets engaged.
Yep, that's exactly right. And what it is some of these places that get hit are man-made. They're made from the fracking of our surface. They're made from dams and all that water that's just sitting on those areas and seeping down into the cracks of the earth. That causes earthquakes as well. But the ones that are, say, deeper, I'm kind of thinking that's a switch point. Those deeper ones is when it hits one of those to send the signal to a different area. And these more shallow.
I'll put the animations on for you now. Hold on.
And I think sort of too that deep below there are pressure sensors. If too much stuff builds up, like over a volcano, like St. Helens or Shasta or whatever, they trip a switch, and it's just a question of time till they blow or, erupt.
Well, I think that has to do with the amount of energy that the crystals and the quartz crystals and the different limestones and stuff hold as it just kind of catches it. Well, crystals absorb. So they're holding all this extra little energy, and you're right, when it starts to build up too much, that's when it's going to explode. Because what causes crystals? Well, it's hot volcanic flow flowing through water or glaciers is what causes these crystal formations. So yes, and they're absorbing this energy. I mean, everybody that's ever studied crystals knows that a crystal will absorb all sorts of different energies. Witches hold them in their pockets daily for absorbing negativity around them.
And there's therapeutic values, even without witchcraft and stuff. Light and other stuff has therapeutic value for people, and crystals are key to, all frequencies and stuff. So it's a bit esoteric, but it's a fact.
Well, you can also charge them, and that's what, like in the Wiccan religion, I refer to that because I studied it a long time when I was younger. But you charge your crystal and it holds the energy that you're putting into it as a personal effect. So, you know, I'm sure that these crystals that are under these volcanoes, which is our power spots, because they're pushed up from the energy, and they're forming all these crystals, they're holding this energy, and yeah, when it builds up, it pops. It has to release. It can't hold more than it can hold, you know.
And
Can you
people
see
don't
that screen?
understand
Can you see that
crystals.
screen on?
They
Uh-huh.
can emit light. Crystal under pressure can be a source of, you know, real output of electric energy, and form an orb over the ground and dancing lights like some mountains have.
There you go. This is one of the maps done by Iron FE. A big shout out to Ron for helping in the background. This is data collation of earthquakes. What we've got here is about 5 weeks of data now to show you. I'll let one talk through it, and I'll just let it cycle through them all till she's finished. All yours, One.
Yeah, so what I was saying is, so the blue ones are our shallower ones, and then it goes, you know, yellow, orange, and red as they go deeper, and then purple for the deepest. So I'm thinking that the blues, the more shallow ones, are the signals shooting across the land, you know, in the past. These deeper ones are when it hits a point where it needs to change. So the signals come across, they hit a plate, and they somewhat change the direction to go and signal to the next plate. And it's carrying our sun, like we showed you earlier. It carries the moon, it carries the winds. So each one probably has different functions. You know, some of those are for the sun movement, and some of those are for the moon, but some of those are for the wind, and if that makes sense.
Yeah,
By
it
the way,
makes sense to me.
great.
Various technologies switching on in the workings of our world is what you're seeing there, guys.
Yeah.
You can see the one. You can see the one over Alaska, the busy little fellow. That's the icon in Jim's avatar there, the solar clock, as it was called. You can
And
see now how
again,
it's behaving there in the northwest.
mechanically, to the west is where you're going to have the flyback killer, where the sun gets put in neutral for a split second, and then it gets reset in the east at another, well, gate or deflected to a slightly different spot to do its next cross of the plane, basically, and follow these guiding magnetic forces that are being switched on and off across, you know, like just scanning of a TV screen, the little electron that's going across your screen, the same type of configuration and electronics are involved to manipulate magnetic fields. All of the same basic things have to be here that are in your TV set, the old cathodes or in an oscilloscope. Truly, truly is a flyback system. It may be real hard to believe that we have a new sun every day, but that's the truth. And the truth is NASA doesn't have an SRO in a Goldilocks zone halfway between here and the sun that can do flipperoonies and cool off its backside because its front side got too hot and spin halfway around and still pick up data. They're filming probably a little hot plate or something with a little candle or a little propane torch to redden a little piece of metal. And they got a camera on that, and that's what they're showing people as the sun. Something stupid. And then you have like a guy, he's doing SROs, the solar observation, and he got $500,000 donated from people, generous people. He has a bus and he's going all over the world to do whatever solar research and connect it to earthquakes. The 90 million mile away sun for his research. And he got $500,000 and more from people to get this bus to travel to Arizona, to here, there. You know, there's something already, you know, and that's big in the sense that it's an entire website that years ago I was following. You know, I was checking out this guy, and he still hadn't had the $500,000 bus and all this stuff that he's real happy to have now, I'm sure. But maybe after this comes out, not so happy. But again, he was another one out there, very smooth, very good videos, sounds like great knowledge and information, and it hooks you. But every word of it's babble. So I don't know. I think NASA got some, once this gets out, and I'll make sure it gets out to, basically the Mormons who are flat earthers now, the alumni for the last couple of years at Brigham Young College, they're flat earthers. Other religious people, other creationists. I'm going to get it out to everyone I can, face to face, pressing palms. And like I say, a lot of people used to laugh at me, and I ran into a half a dozen at least there yesterday or the day before. And I laid it out. And boy, were they, the silence was deafening. But, I didn't tease them or do anything. I left them, I think with that brain paralyzed, because, when you see it a little bit laid out and scratched onto a Kleenex or paper, it's so easy to understand. Stuff that we've been told, like the Devil's Triangle, to see it put out with such beautiful pieces of metal in the ground or just laid out under the ocean to do a job. And the intersection, the piece of metal that joins with it, that triangle shape. And they know about it and they let people die. How can they? Well, hopefully this is why we're all here tonight and trying to get this information out, to shut up some of these like lying beaks and people who are doing what they're doing and just distracting, and get a little more, well, hopefully a bunch of the so-called flat earth leaders who should be watching this right now tonight and probably aren't. I mean, well, if they don't, they missed a certain vote, because they're just going to have to watch the edited version, not be able to ask questions now live or do whatever. Because this, when you think of it, is an event. This information is very accurate, from the placing of these bars, the earthquake data, to FBP's analysis of what are called angels. Even if there are two kinds, real angels with wings and these machines, they're both called angels. They're both very powerful, right? According to any stories about them. But these hardware angels are used for so many different things. They're engineering marvels. They when they say bring the mountain to Muhammad, I think that's exactly what they did. They can turn on and raise a mountain in probably 40 days and 40 nights. Anyway, it's a structure, it's a construct, it's not a big bang. We're not floating through an endless universe. Everything is so structured beneath us. It's not a hell. It's like an amazing factory of machine technology and all this stuff, giving us everything, sensing all our needs as far as weather goes. So-called global warming and all these other jokes they're using to tax us so we reduce our carbon footprint and blah, blah, blah. How come all of these people, these globers, are pushing all these lies, putting poisons in our skies, saying that, oh, our spinning ball hurling through the great attractor trillions of miles away, we need to spray stuff to cool it down because, oh boy, it's getting hot. When every control is below our feet to control the air, the rain, the wind, the tides, the Bay of Fundy. When water gets compressed with nowhere to go, it backs up. The one plate that runs north-south in the Atlantic off the eastern seaboard, and the one that traverses it north of Quebec, when they turn on and off, or at least the long one, north-south one, it pushes water back and gives a low tide. When the water comes back, it runs into these barriers both at the right and left, trying to head north, and well, it's like a bathtub or whatever, as water that can't go forward backs up. Some goes forward, but there's a whole, well, at least 50 feet of water that backs up and becomes a 50-foot high tide in the Bay of Fundy. And they say, oh, it's the moon that causes the high tides. I think most of us seeing this can figure out pretty quick, the moon ain't causing no high tides. The moon ain't being stuck in our orbit by no magic gravity. And so neither are the other 8 planets or 9 planets, including Pluto with goofy little Disney dog on it. The whole playing board with these plates exposed. Like I say, one day I'm gonna probably, if I finish with the lights, because I want to get a 3,000 watt, marine searchlight that has a beam that can be seen 7.5 miles away, and do a 6-mile experiment, and maybe put like some mylar reflectors from water level up a post to say 50 feet up, and then shine from across the water and see if I can't see the reflection from the water and count, I prove there's, no curve, I only shine on the second sheet. A mylar sheet is like $1 each for a 6x6 reflective surface that you're going to stick to a board. A few dollars, you got a bunch of reflectors miles away from you. You point a light at it and, go up a little cliff wall. I count 5, I put 5. It means, no curve. If there was a curve, you'd see reflection from 4 or 3 higher ones, But anyway, I'd like to, and I'm probably going to, I'm still focused on it. I'm going to get a 3,000 watt marine searchlight and go point it at people's freaking butts. 6 miles.
It's good because you'll the Balder is always using geodetic surveying.
Distorted lenses.
Yeah, with the pseudoscience and the curved horizon. We've talked about this before. So
that's a thing of the past. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Back to the research animation, guys, that's on screen. This is another gem made by Iron FE. It's the sun and moon tracking he's started doing for us. He's connected the sun and moon. As you can see there, he's made a connection between the sun and moon, so we can see what kind of relationships going on with those. Over time, we should be able to plot the offsets and the true movements of these luminaries around the halos on the grid. That's the plan. That's the long-term plan.
Yeah, the full moons, the blue moons, the blood moons, the quarter moons, every phase of the moon, and predict eclipses and everything to a T, just like Aztecs, Mayans, or others, because it's the same technology that we're looking at. It's predictable, but it doesn't run on time. It runs on a sequence of events in part, but a synchronization, a certain number of cycles that it must go through, but it's given flexibility in the amount of time it can go through. The Earth doesn't care about time, neither does the sun. It's an invention. Another thing to distort reality. It's something to give you and then steal back from you. Oh, you're running out of time. Oh, you owe me your time. What?
It's perpetual.
It's our time, if there is time. And time moves through us. We don't move through no time. Like I say, I really believe, the biggest legacy any of us have is not whether we have a yacht, a boat, or this or that. It's how we treated ourselves and others. It's never too late. Most of us, I'm no saint. I've hurt most people that I've ever known. I'll be honest with you. But I've been resistant to lies and stuff, and can't start giving in to liars, cheaters, people stealing from you, other stuff. Lies about where you live and who you are just the same as stealing your wallet or your property. It really amounts to the same thing. Theft. Steal a nickel or $5,000. We want to distort that and say common sense says, a nickel is less. You don't punish it the same way as 5,000. Well, theft is theft. The rest is quantification. How you quantify it. See, it doesn't matter if you steal 1 cookie or 6. Still, stealing, right? It's not about how many or how much. People it's okay, it's under $5,000. We call that, and above it's called grand theft. Well, okay. Why are they different? Anyway, there's a lot of things probably going to change. We'll get a lot more common sense, common law justice back maybe, and more level-headed people that are sort of good, caring, whoever. It don't matter. I don't care. But people take good care of themselves, God's home that's been made for us, and each other. All I'd like to see is make a better world for everyone right there.
Yeah, it's a plan.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking at.
James.
Hopefully, you know, with this presentation we've done tonight, hopefully people can share it. People can have a bigger picture of what's going on. What we're showing you guys is the bigger picture of how it works. It doesn't need broken down to its macro levels. And, you know, if anyone can help with that, or if it helps your research, fine. Take what you can from it and use it in your research. I'm just going to present this, Jim, the new mayor fakery going on. I'll play this and then I'll let you take over again, mate. This is to show you how they're faking the Antarctic 24-hour sun. If you keep watching this, I'll let it play through, and you'll see a light source up here on the 12th of December. I'll put it into a night vision mode so you can see it easier. You can see there the light radiating from it at the center of the screen. Now just keep watching and you'll see the real sun going past in the background. Or, well, which I thought we used to think was the real sun, but I pretty much know now what's behind that building is a green screen. It's just a complete stage mock-up. You'll see why I come to that conclusion at the end of it, because I'm going to compare some things they reused in the scene. But you can see there's a light source. It started on the 12th of December. It's still going now, trying to fake the 24-hour sunlight, I would assume. What we get in the summer in the north, it's not happening in the south. But looking at the grid, it is possible. Perhaps that's why they're making all these CERN units. They're maybe going to reroute the sun south to give it a 24-hour sun in the south. But currently, they're having to do this, it looks like. You see the sun going past there, yet there's still a light source radiating away there. That could be the NASA sun simulator. Whatever it is, it's very bright. And you can see it radiating. You know, I filmed this over the course of not far off a month, and it's never moved. It's in the same place over and over. It could even be projected from that crane on the left, on that platform. That is a green screen behind that building. 100%. You'll see that cloud going past there. You'll see them reusing it again shortly when they do a side-by-side comparison. Reusing the same special effects on 2 different days.
Yeah, I remember going through this before with you. Yeah.
Yeah. And then here's the comparison. I think it's 21st and 22nd of December. 2 different days, but you'll see the same cloud reused. It actually jumps back to the 21st on the 22nd if you watch the date carefully. But keep watching and you'll see the same cloud used a second time on a different day. But not only that, I've done a close-up scan left and right of that building and the vehicles in the foreground. It's just like the moon stage set. You know, there's a screen, only with this it's a bit more modern. You've got the green screen background, but you do get the ghosting around the edges of all the foreground objects, and that can only be caused by a green screen being behind them.
No, the keyed out.
Yeah, it's just bad keying, really. Someone did sack. So yeah, green screen confirmed, really, for me. It's fake. You can see there, yeah, this is the ghosting one. If you look around the edge of the building, you can clearly see the ghosting where it's kind of causing a problem with the screen behind it. It'll pan left and right just to show you. Look around the top of the building, you can see it all like fuzziness around the objects. You always get that, and especially down the edge of the building, you see the straight line down the edge, you can see ghosting of another edge there, dark shape. That's how you can tell a green screen. It's a bit of a giveaway. Too easy, this. Yeah, same there, look with the vehicles. You can see all the ghosting around them. So the vehicles and the buildings possibly rail or props. But what's behind them is definitely a green screen. You'll see more now as it pans left with this filter on. And you look underneath on the left side of the building, you can see actually the green squares. But yeah, the sun, you know, they're just faking the sun like they faked ISS and everything else. So currently they don't have 24-hour sun looking at this, but I think what they're doing with these CERN units is where the sun, that path that One Conscience showed, where the sun was going on the 6 halo out, where you wouldn't see any light from it. I think they're possibly trying to reroute that south, give the south 24-hour sun. So yeah, that's what it really looks like. That's what you're looking at for real there, a green screen and some props and a few vehicles, in my opinion. Back to you, Jim.
Cool. Yeah, James.
I just like to hope and emphasize that everyone can who's interested download and save a copy and, you know, start rattling some cages. I'm sending, you know, a link to the Planetary Society. Well, that's run in part by Bill Nye, the science guy. So, you know, this, you know, it's accurate. And, you know, it's got to be shoved under noses. Like, I don't have Eddie Bravo's email or nothing, but it would be well if he saw it. If everyone would possibly know, you know, that is a flag you get slapped at, you know, well, why not? They should see this. Like I say, I hope there's a bunch of people from the quote community. We tried to inform everyone we could that, you know, runs, hangouts, etc. I hope they're here and taking something away from this, and it can start a different flat earth water cooler, you know, as of kind of like even now or tomorrow when it starts to sink in. But this is accurate and it's flat. There's no question. All these things are not, you know, like the comparison of a hurricane flying over a junkyard and a 747 being left when the hurricane's over. The Big Bang Theory, these plates could not exist or have formed themselves in this configuration with the magnetic forces fluxing every day to move the sun and do all this stuff out of the Big Bang. This was created. That's the end of that story. The sun is renewed every day. Really, really. The flyback system and the way the electronics work for this, it's a flyback oscillator system, and it sweeps. There's a sweep trigger to the east and a flyback killer to the west. And, you know, these switches, we hear them and feel them as regular earthquakes and different, sometimes quakes, because the detector senses something. It says, well, we got to turn on this, which might not normally be turned on. But in any case, it's not a regular pattern 100%, but certainly almost every day of the year, a pattern of earthquakes will happen to move the sun around, and different seasons of different, you know, extra one here or there will engage for this or that, and it's all programmed. It's really a fine-tuned circuit and an amazing, what a scale type of, you know, creation that was made for really one reason. Have all of us here to enjoy, share. And the rest is just screaming greedy people twisted and down that road of, you know, carnal sin and all that nonsense. And that's their demons and stuff they have to work out and work with. But, you know, this is, it's like now this was supposed to be for everyone to know. And, you know, if you've done bad things like me, I am no saint. I mean, don't worry, don't judge yourself. I mean, there's a reason he's left us all here to make it this far and farther. Because, I mean, if we really had a creator that would just have a fit and destroy his own creation all the time, anytime, you know, we have free will. It can go kind of bizarre sometimes, but we've been misled, and I mean, this is sort of like a second chance. A little bit of truth out there. Well, that can go a long way now. And it's our responsibility to try to, you know, at least be good to each other and to ourselves. And that's your best legacy that you can leave here. Respect, you know, the Creator's work. I don't know. You know, not in a preachy way, but at least we know it's flat now, even if you don't want to believe in a Creator. The layout's there. You can calculate, you can watch these beautiful crepuscular rays and know that they're magnetic rays emanating from the ground in a beautiful cone shape that the sun is floating upon. We're not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, that the Earth is not a spinning ball, that the sun is not 93 million miles away. So now all of these people have been lying to us, you know. Lucy, you've got some splaining to do. And like I say, you know, we've all suffered. They take our money, they, you know, lie to us. And the fact is, even if these are, quote, private corporations, NASA's government, our Canadian Space Agency stealing our money to do the same crap, they owe us that money back. So, I mean, my government was suing me and just checking 10 years back on my taxes. Normally they only do 7 years on people, but that's beside the point. And now I didn't even read it. I got another letter from the tax department, but the fact is, I don't owe them. They owe me. They owe me a lot. They owe you a lot. They owe everyone a lot.
Jumping back to the magnetic data there, Jimbo, there you go. Look, there's your crepular ray shapes appearing in magnetic form.
When I watch them, I'm here in Ottawa. I don't know if you can tell east of Bay James and stuff, but I see it, well, maybe now in this time of year, exactly over those plates heading towards Easter Island, where main switching and other stuff goes on. Main hub. By the way, the spider in the Nazca lines may very well, when it's well fitted, fit right over Bermuda. A spider is a black widow. It makes victims, and that's a dangerous spot for boats at certain times of the year, and planes apparently. And that symbol probably is a warning. As opposed, it's also communications. It's relative to what's, where on Earth, but it's also one of the more dangerous places that you can travel at the wrong times, and because of exactly all that power and magnetic stuff and frequencies we don't even know emanating at that junction.
Just like the northern portals that he was talking about.
Yeah, we have no clue yet a lot of what's going on with all this stuff. Barely scratched the ice in any of these three fields, the Nazca, the earthquakes, or the plates. It's just the tip of the iceberg, but it goes a long way to, and it's a hard concept to accept that, hey, our Earth is flat, the sun is close, and it's controlled by a big pinball machine mechanism buried deep beneath our feet. Some of it not even buried beneath our feet. That plate that stretches across Iceland, 1,500 miles long, 215 miles wide, and at least 40, 50, maybe 60 feet thick, one piece. And you can touch it. They will never be able to hide that now. They will never be able to say, oh, that really doesn't line up, that one beam over a connector plate over Alaska. It does. The one in the Atlantic, it's there. So Google masks it, so the government and all these liars are, cheating. They couldn't hide it forever. This is God's design, and it's out. There's no more hiding it, If I get my Google Earth going, and let me try to share my Google Earth for 1 minute. Is it really there? Why can't I see Google Earth? It's there. Okay, let me make sure I don't give nothing away. That's more Google Earthy. Here, we'll make sure. Should be good in a second. Just want to get the URL out of the way. Okay, let me just share. There we go. So that should put Google Earth up for me. There, my Google Earth. Put that out of the way. That out of the way. So I'm on Google Earth alone now. You're seeing Google Earth?
Yeah, all good, Jim.
Okay. Now, like I say, these two plates, this is the plate that runs, well, north-south in its true line, straight line over Alaska. And this is the one over Greenland. But if you notice here, like the hands on a clock, it's at like 10:30. The fact is these two plates are running parallel in reality. So look at what's been clipped from between Greenland and Alaska, between those two plates, and what they present to us as, oh, we're fighting over borders and a little bit of land up here. They've taken a perfect square, and it's like they've trimmed it over a ball, and at the top and bottom, this is how badly skewed it is. These two plates run parallel in reality. Here on Google Earth, not quite. But again, so we got a better look. Again, I'm glad I got Google Earth now. Again, here's the plate that runs off the Atlantic seaboard, okay, from the northern edge of Quebec and border of Quebec, all the way down to almost across from Florida. Now here is Bermuda. And this isn't a perfect layout. I can't say it's exactly lined up where it should be, but you know, as a generality for what it is with the Inca lines and stuff, and it is what it is, it's generally well placed. So here we have this place where all this electricity, magnetism, everything meet certain time of the year, you know, and it pushes, it has an effect on the water. Now the tides, like I say, the Bay of Fundy is located right around here in Moncton, New Brunswick, probably right here. If I zoom in, you'll see Moncton probably right here, Bay of Fundy. Halifax, okay, Bay of Fundy's stuck right here. I think that would be the Bay of Fundy. And going up to Moncton, there's a tidal bore. Now, again, what happens here at the plate, when it charges up to do the tide cycle, okay, along this area, okay, this plate backs up the water, empties the Bay of Fundy. When it's released, it comes back. When the water accumulates and starts to hit this intersection of the plates, which are raised above the sea floor, and you know, force the water to back up, that backed up water, because it can't get over straight without resistance, right or left, straight ahead or to the side, it gets compressed, backs up, and gives that incredible filling to the Bay of Fundy. It goes from no water in the bay to 50 feet. And it's because of the compression here. So these plates, for anyone who's ever heard of the, you know, Bay of Fundy and visited it, this plate, this physical manifestation, this iron that's, I don't know, 50 feet or more thick and 1,500 miles long and 200 some miles wide, is there creating the tides that are doing the Bay of Fundy. They're also creating bad situations for boats. Like I say, can you imagine being in a metal boat over the world's biggest magnet when it's getting fully charged? Over water that has diamagnetic properties to begin with? It means water is affected by magnetism and static. It's moved by it, it's pushed by it. It's a force that acts upon water. Bodies, masses of water. So now we've got a little bit of a, you know, if this is true, we'll have trolls, we'll say, oh, it's all bullshit. But if this is true, that explains the tides at the Bay of Fundy and some of the, you know, weird things reported at this intersection around the Bermuda Triangle area, which, you know, you could mark off. If this was straight and flat, it'd be a true triangle. But again, this plate runs underneath, well, North Carolina. It's not accurate right now. I mean, we can't go for perfection. We're just, you know, trying to hit a ballpark here now. But there's a phenomena that runs from basically the Chesapeake Bay all the way down to North Florida and Florida, called, you know, the Carolina Bays. It's these swirls, these elliptical depressions, and there are millions of them in the sand in these, you know, what they call ancient seabeds. Well, no one knew what caused them, but basically it's, you know, whirlwinds from these electromagnetics that are coming from beneath them when they're on and stuff during a certain time of formation. There's some that probably don't start up no more here. They're maybe not used, don't matter. They form those bays in all likelihood. But again, the sun, it'll follow these plates straight across the USA. These plates, look, here's the big cauldron at Yellowstone. Look how close it is to this plate. So this gets hot. These plates, they heat up. If we look at the plates that are under the front of South America here, got volcanoes and all kinds of activity in this along these plates and edges. Look how straight that corner is in this mountain notch, you know. It just shows that what's below is very symmetrical. It's the corner of this plate. And again, there are two plates, and look at the dry, arid areas of South America on the coast, and Chile all the way down hundreds of miles. Those heaters, or, you know, dry out everything, don't allow much foliage at those edges. Often when we see in the news the volcanoes going off, they're going off along right about here is where the cameras and people are photographing the edge. And again, it's skewed, it's on an angle, it's going down under the earth for well over 100 miles. You know, I don't know the angle it's going down. I've never been there to measure it, or the thickness. But it's possible to take the physical dimensions and calculate its weight and its size. It's there like a sore thumb. It's always been there. You know, I saw it first when I was a kid, but you know, never realized what anything is. It's just. But again, yesterday I was watching the weather. This bar off Greenland here, you know, between Quebec and or northern Quebec and was active. There's a lot of weather flow right up here through Greenland, right up this coast. Wind just right between those plates. Nothing over the plates like a doldrum between. But if you got over the plate into that wind, holy frick, you'd move north pretty quick. But anyway, you can watch the weather patterns and where you see those swirlies sometimes all over the map. They're right at these intersections down between Africa and stuff. This is the plate that goes under Africa, just roughing it, you know. It's one of the solar control plates, I imagine, for late summer and summer, you know, but for down there. But it's one of the plates that runs to the other side or almost to India. Again, solar control. These plates at Vanuatu, what do you got? A bunch of volcanoes and everything. Different seasons, they're going off, you know. These are the plates that are helping to deflect the sun, including these plates north of Russia. And again, this map is skewed. It's square, it's flat, and they simply, you know, pulled it around the ball and cut out all the excess and did their magic with whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
But all these parts, well, the ones laid out here, are used directly by, well, at least wholly for the sun, but not, I believe, only for the sun. I'm sure they're multi-purpose and it's configuration beyond my imagination. These are reading our temperatures. They know water currents. They know what's going on. We don't need global warming theories and we have to do this to not overheat and melt the icebergs. You know, one of the reasons, like it's FTV, you know, it's a logical, you know, 2 and 2 together, but I didn't think of it. But here we have this plate, and right now this bottom southeast corner is hot. It's all active. It's red, and it's playing part in the winter cycle of air and air currents and stuff. But when it's full and on, I guess, they get hot. This is in part cooling for this one, but also weather control, tide controls, current, you know, other stuff. So, you know, how it all interplays beyond, you know, in a team of good researchers take a while to, you know, and good maths and mapping, because now it can be mapped properly. I think everyone who can see through this realizes now that the dimensions and continent and mapping and sun's path, all this stuff is going to be, well, for us to resolve because people we've trusted with, you know, education, truth, and science have amounted to being nothing but liars and profiteers and charlatans. And this is the message that, you know, it's time for them to take their snake oil show out of town. People aren't buying it no more. So this is a chance. Let's hope the snake oil goes away. But yeah, here...
That's what the Nazca lines read to me, Jim. The Nazca lines basically read to me, this is your world, this is how it works, look after it. It's as simple as that.
The plate I'll add right now, but right here from this corner of the plate across here where we have the northern lights. So this retorts back around there and it's on a little angle on the Nazca lines. On the Nazca lines, you have Bay James represented as a swirl with these bars around it, you know. So Bay James is represented just like the whale over in eastern Russia, just like the, you know, spider and the other creatures, parrots and other birds, the hummingbird for Alaska, and they all match up. They all, you know, draw a picture of a basic sweep trigger oscilloscope with a flyback circuit. I've worked with hundreds, thousands of them. I've fixed them for decades. I mean, it's just like second nature to me. It didn't come to me when I was first looking at it, and it really didn't come to me to like FBD was saying, you have to straighten it out. You have to straighten it out. And I was just going over my head, mental block, and showing me the stuff, but it because of the spinny winny hula hoop, sun going round and round, and it wasn't registering as a technical drawing. But he had one photo of the aurora borealis stretched out straight, and the instant I saw that, it became a flyback oscillator circuit with sweep triggers and all the nice, like fixing a pinball machine, or a little more technical than it. But it's still the same. It's just a machine to push around the light from one edge to the other, move it up and down, or north to south, top to bottom, whatever you want to call it now, incrementally, and actually very precisely in a route that it decides to send it. Sure, sometimes.
I've got that image on screen now, Jim, if you want us to show it.
Yeah, I'm going to take this off. Let me save, I think I made another triangle. So yeah, that's the one for the curtain of light in Canada's north. It's a metal plate, and it's not hideable. Stuff, it's out. Let me shut this and get off your sharing.
Yeah, yeah, very intriguing stuff, James. Thank you. No doubt.
Turn off sharing, you'll say. This, where can I turn it off without showing the...
You there, Katz?
I have to stop myself sharing, or does...
Yeah, stop yourself. Yeah.
I just don't want to expose the link. I'm not sure if I... Let me get back to that window. Sorry if I'm taking a moment. I always have a problem with this.
Sorry,
Because too many windows. Which one is chat? Hard. Sorry. There's Hangouts, and no, that's not Hangouts.
Anybody else has any more questions?
You're all at 5.
Sorry,
there's a lot of information. Go ahead.
Jimbo, if you mute Jimbo, because every time you talk, it's your screen.
I got to find the chat window again. I'm lost
Just,
behind a bunch of windows. I'm sorry.
Just mute while you find it, mate, and then your window won't keep popping up.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Right, there you go, guys. That's the image that did it for Jim. That's the conversion from the globe or a style map to a true flat map. That's the aurora straightened out. That's what we've been doing, really, straightening out the globe. We did try our work with various AE style maps, and it wasn't working out. So we don't need to look at those again. And we do think the map we're portraying here is the correct one. All the data we're seeing works with it. Nazca line overlays fit with it. And we're progressing nicely with it. Real world data's applying to it. Because when you look at real world data, they do use the Mercator map, which I'm pretty sure is derived from this map. It could only have come from this map originally, looking at it. Although they've condensed it a bit and made it a mess.
And
also the flight paths also.
And seeing from basically the southwest corner of Manitoba, for several days in a row, the Northern Lights, and they were in a straight row, and they're like curtains of light, and they were being pulled down towards Lake Winnipeg. Now, back then, there's no way I could understand why, but I know what I see, and I registered long term. But those were pulling down because of the bar that's on the west side of the Hudson's Bay. It's right there. I saw that phenomena. Anyone there will see it, and now they'll know. Being pulled down from north to south at that corner from a bar that runs on this side of Hudson's Bay. Pretty wild, eh? Or the west side of Hudson's Bay.
Well, yeah, You also notice the tides there. You can see now what's causing the tides. Lots of answers are coming now. You've got this information, aren't there?
Yeah, the Devil's Triangle has kind of a, if this is accurate, and I really think it is, because those plates cannot be hidden. Their effects are seen with the arid zones, like in South America, with, you know, the volcanic activity and the exposed plate. And none of this was meant to be hid for many of us. It was scratched in the sand, beautiful blueprints of how the sun works. And it was just hidden from us from, like I say, really a bunch of really selfish people. People want to use terms evil and all that. These are just greedy people who, you know, got the upper hand and used it. You know, at least there's a chance now. I mean, it has to be sort of, you know, democratically done. But like I say, the Planetary Society, let them ignore this. Bill Nye and these liars, those are people that really, if you want to really start kicking butt in a friendly way, those are the ones to go after. When those guys are shut down, it really goes a long way down the line. Or they're knocked out of the ballpark. This is public now. They're, you know, Freemason, Illuminati, clown magic, heroes and ghosts that they attribute a fake science to, you know, mask all this. It's over. All of their fake science is out the window. And there's no turning back from this. You know, I'm going to make a copy and do what I do with it.
You can look at the world now with new eyes. You really can. This is the geoglyphs overlaid there. What Jim Ward was showing you on Google Earth. This is just some of them. You can see the Greenland plate there. Special moment in your heart there for that, for you, Jimmy. That Greenland plate.
Oh. Well, even when I was a kid, I saw it. I knew that part of the wall, that angled thing, didn't look natural. In nature, you don't have straight lines, 90-degree, you know, corners. And, you know, several years that plate was active when I was growing up, and they had the cameras there, and it was on the news, and millions have seen that. Millions know about that, well, that lava at that edge of the plate, and there are people that live there, you know. Who else should get to see this video? How about people that live right next to the plate? They can get some, you know, cameras up there and new beautiful drones with high def, and this is a dimensional plate, you know. It can't be hidden no more. You know, they controlled so much and had people so bewildered that, you know, here, look at the lava, and they hide the elephant, you know, in front of it. That steel plate was the elephant, and the lava was the beautiful distraction. You can see where a plate going down the earth that big, being whatever magnetized or changed, heated, or doing what it's doing, it'll generate some heat in the areas that are being, you know, used. And that heat, well, follows the path of, you know, underneath that plate to the surface, and it's so hot that it makes lava. Well, here's the news. Evaporation causes cooling. It's very possible that lava is just, you know, part of what's included in the cooling mechanism. As it takes away the heat, the plate cools off. That's how it works. Same way you cool anything, you pour water on stuff to cool it off. Rock takes away heat, melts, rises to the surface like any other fluid. You know, with that much heat, water's no good. Think of it. Make a, you know, a solid, you know, contact with rock and mineral and let it melt it and just remelt it. And just doesn't volatilize and explodes like water would, you know. When there are, it's probably because when it was off, some water got in and then it was turned on back, you know. It had to go somewhere with the heating, and eventually gets out to the surface and spits and spoils and eruption or two. It's just that plate blows around the edge. It's because its pressure was building up and resisted getting out for a while, and you know, had a big blowout of the ash or something. You know, some things don't burn as well as other, or melt and, you know, relieve heat. You know, like ash is not very good for heat release. Anyway, it's all there. it's a piece of metal that comes from a bigger piece of metal, that it was cut from a bigger piece of metal. Maybe, you know, maybe it was a square 1,400 by 1,400 miles wide by I don't know how long, but it was bigger than one piece. Probably, you know, a square of it was cut to make at least a few of the main bars, and another piece was cut to make some of the smaller wedges and stuff. But, you know, no one on earth could even conceive how to raise a sheet of metal one piece like that, you know, 60 feet thick, 1,450 miles long, and 250 miles into the dirt. I can't pull it out. It was placed there. It was engineered and added as part of circuitry and hardware to magnetize the movement of a sun over a plane, a light over a plane. It's a hardware sun that we have. It's created by machines for us, for everyone. And the truth about it, like I say, God, well, the Creator made sure it was scratched in the sand in a place where it would last virtually forever. It's over one of the plates. It's going to stay dry. You're going to, you know how much wind is going to be there. Virtually none. It's just, it has lasted virtually forever. So, you know, again, a little group of sickos tried to take over. But again, like I say, people can think they can take over the world, and no one can take over anything. Not even 1,000 people can take over the world. Not even the giants could take over the world. It's, you know, it was history, you know, it may have been verbatim true. No, not 1 or 1,000 men really take over and rule this world in their minds, in the minds of some of their victims, you know, but not. Many that do is temporary, whatever their beliefs are. They're only beliefs. There is really only, you know, one true director of operations, and it ain't any of us. It can only be equal.
If anybody has any other questions or anything else to add to tonight's discussion and presentations?
I don't at all.
Any questions from you guys in chat?
You guys want to carry
Hello,
on a little
everyone, by the
more?
way.
Oh yeah, there was a question. Hold on, let me see it. Let me see if I can find it. Oh no, maybe it's something else. Yeah, it was for someone else. Okay, never mind.
Well, we got one mind blown, me Red Path, you know. Any others who are sort of kind of like, you know, going a bit numb like all of us went?
Yeah, I mean,
pass.
if you guys are done presenting all the information you have right now that you can share, then if you guys want to wrap this up, we can shut it
Yeah,
down.
I could use a break because it's about 3 hours now too, and I think we all covered, you know, everything that we could with getting into rants and raving like I usually do and stuff.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, sounds good to me.
we got to shut it down.
Yay, I didn't rant all night. It was great. I hope it gets.
Fantastic night. Yeah, fantastic night, guys. Well done, everyone.
And
Fantastic
we
presentation.
promise to keep working, and you know what we find out, post to you and keep you updated. Yes, again.
Yeah, what we
Everyone's
see,
supposed to know
anything
this.
we see, you'll get to see. Don't worry.
Good job.
No. Thank you, Cat's Eyes, so much for this.
Yeah, thank you, Cats.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Kat.
thanks, Kat.
Yeah.
Good on you.
For
Great.
being on our
Trotter for
panel.
hosting.
Yeah.
And
Thanks,
Trotter.
Trotter.
Great questions always.
Yeah, good
Thank
host.
you, Todd.
Hosting, guys. Fantastic.
And Chatters for joining.
Lovely evening.
All right, you guys. Cats, well,
Thanks everybody from coming out and joining us this lovely night or evening or day. Thanks for coming, guys, like always.
I hope we measured your expectations, because I said it was the real deal, and I truly believe, you know, as real as those plates are, my understanding of it, and you know, everything that went on with the information we shared, it's accurate. We're, you know, we're in the ballpark. We have a new sun every day. That's, we're on a creation. So that's what I take home from tonight. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, me too. Good to see all the presentations together like that coming into one video. Hope you can make a lot of sense of it, guys. If you know, if you don't follow this map, that's fine by us. Try our work on your map, see how it goes, or overlay your work on our map. That's how we progress. You know, so if something's not right, we either fix it or remove it. As simple as that. And so far, so good. It's progressing nicely. But yeah, thanks once again, guys, and especially you guys in chat. You know, we'd be wasting our time if you guys weren't watching. Thanks, everyone.
Exactly. All right, you guys. Yeah, everyone. Peace out. Much love. Talk to you soon.
All right. Good night.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Cat Eyes. Thanks for coming, spending your time with us. I'm just gonna say thanks for all those that sub this channel, the other Cat Eyes Return and the Return of the Cat Eyes. I'm glad we're back to my original channel, and I'm grateful that we're here. So thanks, and I'll give it to Totter.
Cool. Hey, what's going on? It's been a while, you guys. Long time no see. It's good to be on air again. Yeah, tonight we're just gonna do with the research team. FB's got some stuff he wants to share with us. One Conscience got some more data, and James is gonna go over a few things to get people up to speed on what's going on with some of his research as well. So that's pretty much it for now. Anybody else got anything to say about anything? No? FPV, it's all yours, brother.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Caps. Hello, panel members. Hello, guys in chat. Back with some more research update, guys. I'll just present this to everyone. Right, I'm going to give you some quick map familiarization and point out our known world in what I've been decoding as the original world map and the blueprints we call the Nazca lines. If you can see my mouse, I hope you can. Can you see that, guys? Someone shout yes. You saw no.
You're sharing it here, yeah, but I don't know if they could see it out there.
Yeah, if you can see it, they should see it, right? Yeah, what we've been identifying is the known world map, right, guys? Where you see the whale there, top right, that's kind of roughly above northeast Russia. Coming back over the west side, this coastline type shape here. This would be Alaska, Canada, USA, South America, this kind of strip going down here. So just to familiarize yourself with this old world map, that's kind of what we're looking at here. You know, these are the locations you can see here. Eventually they're going to tell me, you know, where in the world they are. But currently I'm going to introduce you to this side of the world and give you a bit of a breakdown of what's happening here in the underworld. Now this area here, this is down in Antarctica. We won't actually get to see any of this. Well, not like what it's looking there. So keep watching. I'm going to take you up and start introducing you to parts of the world you should start recognizing, and we'll overlay this technology where it needs to be. Right, that's the Antarctic coastline roughly, where this here is. Where you can see that there, that's roughly the Antarctic coastline on the real world map. You know, this is familiarization course for you, so you know where these overlays are in the world, basically. Now this part here, this is Easter Island. This is South America. I'll keep playing it just so you can see a bit more. The monkey wasn't South Africa, guys, it's South America, and it's located there. So that is part of South America on the real world map. Then we're getting into Central America, so I'll let it play. You can see antennas here as well. Look, see that antenna there? That's coming from somewhere near the South American plates there, that big large plate there. What I can identify here for you as well is some winds. You know, there's some actual winds have got a name. Pineapple Express, for instance. Jimbo mentioned the Pineapple Express. And when I looked at this technology, I could work out what's causing it. If you look at this coil here, see the coil there? There's one there. There's one down here. In between there is what's called the Pineapple Express, and it is these two coils that are responsible for it. So just so you got some familiarization there of what's where in the world. So that's the Pineapple Express. It would go across there, which is roughly top of South America going into Central America, and it seems to be coming from Hawaii. Right, so this plate here, you can see this in red. These two coils here, this top coil's up in a location in Canada. This bottom coil is roughly Central America. I couldn't give you a location off the top of the head, but it's underwater. There's like a round part there in the land, and it's underwater there. Now the spider geoglyph, I haven't put it in there, but yeah, it's attached to this. And like Jimbo, you know, I've been discussing these geoglyphs with the research team, and Jimbo rightly says, yeah, well, it's a dangerous spider that's portrayed in that geoglyph, so it's a kind of a warning, which makes sense. You know, any geoglyph that's using a dangerous species is basically giving you a warning. There's a warning that something could be wrong in that region. Now, the region we're looking at here, obviously, it's not far off Bermuda Triangle. You've got locations that Jimbo can reference in Canada that I can't remember the name of, but there's quite strong, I think it's tidal movements. And that is definitely put down because of this technology here and this big plate. If you're there, Jim, feel free to jump in and
yeah,
comment
the
on that.
Bay of Fundy gets the 52-foot tide.
Yeah, so that makes sense. Right, the Bay of Fundy. Yeah, that's somewhere in this region here. Jim would have a better idea. It's probably be that blue line there, is it, Jim? Goes up towards that coil. That looks like something I've seen on the a geoglyph before that I've
Yeah, it
overlaid
would
into
be
Canada.
just off the blue plate, the big blue plate near the
Oh, this one here, yeah.
point of the wedge. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, you've got things we can relate to in the real world there going on. That being part of it.
That plate can give us our northeasterlies too, which, you know, we get a westerly wind and storms coming in, some north, they come down northeast, and then you get an easterly blows in. You get like storms of the century, they call them, because the winds are coming from every direction and meeting over the mid-Atlantic there off Newfoundland, New Brunswick, and it's terrible place to be in a boat when you have those storms. In fact, there's a movie about one of those storms, the storm of the century. George Clooney and a bunch of fishermen go against it and lose.
Yeah, nature wins there. So familiarization again, guys. That's kind of going up into Canada, and the bottom bit's going down into central USA. So yeah, it's quite large. Whatever that particular piece of technology is humongous. Well, it all is, you know. By
Yeah,
comparison, the scale of this is huge.
the plate a little farther north, or that plate, maybe the one that runs across, or the one farther north runs across and gives us the curtain of light, I think, that is the Aurora Borealis.
Right.
It just seems to all fit.
I'll let it play because I'm going to overlay it onto the real world map now so you can see what's going on. And I'll pause it. So a real world map, we're looking at this configuration here using these overlays. That's roughly where we're at with them overlays there. I've already done this side because, you know, this is it's quite easy to get at. It's all in one big strip basically, top to bottom. Complete coverage. So you can see there now that location in Canada where that coil is. This one, Central America there.
That's,
so, you know, that's
exactly in a beeline with the Northern Lights in Canada, across the northern part of the country.
Yes, that was a good overlay, Jim. Yeah.
It was beautiful.
Yeah, good. Easter Island looks like correct. You know, it'll be close. It might be a few bits off, but you can see now what I meant about the Antarctic coastline with this part here being in line with it. So it's like a cut-off point of technologies happening, or so we think happening there. The other ones around the rest of the world. As I reveal more, I'll keep putting them on here. But this side held the most interest for us at the moment because there's so much going on in it, and it was easy to start breaking down into the locations and what was where. I'll just show you an image. In fact, wait a minute. I'll just flick over to this image to show you we do check and double check a lot of things. You can see that image there. This is the one originally Jim took from Google Earth in around 2011 of this plate in Iceland. Now it concerned Jim, the last time we showed it as part of the Greenland plate, which is this one here. And he wasn't happy with the alignment, rightly so, because if you look at the alignment there, it doesn't match this plate. We went back to it again anyway and fixed it because it's actually part of the 8x8 grid. That's the central part of the 8x8 grid. And if you look at the location where that plate comes through, it matches it perfect. So yeah, it's in the right location. So you know, we do check and double check things. So just as well you did, Jim. You know, it was bothering Jim. The alignment didn't seem right until he looked at it again, and then I realised it's part of the 8x8 that's showing. If you want to mention that other place, Jim, that you mentioned, that island.
Well, that's one that found that one, so she should maybe mention it. So.
That one, yeah, go on, one. I wasn't sure about it. You there, one?
Yeah, it was Oak Island. So there's that show. Anybody that does watch any television, I did recently because I was in a hotel, but usually I don't. But they unearthed a big metal plate. So it's right. Where is it, Jimbo? You know better where it's at than I do.
Yeah, it's off the Atlantic coast, just off of Nova Scotia, where it was like heavily traveled by pirates who dumped cannons stuffed with stuff.
Can you see my mouse, Jim?
Filled with pitch. But yeah, it's just off the Atlantic coast around, you know, New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia.
So this area here where my mouse is.
Yeah, I got you clicked now. Yeah, the North Atlantic, basically.
Yeah, switch on there. Right, I'll jump back out of there then. Oh, I've got to present to everyone. So yeah, in case I wasn't presenting there, it's there. Look, you can see it's part of that 8x8 grid. What the orange bar that Jim located. I'll just go back to presenting the grid. So there's the configuration, guys, if you can see that. That's what it looks like on our land masses. Well, part of it. So I'll keep that playing. That was a little tour of the Americas there and a breakdown of the technology and its locations and some explanations as well. Now, of course, I'll just rewind it a sec. Of course, you should have seen a discrepancy there. He's pointed out. You can see the mouse again. All this in the west isn't even catered for yet. We've been looking from there to Alaska, say. That's what we've been looking at so far. Now, this whole area out in the west, this is a new area. It's going to reveal to you what I think. Well, hold on. I'll just show you this. This is it roughly, just thrown across series map now, so we can get a, series is found extra in the north and south. So now we can expand east and west also, using the information from the Nazca lines. It might not be super accurate, remember, because the land masses have changed since these were carved into rock, but they won't be far out. And this technology does exist, and it's probably still in use because it's part of how our world works. So you can see in the west there, the Paracas family, this whole area, I've been trying to bring it to life. I can see now where they've been cutting roads and, hiding things and mining and building to try and break up what it really is. And it is huge. It's got to be the world's largest antenna.
On a side note, the Peruvians believe that the giants that came and sort of took over came from the west.
Yeah, I would believe that. You're looking at that. That
So it
geoglyph.
may be a place of giants also.
That geoglyph is it's over 5 miles long. Hold on, I'll go back to it. It's all been broken up, remember, but I'm going to show it you now. Right, if you can see the mouse, top bit's there, coming down to the bottom. That's just one part of this. Then there's all this on the left, there's all this over here. Obviously, where these fields are has been hiding things. It's everywhere. But I'm going to show you what it is and give you a little tour of the place. So this is out west, guys. This is out way past the Y, another world away nearly. And if you look at the large antenna design, these green lines, they actually use the ridges of the mountains. Very clever. It took me a while to figure out where all these lines were connecting to, but they've used the ridges of mountains, to basically portray these are cables. This is part of a very large antenna system, and they've been placing them everywhere. Especially that it took me ages to figure out what was going on, why I'm getting green lines going along the top of mountains, and then it came to me. It's a very large antenna that they've been chopping up, mining and building and basically breaking the whole shape down, so you can't make out it's one actual piece of equipment. It is one huge antenna. And I think this is the one reference in scripture as the Great Tower in the West. I think this is what it's depicting. But take a look at it, these lines, they do go everywhere. And like I said, they've been using the ridges of the mountains. It didn't make sense at first until I started tracing those, and I thought, oh, it's an antenna, another larger antenna. The world's largest antenna, There's lots of antennas in these geoglyphs, but this thing, this is the antenna of antennas. There could be one in the north, south, east, and west. This is the first one I've come across that I can actually say is one complete antenna that's been broken down into many parts. This is the one I showed you in the previous video. I filled in a bit more now. Remember, at the right angle, it'll jump out at you in 3D. You can see it there, the different levels on it. A lot more detail. You can see now how it would connect to something in the distance over there. Remember, these are below ground, so forget the landmass that you're looking at. It's just been carved there to show you the detail. These are actually, all this is portrayed as being below ground, in my opinion, and it's basically the workings of the world. So yeah, going back to giants, pretty sure now the creator assigned giants to have these carved at Nazca, Peru, as the world blueprints for everyone to come and learn from. You know, these geoglyphs, like that antenna, it's 5 miles long. These were not done by guys. You'll find the National Geo channel portraying a couple of guys with sticks rubbing the ground. These weren't done by a couple of guys with sticks. That's ridiculous, Speedy. These clearly done by giants. They were taking the tops of mountains, for God's sake. They were chopping the tops of the mountains off and carving straight lines into them. Right, down to these geoglyphs here, guys. I don't know if you can see them very well. I'll just play a bit more. Right. And you see there with this guy at the top left, this one, they call it the Voyager. Now look at his hand and what he's holding. Remember, this green is part of cabling for an antenna. Can you tell these people, Jim, what that reads to you, that geoglyph? Hello, Jim. I think you muted it. Jim, hear that? Doesn't matter if you're not. Right, he must be AFK. Anyway.
I was really over muted there. I was just behind windows and just
doesn't matter. I was just going to elaborate, but I'll just pass it to you to give a little breakdown of what that image is portraying there, Jim.
Well, you know, a lot of people think these are characters of people. Well, that they do look male and female and stuff, and they could very well personify male and female. But the one on top, and they both have, you know, different kind of number of tines on their hair. And the guy on top actually has his right hand on a wire. Well, there's a right hand rule in electricity, is that, you know, the direction your fingers are going when the current is flowing towards your thumb is the direction of the rotation of a magnetic field. So, you know, I don't know, for me, if I was trying to read it as electrical code, it's just tells you the direction of the current or the magnetic lines of flux through that line, through that system, basically. And those things on their hairs, the tines, I'm not sure what they'd represent. Switching, or just like, you know, they look almost like transistors and, you know, truth logic circuits, really TTLs.
My thinking was it's like, you know, like warning, RF energy, danger, microwave energy, or, you know, like electric shock, the hair standing up on end. That was kind of what I had when I first looked at them.
Well, you know, honestly, a lot of RF waves of a lot of kinds are worth staying away from. If you can keep your distance from them, you're way better off.
It was kind of telling me, you know, this is RF energy or danger. Yeah, so, you know, it's like an early danger sign. Now, you know, look again, guys, you know, this has been carved into rock for since the world was created, basically. These are the world's blueprints. And look at the intelligence in these, carving these into rock. What is this portraying, people? It's telling you there's electrical work been happening here, and to be careful and treat it with respect and to know how it works.
Well, you know, here's a funny thing, you know, and I've had it on mountains and other stuff too, whether it's before a storm or during it. If lightning's going to hit, you feel your hair standing on edge on the back of your head, the static and whatever, the charge in the air, you can actually feel it. Most people don't recognize it as a warning that, you know, there's too much charge in the air and there's going to be a lightning bolt somewhere. Usually pretty close if you're feeling it. So, you know, usually it's on mountains and hills and when you're up higher and stuff, but you can be anywhere, you know. Anywhere, yeah, you're right.
There's small geoglyphs, guys. Look, danger, usual signs. This one here actually looks like the guy's jumping out of his skin. If you look at that, oh look, he's like actually left his skin behind and jumped out of his skin. I think that's what that's kind of portraying.
But they also have definite number of tines and shapes to their heads, you know. So
yeah, that one's got more lines on the top.
Still coated. If they're, like I say, their eyes look more like, I said, like switches
No,
and other
well,
stuff.
obviously,
You know,
obviously he's going to get it shocked because that one's plugged in.
like the
Same with that one, you know, if he touched that, he'd get a shock. This
green
here,
one. What
this
number
one
would
here
it
looks
be?
like he's smiling, and I'm not sure what he's got in
Yeah.
his hand there, but that's not connected to anything.
The third from the right, his face looks like a double pole single throw switch. It's exactly what that yellow in his face looks like, you know.
Him over here.
Yeah, the third one. That in electricity would be a single throw double pole, they call it. It's a switch in his face. The other ones have different, you know, configurations. I don't know what they mean as, but the one face, if I had to call one that was actually, you know, related to an electric circuit, I'd call that one a
You know, when I
single throw.
When I first found these, Jim, these are called the Paracas family. Well, when I first found them, I thought, why would these, you know, I didn't add these green lines on the ridges at first because I didn't realize they existed until I put these characters in. And I thought, well, why are these over here by themselves? They're not actually represent anything. This guy looks like he's trying to touch something. And that's when I realized these lines go along the ridges. You know, that's when I realized it's a huge antenna. They're all kind of around and portraying, and it's telling you how it works, basically, you know, with the flow of energy. And
more characters mean more controls needed there or whatever. More operations.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's about 9 just in that area alone, which is quite a lot for one area. And they're all like roughly around the base or that area of this giant antenna.
I'd laugh if you found a dozen. And then no more. Yeah, really.
But there could be more. But you can see there, look at the scale of that, guys. Now, there's all these parts left of there. I'm pretty sure they all connect into one huge, whatever it is, you know, I think this is what's running the sun, Jim, or this is where
construction is just more of the same. It's all part of one. It's just
part of how the world works. Yeah, I'm not sure which part, but it's definitely the Western Tower.
Certainly part of the same construction. So
I'm not even sure if
technically part of our world.
These buildings or whatever used to be here, I don't even know if they're part of it or are they built on top of something to hide more. That's what you find, you know. You do a lot of line work, and you'll just come across a construction site that's just wiped out a load of information. They're all over the place as well, you know. See the bottom of the hill there, you got these fields and things going on. I mean, you know, I suppose people have got to live somewhere, but I think they really need to now start considering what these lines represent, because they definitely haven't been portrayed properly. You know, when have you ever seen the lines portrayed like what you're seeing here? If I'd seen them like this, I would have said years ago, wow, something really special going on there. But no, you're not seeing them portrayed in this correct format like this, in its completeness. You're just seeing images and the odd lines here and there. There's your avatar there, Jim. It's 12 o'clock. That's like the cut-off region for the sun. You know?
You want to know something funny? At McGill, they have a supercomputer, a Big Blue, basically. It's about as big as a tennis field, a tennis court, but 3 stories of it there. In any case, the software that was used for really decades was a little Linux program. It was called Kermit. And when you started that little program, you saw Kermit the Frog. And you program in everything from, you know, students' names, whatever, and just you use Kermit to do it on a little Mac with Linux, control the supercomputer. But you use Kermit. It's just the idea that that little frog is there if it's a frog, and that, you know, the little frog was controlling a supercomputer. Just thought it was strange connection.
Another thing with these things, guys, if you can see my mouse, the shape of this thing here. Another thing notice there, the bottom of them sometimes have different parts to them, and it's got different amounts of these black lines. I would say different values. You know, when you look at a resistor, you've got bands on with different values. Well, some of these, whatever these may be, also have bands on the bottom, and some have like 2 or 3 or 4. There's some kind of a, you know, some pattern going on to these, what they represent. I'll probably never figure out exactly what these parts are, but they're some part of some kind of an antenna system or related to coils or the switching of technologies, that's for sure. And, you know, we're getting into what I've said before now, but the creators definitely designated giants to create these on this scale. It has to be. You know, you cannot see guys making a 5-mile geoglyph just to walk down. It's ridiculous. No, these are something very special, and they've been hidden. So here's my plea to the Peruvian Prime Minister. Please stop all work which further destroys the creators' blueprints we know as the Nazca lines. These blueprints were placed for all to see and learn from. Please do your utmost to help preserve them and tell their true story. These lines and geoglyphs are being intentionally destroyed by building, farming, expansion, roads, mining, bad planning, and sabotage. I just hope all the destroyed ones have already been recorded and are made available to the public. The people telling their story are clearly lying and withholding information. I see the big picture with my decodings, and they speak for themselves. They translate into real-world data easily and help explain many things to do with our worldly workings, of which our researchers and myself can identify and process into our reality. They identified the real-world map sometime after our world's creation and detail all the workings of the underworld in their full glory. I hope you receive this message and make this information known and seriously consider my decodings. They are the most important thing I have ever looked upon. Yours, FPV Angel. I'm going to show you now some signals also from the Mimic Map, guys, because these are related to what's going on with these switch-ins. You've seen most of them bits before. I'll just forward through them. There's just more geoglyphs, more locations, more markers, more technologies, more proof, more evidence, more bad news for the globalists, which is a good thing. So we're going to jump to the Mimic Map, if we can find it. Let's see here somewhere. Wow, I was going to blow you away with all these, wasn't I? There, Mimic Map. Okay, so here's some of the technology in action that we're seeing on the Mimic Map. You'll see some of it happening here. Here you go. Watch all these. This is this technology in operation. Undeniable, very strange, blow your mind kind of transmissions that can span the length of the world in seconds. Well, however long it takes. I'll pause it there because we're going to jump over to One Conscience's information now. So I'll hand over to you, One, and I'll bring up your Ocean Lines videos, I think. I'll bring that up first because it is related to what we're looking at here.
Okay.
While you get yourself ready for that, I'll just switch video.
Yeah, FPV, thank you for that presentation and getting us up to speed with the new stuff you found. Good stuff,
Yeah,
brother.
Hope it came across okay, guys, and and you receive it well.
All right, so what you're seeing here is I'm going through and outlining the lines that are under the ocean floors. You can see how they relate to the Nazca lines. It's not really too much explaining to do. I did them in different colors so we could see how they're definitely 3D. There's definitely some kind of structures. It's our technologies. We can see the signals being sent from place to place. And where these big points are, we have events occur. These are very active places. That one right there is the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Anybody that has ever looked into earthquakes knows that that's a very active place. It seems to have a 3D structure look to it. The green ones are lines of volcanoes. So anywhere you see the bright green, that's actually undersea volcanoes. This one kind of looks like a guy. Well, it went by, but some of them, they've taken shapes. And I was pretty amazed because when I do this, there's the Australia one, by the way, Michelle. I was zooming in and doing this, and as I zoomed out, I kind of saw how they were developing shapes, structure figures. Some of them kind of looked like, you know, people. I haven't shown them all because I was kind of on a short time limit today, but you know, on different areas, there's pyramids under there. But we can just see the signals coming out of these areas, where they come from, where they hit. And we know it's true because the activity of Earth occurs in these places.
Yeah, it's also verified on the mimic map what you were seeing before, guys. These signals are actually going to these locations here. These are like the Nazca lines on the world scale. You know, Nazca lines themselves are like the blueprints compressed down to one area, so you can get a big picture of it all. But what one's done here is gone around the globe and highlighted what's on the ocean, you know. But there's probably more than that. What you can see there, they do hide and mask a lot of things on the seabed as well. But I mean, what you've seen there already is a lot of information. Some of those miles are what, hundreds of, well, not hundreds, but thousands of miles long. They're huge.
Yeah, and this isn't complete. I'll continue to work on it. It takes quite a long time. You probably know that, FPV, to find the lines and then,
yeah,
you know, trace them out. So it takes a long time, but it's worth it. There's a person. There's the one. That one was the one that quite amazed me. You can see the face. I just went through and colored them in different colors, because if you zoom in, the lines look a little different. Different lines do look different, and the green again is all volcanoes. So, you know, it's following our line of fire. It's not a ring of fire, it's a line of fire.
Yeah, straight line across the equator, guys. That's what we're looking at, really. Yeah, they've chopped the world up so bad to hide it. But, you know, what we showed you in the West just before on the Nazca lines doesn't exist. You will not find it on the map, but it's there. It needs put back on the map correctly, and the map we're using, as far as we're concerned, is the correct one. It just needs all these locations re-added.
Yeah, and look how busy it is. I mean, you know, this is the energy flows. So I find it pretty fascinating. Some of them turned to look like coils, you know what I mean? And
oh, yeah. Coils
it's
everywhere.
just amazing. It's amazing. Because when you're zoomed in, you don't see it. When you pull it back out, you're like, oh.
Well, that area there, if you can see my mouse, that area there is where that little coil was off that large apparatus.
Yeah, and I haven't even started in there.
In there. I would say they probably masked that out looking at the color of it.
Yeah, some of it they do too. It's blurred. It's not as bad as the land shots, but you know, they've skewed Google Earth to a point. You can find a lot of good stuff on it, but they have blurred it out. So, all right.
I'll get your next clip ready. Hold on.
Yeah. So I wanted to share that part with everybody because it takes, like I said, a long time to do it, but I'll keep working on it. For the next part, I'd like to do a summary of what we've learned about our Earth energies and the flows of energies, the quakes, the volcanoes, and how it correlates with the work from FPV and Jimbo. We've been kind of attracting some new people lately, so I wanted to kind of go back over it and kind of summarize it. I'll share what I've learned, and we can try to figure it all out together. So let's start with the quakes and their destroying and creation abilities. So where does quake energy come from? What we've learned is the energy comes from signals below being sent to the plates. When the signals hit the designated plate, it causes the Earth to tremble and shake. You may be wondering what signals I'm talking about. Well, the signals come from the designed circuit board below. Signals are sent from area to area, plates, causing events to occur such as our sun motion, our moon motion, winds, tides, etc., all of our natural Earth events. When the signal hits the plates, it causes the shake that occurs. We do see steady movement of the signals. Some are the same each day in and day out, literally. These are the ones that are a result of the sun moving in and out of areas. Not only that, but they kind of cause a tunnel, kind of a boxed in tunnel area. That's the path that the sun travels. They're not large quakes. These are typically on a magnitude of zeros, ones, and twos. We don't feel these quakes as they travel through the plane. I like to refer to the zeros and ones as the ongoing flow code of our Earth, kind of similar to the programming code of computers, the binary code, zeros and ones. I think it's pretty cool. It's the program of our Earth. Now we can see how they got that idea from our Creator. Let's get into larger quakes and the release points. So what causes larger quakes? Well, I think it comes from a few things that I've looked into. One of the biggest and most frequent thing to affect quakes would be the release of the volcanic energies, which are creators, destroyers, and maintainers of our known world. How can something be all three, you may wonder? Well, lava in a volcano typically runs about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so that's maintaining the heat and the warmth of our equator area. It's the line of fire. It's not the ring of fire, but it's the line of fire. That's the correct term. There's lines and lines of undersea volcanoes that litter the land, the oceans, between the tropics, and very heavily along the equator. They are our internal heating system of the Earth. The areas are warm here, as well as the water. The waters produce our warm currents. So how do they create? Well, when they realize, as we see on surface, the lava flows out, it cools. As this happens, land masses are formed. There's an island called Belogoslav volcano. The volcano is the island. When it does explode, it actually wipes out the entire island and reforms with each eruption. It's creating new landmass with each explosion. The destroying aspect is easy to understand because this is the part we see on the surface, the part that affects people by the explosion, the lava flow, and the ash clouds that occur. They serve as vents in most areas to release the steams and energies along the way. This occurs on land and underwater. By the way, underwater will heat about 150 degrees more in an area when an undersea volcano releases its energy. So you can kind of understand why I've concluded this to be our internal heating system. Another thing that can add to existing energy is the sun itself. The sun also releases energy at times. Science calls solar flares. Although I have not concluded why this happens, I have concluded that these events will add to the existing energy flow and can lead to large quake events to occur on the surface. The extra energy will lead to a larger movement when it releases. This actually all makes sense when you realize and understand that this is all happening below us. Now, the last thing that affects the Earth energy are man-made technologies such as CERN. Well, why CERN? It's a particle accelerator, right? So they spin the atoms as fast as possible. They collide them. They say the collider contains the energy. Well, that's not true. What happens is they are creating this energy with their colliding and beam drops. They are making beams of antihydrogen in parallel rays. They spin these and it causes an electrical charge, which they then collide. The energy does release into the ground, and it does not stay contained as they suggest. How do I figure this? Well, each time they do a beam drop, a deep quake event begins. Why is that important? Well, deep quakes lead to the shallower, larger movement on surface. This is a result, again, of them directing this beam, the energy, the signals to the plates and causing the trembling just like it would naturally. But this is not natural. It is it's man-made to reverse engineer the system, make it behave as they want to rather than as the creator wants it to. Earth does have natural release spots for this energy that occur. Naturally, it would be the volcanoes. Man has made other release points as well by fracking our land. What is fracking? It's when they inject liquid at high pressure into the subterranean rock as to force open existing fissures to extract the oils and gases. When they do this, they weaken the surface and cause a new energy release point. An example of this is Oklahoma. Oklahoma is the new release point of Central North America zone, where it used to be the New Madrid Fault Zone. Man has changed the creator's release points by fracking the earth to obtain the resources below. What does all this even mean or matter? Well, it matters because they are purposely changing the design of the creator to obtain all the natural resources for themselves, and then they sell the natural energy back to us. They keep us enslaved in the systems. This energy should be free to us to draw out of the earth and direct to use as needed. How would we do that? Well, Jimbo's going to build something and try to show us how to do that. But from what I understand, we would need copper wire, and quartz crystals are pretty amazing conductors of energies. The ancients knew this. That is why the pyramids and obelisks are made of quartz crystals, possibly to energize the areas and direct it to specific areas of our ancient past. Now, I'm not claiming to have all the answers. I merely want to share my knowledge so we together can figure out a better way for the future. So the picture on screen of that big shot of land is where New Zealand rose 6 feet with one earthquake, by the way, the one that's showing. And that's about all I have. So I'll hand it over.
Thanks for that one. Lovely information.
Yep. Thank you.
That was really awesome. And like I said, I really didn't make the connection between the radio signals from under the water, you know. I was still like not in Jacques Cousteau mode, you know, but again, it's just amazing stuff that, you know, all points to one thing, you know. I don't have much of a presentation tonight. I've been working doing a lot of other stuff, and I just, you know, I can only do so many things at once. I know I've had a good time. I've still been looking at a lot of stuff, and, you know, like they say, I hate expressions like that, but all roads lead to Rome, you know. Even if I try to look for something that might, you know, sort of like, you know, go against or disprove stuff we're studying, it just doesn't happen. Like when I found the plate and a picture of its proper orientation, I thought, wow, that's a problem. But, you know, I shared it, and it was only a problem for a few minutes that way. For me, it was, oh my God, why is it not where I thought it was and where I said it was, you know? But, you know, really as serious as all that, because it was still, you know, in the end, it wound up where it should be, where it was. And, you know, I was wrong. Well, I mean, plate's still there. I'm sorry I was wrong. But there are more plates, like, you know, kind of popping up here and there. Like one of the interesting things about the one on Oak Island, it's a wedge, or not a wedge, but a corner that goes out, you know, farther out towards, like, for example, you know, the 8x8 that's in Greenland. It could actually be a piece or a part of that huge chunk, you know.
Jim's just been modest here, guys, as well. If you look on screen there, what you're looking at there is what I think is, we'll call it the Canadian chakra for now. It's either a mandala, a Canadian mandala, or a chakra. I'm saying chakra because if you remember in one of our previous videos, we showed the double helix signal at the winter equinox. Well, the location, this location here in Canada, this helix was at one point attracted towards this location and another point repelled by it. So it's definitely got something to do with switching going on. One being attracted and one being repelled. So yeah, nice find, Jim. You stop being modest, mate. I've been looking for that for ages and you found it straight away.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep my eyes open and peeled. That circle 2 is 25 miles or so in diameter. So again, I think I mentioned it before. Anyone who may want to think that that's some type of irrigation thing for, you know, a prairie farm, far from, you know. There ain't many things that in nature will form that, you know,
Yeah,
bullseye rings 25 miles in diameter. I don't see it.
That's what it really looks like.
And again, its location on a north-south, you know, potential plate boundary.
And it looks like the militaries took over the center of it.
Par for the course.
Is that a military airport there in the middle of it or something?
Oh, it could be. Like, look, I'm looking at around here where our bases are and stuff around Ottawa and stuff, and they're very special reasons they take over these lands and these places.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just, I don't kid myself no more. I mean, it was just because
So
they're
then
nice
you,
rocks and they could blow things up there and no one would care. They're selected. You know.
if any of you guys in chat like playing in Google Earth, we've got lots of things like this to find yet, you know, chakras, mandalas. Get looking, guys. There's things out there we still need to find. You know, if you've got this kind of interest we have and you like scouring land and looking for clues, well, they're out there. They're trying to erase them, but they missed this one. Jimbo found that one. And there's more. There's definitely more. We just need to locate them and get them on the map. So if anyone wants help with that, by all means, jump in and let us know what you find.
And I've done a little thing because I'm not really lazy, and I like lights. I like turning on that little flashlight I have and chuckling every time I light up a building 2 miles away and shine it in people's bedrooms type of thing. But I'm going a little bit bigger because I showed it's a prototype now. Well, prototype. It's a core that'll work and everything, but I got a 2,000 watt, you know,
Share that, Jim.
searchlight that I'm working on. I can put it up to 3,000, but I probably couldn't even plug it all in here without blowing a fuse. But I've got it up to 2,000 watts. I've got stainless steel cylinder and, you know, reflector coming there for the base, and I'm gonna make a lens for it. But you know, your typical lighthouse has 1,000 watt light in it. And I've got I'll have 3,000 watts stuffed in a searchlight.
James,
You
I
wanna
was seeing if
share
you
that?
could- Oh, go ahead, FPV.
Yeah, I was going to see if we'd put on video the build he's been doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through this one just to make it, you know, a nice unit. But I'm going to repeat the process because I have all the tools and everything already bought, and just redo it a lot more clean because, you know, when things look a little bit like, you know, not pre-built and pre-finished, they look kind of like, you know, Dr. Frankenstein, you know, building, you know, Frankenstein or something. It's just a little rough right now, but when I, you know, get it, and just plug her in, even without the lens, and get it nice looking, certainly I'm gonna start popping up a video and showing a good looking core, because I still got to adjust some stuff. I figure I'm on a kind of circular design for the light now, but I want to make a kind of cone, an inverted cone in the base, so, you know, the light sort of points more at the very bottom of the paraboloid and it's bounced back up, not so much towards the sides. Just design things, just like I say, it's going to be modular. Just anyone can build one. I'm going to show everyone all the parts and just.
I was going to say, can you put your camera on and show us what you showed us earlier?
I can plug it all in and just show you the brightness here. Let me make sure all four work too. Just give me a sec.
Yeah, I like builds like this. What did you think of the presentation, guys? Any questions on that while Jimbo's busy? Anyone?
No, you guys actually covered everything. There's I don't know if anybody in chat has any questions.
Yeah, if you weren't getting it in chat, guys, there's more land. All directions seem to be revealing more land.
Yeah.
Especially in the west. You know, that's not to say it's not happening everywhere else, but yeah, it's nice to see them pop up in the west on the Nazca lines.
Yeah, I want James to just recap what he said before about the sun's trajectory and I'm sorry, and if you can just maybe explain that a little bit, if you can shed some light on that when he gets back.
Hey, we have light. I'll present you, Jim. There you go. Tell us when you want to stop presenting, and I'll stop presenting.
Well,
That's it.
It's turned on. That's 1500 watts. I'm gonna build it for 3000, but I probably won't really be able to run it, you know, more than 2000 to set up the focus and other stuff when it's at that stage. That white light over there is 1500 watts, and like I say, when it's all said and done, it'll be this one light will have 3000 watts output if I'm running off a generator or something on a beach. It'll be pretty portable, you know, pretty handy. Yeah. Probably when it's finished, its total weight will be under 30 pounds. Should be fun.
Yeah, and that's it switched on and working already. Yeah, I want to see the build of that. Look cool. Well, any questions from the guys in chat on anything we've been mentioning, or they just arriving and missed it? That's I think that was the hazard of switching back to your first channel, Cats. We probably left a lot of people behind that weren't sub to this channel.
Well, I mean, FPV or James, one of you guys can answer this. If you guys can just kind of go over like how the ALOs project energy or project the sun.
Yeah, okay, yeah, well, it's in one video, yeah. CERN, guys, CERN, in my opinion, is a reverse engineered Angel, the technological version. It's a physical coil below ground. They call them a particle accelerator. It physically projects an electromagnetic halo into the sky with nodal points. They call them sundogs. You will see images or video of these when there's barium or certain type chemtrails in the atmosphere that reveals them. Barium's usually the best because that's what it's designed to do. And you will find the sun traversing around the outside of them, going about its business. You know, the sun, the moon. But from what I can see, all luminaries are controlled and manipulated with this kind of technology. This is technology below ground that the Nazca finds revealing locations of and part of how it works. Jimbo and Mon's work helps break it down into real-world data and locations and events. And you know, Jimbo's give it a good breakdown of how the sun works, what it is, how it can be magnetically trapped by these halos and moved around the sky. Now they're basically like a horizontal and vertical hold. What we don't know, or what I don't know personally, is if the sun is really in the sky or is it just a particle in the accelerator below ground going around the coil and it's passed to another, then another. I would say it's something in the sky. Looking at the Nazca lines, it suggests to me it is a sort of object in the sky because it's got that cut-off point at the end, which is basically Jim's avatar. The solar clock, it's something's marking it going across, and when it gets to a certain location, it's going to heal that signal and restart it in the east or recycle it around the north, say for the 24-hour northern summers. Hope that makes sense. It's a lot to take in, isn't it, guys? But if you follow our work, it's not great. You know, it'll fall into place. You just need to watch these videos. Question from Padawan in chat there. Hi, Dee. Could it be that this technology is subverting the, what I think, living realm? Looking at its design, it's designed to help promote and, you know, flourish, make this world flourish and keep growing. By design, you know, if you looked at the video playing when Mom was speaking about the volcanoes, you're watching creation right before your very eyes. This is what this is part of what this technology can do. It creates landmass. I don't know if you watched that slideshow, but you could see it creating the landmass in the background when one was talking. So by design, it's creating our world, you know.
I think all this free energy that we're supposed to have and be able to harness because it's there for us, we're creators. Having it and having it free would allow us to create. Having taken it away from us, well, enslavement again. We're no longer creators.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure what time span or era we lost contact with this technology, but I'm pretty sure humans were taught it and practiced it. You know, they've helped maintain it and run it and develop it, I would imagine, into other worldly workings.
Well, we have the good thing.
Not on a creator size scale, but on a localized scale. You know, and they're doing that now with the reverse engineering of like CERNs and HARP, because, you know, don't forget all the weather is also technologically controlled. Everything's technologically controlled. The whole nature process is controlled by technology, in my opinion.
And people are naturally very constructive and builders by nature, you know, people build, but that other side of it, that destructive thing where you take whole cities like Beirut or I don't care where and you bomb the hell out of them. I mean, what's the point there? You know, creation should sort of go one way to a degree. This nonsense that, you know, everything has to be destroyed to recreate, New Brunswick, all this nonsense. I don't think that was the intent of the design either. You know, long term.
No, that's human. That's the human factor, isn't it?
Canine, dog eat dog nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, people's trying to take ownership of our world, basically. They're taking ownership of how it works and reverse engineering this technology to get very rich from. But looking at, you know, various countries' mandalas, the Nazca mandala, the Hindu mandala, they're all telling the same story. In days of old, everyone knew how this worked. We were taught this at one point. They've just tried to hide it and just keep it for themselves. That's what's been happening. Words actually fail me at this moment. So that's what we're looking at, guys. It is a creation. It's a technological masterpiece on a scale you can't even comprehend. No wonder Enoch could just struggle to describe it and portray what it was telling him. Yeah, it's even by today's standards, it's still beyond our comprehension, the scale of these things in this world, or rather in the underworld. The underworld exists, and it's as big as our world, if not bigger. All hidden. The early 1900s, guys, people flew over Nazca, Peru, and decoded these lines. It shows them what's where in the world. These are the world blueprints. You're looking at the real political world map. And of course, greedy men are going to get greedy and want to go to these places and keep it all to themselves. Famous words, I think they're actually related to this. If the world knew what we did, they would chase us down the road and lynch us. Or words to that effect. I think they're actually related to what they're hiding here. So we live in a technological world, people.
Yeah.
You know?
James, do you want to just kind of go over Flux Wave again? You want to explain? and what you think what these ley lines what the correlation is? He's like, why don't you do it, Mike? He's like, you've been around long enough.
Yeah, I'm reading the paper.
Yeah. Well, one of the things is that, you know, the magnetic waves and frequencies is the way that something at a very low frequency can be turned into a very high frequency and blend with others to become even more powerful, you know? It's heterodyning. It's when there's, and it happens all throughout the nature of waves. They're always changing from one form to another. An obstacle gets in their way, they'll sort of bounce off, go around. In some instances, sound, it'll echo in mountains.
Well, like the seismic graph, it records what's happening as far as frequency is its distribution of frequency, and you can gauge what's going on with that. You know,
well,
as far as
the volcanoes, the earthquakes, and not all of them. Okay, again, there are different types of earthquakes, but the machine-driven earthquakes that we're talking about have signatures. They noticed, I forget where it was, Mid-Atlantic maybe, I don't know, but it was a recording of an earthquake signature, but it did something extremely odd, in fact, impossible in nature, where, you know how if a wave starts real high spike and descends in a kind of bell curve to nothing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then it mirrored itself exactly opposite. It's like a mirror, exact mirror opposite earthquake happened. Well, there's no such thing as an exact mirror opposite earthquake there. It's an impossibility. These were two signals just mirrored. They call it INARPA in signaling. It's like being able to read forward and backwards, you know. If you could turn every word, spell it backwards on a page and still be able to read it forward, you're reading in ARPA, backwards, basically. It's important for computers and signaling because, you know, if say your phone number is 555-1212 and it goes through the computer, well, when it gets at the other side, if it's backwards, if it's 2121555, the computer won't recognize it necessarily as your phone number. It'll think it's a different number. So it has to know addresses forward and backwards, names forward and backwards, URLs, IPs, everything forward and backwards, emails, your email. It's known both forward and backwards. You know, it might be at live.ca, but the computer, when it's sending and receiving data, it has to be able to interpret it, whether it's coming at it forward or backwards. It's called INARPA addressing. It's used in signaling. You have to. It's just like adding clouds to Photoshop of the Earth. You have to. It's like you can't have radio equipment without beat frequency oscillators, without heterodyne circuits, without certain things, without, you know, either Armstrong, Colpitts, or Hartley amplifiers. You know, you got do different things at different stages, use different types of amplification. It's always the same thing, you know. Once you know it, it's just like, you know, I don't know how to compare it to something. It's like if you fix cars, you know your engine, you know your mounting blocks, your bolts, you know your alternator, your starter, you know all your parts, right? You know how they work together. You know, if something's wrong at one place, what it is. Battery dies, you either got bad contacts on the alternator connections, or the alternators got bad whatever bushings. You know, as a mechanic, you'll know what the problem is. You know, it's the same thing with anybody in any trade. You You do it long enough, you know. It's like, it's hard to believe, but there are people who are paid $30, $40, $50 an hour to clean floors. Well, it sounds, well, why would they pay people that much? Well, these are very special floors. They're all different and natural. They're all marble and granite and other stuff. And you can't just use regular detergents and wash them like you would any other floor. A lot of them, they take special precautions, and there are people who know these materials and know what they can and can't use on them. And if they make a mistake, they can ruin a floor, because you can't off some slates and other stuff remove stains. It penetrates too far down. Natural substances for floors are and some of these buildings, they're pretty elaborate, so there are banks and there are other stuff that's like, they don't want stained floors or dirty looking floors, so it takes really special knowledge and special products sometimes to do a job, not just anyone can do it.
Do you want to go back into atomic absorption? You can just recap that for some people.
Yeah, light, as we know it, is generated by a process where waves of different frequencies hit, say for example, hydrogen or hydronium ion that's free in the air. These waves excite the orbiting so-called electron that's in a specific orbital around the nucleus, as they say, and it gives it more energy. It stores that energy by going up to a higher valence. But that stored energy doesn't last because the wave doesn't last. When the wave loses its power, so does that stored energy, and it decays back to where it normally would be, the first orbital. And in that decay process, the energy that's released, we see it as light. Hydrogen gives off a nice blue light, in fact, a daylight. There's something interesting happened today, too. They did one of those FE core laser tests from some 7 or 8 kilometers away from a beach, but they had a little green laser light that was like bouncing. You couldn't really make out too well, but the blue laser light shone like the day.
I didn't see that yet.
Interesting. Well, what's interesting is how vivid the blue and that laser traveled, no problem. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't having an issue. That blue, it's so compatible with daylight. It was sort of looking like day and the flare around it. It's just amazing. But like I say, light is created in situ through a process called atomic absorption. When waves, we won't call it light, when waves, because light doesn't hit things, but when waves hit things, surfaces, some are absorbed, some are, scattered in the substrata of the material, and some is not absorbed, it's rejected, it's reflected off. It's that reflected energy that's not absorbed that causes the atomic absorption and the decay to happen. Well, in fact, when it rebounds, it's because it has nothing to absorb onto, and it's that portion of the energy that just gets totally rejected. It can't absorb, it can't go into subsurface scattering, it can't do nothing but get rejected. So it might be a brown portion or a red portion or a blue portion. Well, that rejected portion bounced off material, and matter is what we see. We see a scene, whether it's trees in a park or whatever, water, lake, we're seeing the secondary emission, the light that's been absorbed being re-released, or the energy that was absorbed in the scene released, coming at us and hitting our retina, sort of after the fact. You're looking at your lake, you're looking at the past. In fact, the monitor you see is actually being processed a split second after it's created by your brain. So you're looking at the past. We cannot live in the present Like you think you're looking and you're seeing the present, you're actually not. You're seeing a very near past, a very recent past, but you're not seeing the present. When you look at someone, you're seeing someone in the past, whether you like it or not. In fact is, you're looking at your hands. You're looking at your hands in the past. You know, when I say I really believe it too, there is no time. If anything, time moves through us. We do not move through time. If it's anything, there's no way it's a constant that we live off of. It exists through us, at least conceptually. It doesn't exist as a thing, but that's another story. But yeah, light does not necessarily come from the sun. Like I say, and for me, the blue we see and the nice radiant blue sky, it's a secondary emission that we're seeing. Even the sun itself is a secondary emission. You're not actually seeing the sun. You're seeing the decay, the release after the atomic absorption of whatever energies, waves, rays, whatever they want to call it, electron beam for the CRT effect, whatever. It's just, but you're not actually seeing the sun. You're seeing a release of energy, a secondary emission. So all light, I can only repeat it, all light is secondary emission. Moon, secondary emission. Stars, secondary emission. Neons, incandescents, it's all secondary emission.
Yeah, good breakdowns, Jim. Yeah.
Yeah, James.
I agree totally. Same with the idea with the plates. You know, we've been discussing among ourselves the tectonic plates. You know, a whole plate, like say the Nazca plate comes online. That's what's producing daylight. That plate being online, it's energizing the air around it, creating daylight. The sun just becomes a secondary light source. That's our current thinking, isn't it, guys? It's something along those lines.
Well, it's not 93 million miles away. It's not a fusing ball of gas turning into all different elements that's going to supernova later. No, all those myths and stories are exciting. They're fun. You've been giving them forever, and they sound nice, but it's all just hokum.
Yeah, I was gonna ask one about the correlation with the solar flares and earthquakes.
Okay.
If you wanted to just I don't know, talk a little bit more about that.
Well,
on your findings.
I mean, every time that they say that the sun releases large solar flares, which I'm imagining is some kind of an emission of energy, it seems to ground and it causes a deep quake event. So a whole bunch of little deep quakes will happen, and it typically happens where I've seen it, but it's not, I'm sure, secluded to that area, but is around Indonesia and that little area where the islands are. So several deep quakes will happen, and then it'll lead to larger, shallower movement in all directions.
Right. When we were talking about earthquakes before, I just worded it all wrong. I was thinking about what I said, and let me try to get it out this way this time. When there's an earthquake and there's a seismic reading, it's sending off a certain frequency based on the number, right? So my thinking is that number might dictate a particular signal to have a certain effect, as what I'm thinking. So they're going to vary. There's variance because they all have a different application when it's triggered. That's what I'm thinking right now with what you guys have been showing me. I mean, am I wrong, or am I going crazy here? You follow me on that, right?
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, that absolutely has to have something to do with it. I mean,
different frequencies, like guitar strings. Each string is gonna have a different sound.
Exactly.
And whatnot, so it's gonna have a different effect. So
It's just like all life. Life is vibration and
Right.
energy, right? So
Mhm.
the bigger and the bigger the quake, then it would definitely have a different frequency and vibration. So, you know, and it might even send to different areas. It might be like, well, this size kind of goes that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to do that, I'd have to pay more attention to that part of it, but large quakes seem to go out at least in 2 different directions, but usually in every direction. On my Earthquake 3D, there's a feature that you can put like a dome around the quake, and it shows you the whole area that will be affected by that energy. So it's kind of a cool little feature.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome.
Do you want to hear a silly colloquial story about a volcano? And I forget which one it was, and a couple of Canadian tourists from Saskatchewan that went there. They went to visit, and I'll find the article, but they went to visit one of these, volcanoes out. It hadn't exploded or erupted for over 100 years, but when they got there into the top with their guide, they sort of I don't know, stripped down naked, and the girl peed and other stuff, and well, the guide was really pissed off, and they got him off the mountain. But the next day, it erupted. Go figure.
That's funny. All right.
You'd think there's no real relationship truly between the two, but I don't know.
Those events did happen in that way, and yeah, these chain of events leading up to that.
It's a strange way to celebrate getting on top of a volcano. I don't understand that kind of celebration myself, but hey. And they don't represent all Canadians.
Yeah, right. Sure. I'm kidding. You guys, I'm totally kidding. What else? I know there was something else we wanted to talk about. If we talked a lot more on the back chat before we got going here.
My brain is mush.
I know you're tired.
I don't remember what all we talked about.
I don't know either. Well, what does Cats think?
When I think about what you were all saying, it's very interesting. Finding all this information is pretty good, awesome. And, there's a lot to find out more about what you guys are researching. And hopefully sooner and later we find more truth on our earth beneath us. Like they were saying, you all were saying. But yeah, I believe that the giants were here on Earth, and everything that Jane found, it connects to the giants. I mean,
yeah, we really didn't actually get into that tonight.
Oh, wow.
Well, I know we got into that before, but if James wants to get into that now, we can. But I thought we were just going to stay more on the current.
Yeah, I think we should
stuff.
keep it current and just keep them like they say focused. And for me, I get this problem. I run into like a stone wall as far as thinking beyond sort of where I am without brainstorming with other people. So without actually the interaction with Juan and FPV and hopefully others soon too. But I mean, I myself, I wouldn't be getting anywhere. But I think sometimes, at least for me, I get over certain because I don't think I'm necessarily slow, but things don't register too swift, but some things that should be obvious, they just don't hit me quick, like the plate being skewed at a different angle. I seriously could have, been blocked on that for months and possibly longer. But just sharing it, and in a few minutes, well, there you go. It was part of the 8x8 and not the 12x12. Well, wow.
Right. Oh, do you want to go over that real quick, since we're talking about the bars and you talking about the Greenland bar and how they work as deflector plates? I think that's what you said they were.
Yeah, basically, I think what's happening is that, the earthquakes happen in very specific successions, relaying not only information to charge and discharge these plates in front of and behind the sun, but also, determine other information. That's why there are more quakes than needed necessarily to move the sun, because they're actually communicating other informations that are relative to other, systems control. It might need to cool something off or warm something off in the north, so it can turn on these things to not affect the sun but affect the wind, and cool something off, like the ocean between Hawaii and the USA. It's just these things have more than one function, and I don't know. It's like sometimes you see that bottom of the Icelandic plate or the Greenland plate, just the bottom south corner of the long rectangle one on the island is lit up, so they can be partially on or fully on, I imagine, or just have any configuration you want. And it seems like the northern half of the equator has one charge, and everything in the south half of the equator has an opposite charge. It's a dipole, for the most part. And it can shift that dipole between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn and give us our seasons. It's just a scan. It's a scanning system, a very big one. It has a few major parts that it has to have to work. It's like your basic TV screen drawing across the face of the screen, back and forth, and retracing offset a little bit each time. It's the same principle. It's the same darn thing, but on a huge scale. Well, for us, it's huge, but the basic principle is it's like Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is often the, right one.
Usually the right one, right? Yeah.
This is, we see it work in the physical world. We grew up on television sets. Who didn't, And they were the flyback with the old bubble tube and everything, and the vacuum, and the same kind and the same principle and the same kind of hardware and electrical design that is in the Nazca lines. Go figure. Same technology. It really, really is. Even our bodies and our brains, we work the same way as, a TV studio would, or a transmitter station would, We transmit, we receive. Who can deny we're not, basically transceivers ourselves? Way back when, this is 2 years ago, I was saying, and I don't mean we're robots in the sense that we're heartless and soulless and no spirit, but with the construction, and it is construction, our cellular construction is much the same. We're built mechanically. We're a series of tubes, fluid systems, and electronics, and our wave energy, if you will. But we're built the same as everything is around us, including TV stations, broadcast transmitters, and everything. We're a unit, that's for sure, but you know, bipedal and able to move around. But there's no difference between, say, for example, the radio signal or the signal a television station has to transmit a signal for, you know, the composite color chroma signal they call it, for the audio and all the syncing to make it all a nice picture and everything. Well, guess what? When you take the signal that comes from the brain and the eyes and the ears and that composite signal, it's so strikingly similar to the composite signal of a television channel that you couldn't tell them apart. How come? Because it's the same thing. But, you know, I say and I repeat it, oxygen is a metal. We're walking in a 20% superfluid metal. We have windpipes, we breathe in air, it's all tubes. We have fluid systems contained in our skin, but we're walking around in a superfluid medium. When we use terms like air, what a misnomer, what a simplification. When we use terms like water, it ain't water. You know, at the very least, I look at it as metal hydride. More importantly, it's always got free hydronium. That's making so much of this world tick. The fact that water, so-called water, has 7% naturally free hydrogen all the time. Well, as far as fuel goes, any 10% mixture of, you know, free reactive product, free reducing agent is a fuel. So water is only 3% away, hydrogen content, of being usable as a fuel. And look how much there is around. So, you know, we haven't been using water as a fuel. It's not because the science ain't there to permit us to do it, because it's, in my book anyway, it's been suppressed. A lot of technologies are simply suppressed. Even the so-called bullshit Tesla stuff now, it's all dependent on paying for money for lithium batteries and all this shit. I'm sorry, don't mean to swear.
No, you're good. I was gonna ask FPV if you wanted to just talk a little bit about Brahma. As being the source or the possible source.
He said he'd be right back in the back. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yep. Well, something I could say real fast is someone asked in the chat a little while ago, actually, about you know, odd volcanoes erupting. And what I was thinking, and the theory that I'm thinking, is that these signals have been kind of changing, because I've seen two what they thought to be inactive volcanoes for quite a few years. One of them they considered dormant have actually exploded. So I think that these processes happen, and maybe some of these signals don't need to come online for maybe even lifetimes, you know, and we wouldn't know about it. And even if it wasn't our lifetime, they don't tell us half the stuff anyway, so we wouldn't know about it. But we would definitely know if a volcano exploded, and especially if it's a weird one that's exploding now. So, you know, that's another thing, is these signals may just come on, like, say, for instance, when we went into the age of Aquarius, and, you know, then inactive volcanoes may be coming online because something was triggered when we switched into that great year, you know, as far as astrology goes.
Right, and they say the luminaries do give off frequencies also. So there's probably some interconnection with the luminaries above and some of these power points below. Maybe they're switching things on, and I mean, I'm only speculating, but
Yeah. And I was also looking into the different planets being in certain areas when large quakes happen. So when we're in the middle of, and I'm not an astrology person, but when we are put with Saturn and Uranus, I believe, when they're opposites, and I might be wrong, when they are opposites, I might be wrong on the planets, but when they're complete opposites, it causes megaquakes to happen, which other people study into that. I was just kind of reading up on it. I have an astrology friend that may be hopping on board and actually giving some really good detail on that coming up soon. So,
oh, cool. Was it like some sort of like polarity effect or something? I don't
I
know.
mean, they refer to the ones that are gas giants. Those are the ones that can cause these megaquakes. So when they become in opposition of each other, something's happening. They're sending some kind of a signal that's making these megaquakes occur. But like I said, I'm not an astrologist. I
That's
don't know a
interesting.
whole
Yeah, no,
lot
it's
about it,
interesting stuff.
but
Yeah,
it
it's
kind of was
interesting.
cool because I had theorized that back when we started this with FPV. I don't know if I've ever said it on a stream, but I was wondering if the planets ending up in certain positions would trigger something. And then come to find out, it actually does. So,
Yeah, I think me and you've had a conversation like this before. Yeah.
yeah,
I
we
don't think it
probably
was on the
have.
chat though. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was live, but I think we've talked about it. So, but yeah, it's pretty cool to look into the astrology part of it. So, any astrology, knowers out there, they could look into their astrology charts and find out, did anything occur on these dates when these planets were in alignment, and different things. It could be anything. It maybe not just earthquakes. So
It could, yeah, right. It could be a few different things going on, a few
Yeah.
different elements, the right variables, if you will, and then boom.
like these
There it
volcanoes
is. Yeah.
erupting, we don't know.
Right. Exactly.
So that's something for people to look into, though.
And and the stars are this, even though we don't see the stars during the day, they're still above us, still doing their thing. So if they're
Exactly.
giving off frequencies and whatnot, then well, I mean, I could only go into the realm of speculation, but it makes sense.
Yeah, it does too.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, that's all I wanted to add. Really, was these signals these signals are changing because odd things are happening, but why they're changing, I can only kind of, like you were saying, speculate. But I'm kind of leaning towards that we changed into the age of Aquarius, and that would trigger different things to start happening. And we wouldn't have a clue about it because, well, our histories are hidden from us. So, if it's recorded, it's somewhere in the Vatican basement or somewhere, destroyed. We're not going to know about it. We won't ever see those documents. So we have to make our own documents. We have to start fresh and record the things that we see now. So
yeah, exactly. Yep.
The way I see it now, no matter how many documents and secrets the churches and all these cults have, it don't matter no more. It really don't matter. That's just playing the game. Oh, I have something you don't have, or I know something you don't know. No more playing that game. It's over.
Well, this is this information that you guys are putting together is pretty compelling. So, using real world data and just getting all this going is starting to make more sense. So, yeah, this is definitely sort of like the Roman, I mean the Trojan horse.
Yeah, like if there it was only the one plate, okay, there's still doubt, but you know, one found another plate, and then there's another one, you know, down. I'm pretty sure, like where Bird saw all the nice water and everything, that's another plate that, you know, was on when he went there. They're not always on the full length. They can be on sections of them or whatever. You can find an oasis somewhere along one of these plates, you know. Can be freezing everywhere else and, you know, have 72-degree water in the middle of one. It's just the way they are.
Mhm.
But there's more than one, and there's more than one people can see now and touch and feel and dive with and do whatever with. And, you know, I'm sure all across Canada and other places, there are more places you can see this plate and touch it. Yeah, all over, like, Peru, I'm sure, and all the way down Chile. And there's got to be exposed plate up there. And I know there is. You know, there's so many of them. There's a lot of them are close to the surface, or, you know, maybe even on the seabed, covered by, you know, a few feet of silt. That's why so much horizontal drilling. They might just be drilling across one of these beds down the side of it and into, you know, a span between two other plates, or a bridge between two other plates. I don't know, you know, I can only speculate. But a lot of these fault lines and rows of volcanoes and straight lines, they're along the edges or the gaps between the two plates.
Mm-hmm. Well, isn't there a lot of fracking going on some of these lines?
Oklahoma has kind of like the record now. It used to be California was earthquake capital for the USA and stuff, but you know, Oklahoma beats them hands down. And quakes per day, quakes per month, quakes per year, you know, quakes when you're asleep, quakes when, you know, your dog is trying to pee, quakes. They actually have so many quakes, and it's admitted now that it's part of the fracking industry, you know, basically. You can buy earthquake insurance now in Oklahoma, apparently, and I guess they're working on it in Texas and other big fracking states. Because, you know, if you don't normally have earthquakes and then your walls are all cracked and half your stuff is broken, you're afraid your house is going to collapse on you when you sleep at night. I mean, you know, you've been damaged, you know, and it's not Mother Nature, it's these idiots fracking the shale and stuff.
Yeah, and if you zoom in on Oklahoma, oh my God, there's miles and miles and miles of frack pads.
Yeah, and the worst thing is a lot of them have been fracked once, okay? They started a few years back a program, they call it Frack and Pray, where they're refracking as many of the old wells as they drained as they can to see if they can, you know, get a second breath out of them, if you will. So that's the Frack and Pray program that's going on. It's a secondary push on all the wells that they've blown dry, basically.
Yeah,
Maybe it's just a way to get rid of garbage. I don't know.
Another thing that fracked the shale is the nuclear place in Nevada, where they let off all those nuclear bombs. There's all those big potholes out there where they blew away that town.
Yeah, nuclear farming. They wanted to, like, you know, farm with nuclear bombs. That you know, early on in the programs, it was under agriculture, the nuclear program.
You know what they started fracking now? Yellowstone.
Uh-oh.
That's a bit idiotic. Yeah. You know,
Yep.
it absorbs certain temperatures, and you know, like, you know, in a lab you'll use heavy mineral oil because it can take a lot of heat and before it'll catch fire. I mean, it takes a tremendous amount of heat. It's just very hard to get it to ignite. Well, down below, there are things that take a lot of heat, and, you know, they're meant to cooling, like lubricants, cooling agents, other stuff. You know, all this oil they're pumping out, it's there for a reason. You know, just like the sand that was put where it is there, like, you know, on the plate running out towards, you know, White Sands all the way to probably under the ocean, probably all the way to Hawaii, 400 feet thick of sand or something. I mean, well, at least across the continental USA, it's not there for nothing. You know, these deposits they're like I say, the sand, like in the South Carolina in Lexington, you look up Sandy Run, it's 400 feet thick. It's so pure and all the same grain. It's manufactured. It's ready to be put in bags and used in glass without any purification. You can use it in the best Pyrex, you know, best glass you can make. And it comes right out of well, they take off the topsoil, and then there's all this pure quartz, all the same mesh, 400 feet deep of it. It's not an accident. That's manufactured product. It's millions of tons of it. It's not there by accident. But if we take it out, it's going to cause problems. You know, it's there for a reason. We should leave it there for the most part. The fact is, we don't need it. We've got the energy above. We don't have to take out all these resources.
Nope, it's everywhere. Hello, guys.
Okay, there you are.
Welcome back.
Ah, what did I miss?
Everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No actual rants for a change.
Well, rants are welcome, you know. We expect them now and then. I
Yeah.
have my own sometimes.
Yep. I had a question for you, man. I forgot what it was. Let me go back and look at my notes here.
It was Brahma.
Oh yeah, thank you. I do have it written here. If you want to just go back and talk about Brahma a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Brahma, the creator, the centerpiece of the 8x8 grid. I was talking to Sanders Bonacci and he told me it was Brahma. I originally called it Satan. Brahma, the creator, it's the one in the center, then he has 8 around it, which I would call, there's 9 primary angels there. You know, Brahma at the center and another 8 around it. So you got primary 9, and then there's all the external ones. I think there's 72 not plugged into it, but the number 72 should ring a bell for some people. And that's where it comes from. The 72 virgins, they're not linked to anything, apart from wireless transmissions. It seems, these are what we can see on the mimic map. Technology is being activated and deactivated. This is what your volcanoes are, technology coming online and going offline and things like this. So yeah, it all fits in. It kind of mixes up scripture, sacred geometry, everything coming to life in one project. It's quite amazing to watch. I don't know about you guys, but I'm amazed. It just seems to get better and better. But yeah, Brahma, that's the centerpiece, the heart of the machine, the one that's running all the rest, it seems.
Right on. Right on.
I've showed videos of it before. I'll put
Yeah,
it
yeah.
back on again if you want.
I mean, you could put it on if you want. You guys have the chat open, right? And I don't know if there's anybody asking questions or anything like that. Shout out to everybody there. I don't know if you guys want to give them a little shout out real quick.
I thank everybody for coming.
Yeah, thanks for popping in, guys. It was good to see people looking at our research and supporting it in any way or form. Or if you can help it, even better. Right, what we're looking for, Brahma, the creator. He's in here somewhere. There. Yeah, that's Brahma, the creator, the centerpiece of the 8x8. You see what I mean about others being plugged into him? There's like a primary 9, Brahma in the center, and another 8 round him, or 8 should I say, this particular piece of technology. And then there is even more that aren't connected to this, but definitely come online via ways of Wi-Fi transmission, it seems. You can see on certain maps. Like, you know, I've previously done a presentation where a signal came from Antarctica. It went along one of these lines. It split into three. You know, one went to roughly, well, it first hit Mount Etna, and it branched into three. The left one went to possibly Mount Vesuvius or another volcano in Italy. The center one went straight ahead and hit the Bosnian pyramid, and one on the right branched somewhere towards through Greece and towards the Middle East. You know, we got that recorded off the Mimic map, and I could actually overlay it on here and help me reposition the 8x8 grid. And Jimbo's plate actually, you know, confirmed that relocation matched up. You know, it matched up with Jimbo's plate, as well as what I was seeing. The part I was seeing where it splits into three, you can see where my mouse is. That was the three there, where it split. That would say be Mount Etna, that one there, that bump there. That one would go to Vesuvius or another volcano in Rome. That one leads to the Bosnian pyramid. And this one went through Greece towards the Middle East somewhere. I lost track of that because you can't see it because of where the map was. But yeah, you know, that was the three signal split. I was looking for a 1 into 3 come out, and the signal came. You follow the line, it just came from the opposite end somewhere down in Antarctica. So it travelled quite a distance, that signal, and traceable over land, which was pretty cool. You know, when you see it split into three there, and you, once I knew it was hitting Mount Etna, they could see where it was going. So the technology, you know, at play. Who lives below the volcanoes? The technology that runs it. Creative technologies. This is what they're hiding, guys. What Enoch tried to describe was these technologies, and he struggled. But yeah, you know, you start going through various scriptures. Doesn't matter what scripture it is. You start putting technology into that mindset and start decoding what they're telling you or what they're trying to describe. It soon starts making sense. Hope that answers that one, Trotter.
Yeah, that was good. That was it. Yeah. I don't know if you guys have anything else to add to anything tonight. Go ahead. If not, we can shut this down if you want.
Just to reiterate, guys, it's a technological construction with a creator who used giants to help create this construction, then seems to have disposed of said giants. Or man did, one of the two, you know, someone's been busy. And since then, there's been people trying to hide what the world really is. Obviously for monetary and political gain, which we knew anyway. But now, you know, this kind of confirms what's going on. There is more land. The world is a lot larger than they're telling us. And it's run by technology you can't even comprehend. Well, we can actually comprehend some of it now because we're actually brought up with it. We're all guilty in some way of using said technologies. Because in my opinion, all technologies have been derived from the underworld in some way, shape, or form. So yeah, you know, we're all criminals. Well, not criminals as such, you know. We didn't know where it came from. I'm pretty sure the people making it knew where it came from or where it's been derived from. But that's okay, you know. The creator put them lines in the ground for people to read and learn from, and continue the running of this world. You know, someone's got to run it at the end of the day. Someone's got to take ownership. Well, not ownership as such, but play a part in their nation's care and maintenance of this technology. Over time, perhaps maybe it does need upgraded. Perhaps that's NASA's real role, upgrading and maintenance, but, you know, reverse engineer it and lie it's something else. I don't agree with that. We can see what it is, and it's not man-made. That's where I come from. Over to you guys.
FV, thank you very much. Katz, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm hearing. Well, I really thank all the ones that came in the chat and support this channel again, which is our channel. And I thank Totter, FPV1, James for being on here too as well. If you're all done, we can shut down if you like.
Yeah, all good here. Anything from you, one? You, Jimbo?
I'm good as gold. I'm gonna get back to the light core and get the 2,000 watts working and move on from there. And just, it was nice tonight.
Yeah, you guys,
Yeah.
thank you for sharing all the things you guys got right now, and yeah, we'll be talking to you soon. Yep.
Thank you.
Bye, you guys. We'll see you all again the next hangout. Thanks for coming.
Have a good night, everybody in the chat.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
And you, Caps, for
Much
having
love.
us.
Yeah,
And you, Tron.
much love to the chat. Thanks a lot, you guys. Awesome. Thank you, FPV, for that intro. Hey, everybody. Good evening. And once again, thanks for joining us on Cat Eyes Returns. Tonight, we have the research team. They're going to be going over some updates on the map that FPV has been presenting to everybody, along with some new data. So, okay. But tonight is FPV Angel, One Conscious series. Cat Eyes and myself, Flat Trotter. So, well, you guys, why don't you guys just let us know what's going on?
Let me, hold on. I'm just going to welcome the chat room, like always. Thanks for spending your time here to support this hangout and the panel. All mods, make sure you welcome those that come in, because Totter and I won't be talking. It will be the researchers. So once they're done, then I'll come back on chat. So make sure you welcome them and keep an eye on the trolls and anybody else that you think is a troll. So please welcome everybody that comes in. Even welcome those that are mods as well. I appreciate it. Much love, everyone. We'll just go ahead and start, and I'll give it the floor to FPV. And you guys, relax.
Yep.
Bye. I'll be back.
Yep. Take it away, you guys.
Right, thanks, Cats. Thanks, Trotter. Hello, everyone. FPV here. Right, I'll start this off. Hold on a sec. Right, in previous videos, you've heard me discuss angels and their roles or functions. What I'm going to show you here is how I link the angels to various scriptures and mandalas. I'll just pause the video a sec. Pinpointed their locations in the underworld and tried to account for their number. The count seems to be around 266, going by main writings, plus 7 are mentioned that are unknown to the rest, which seem to be in operation in desolate places and active during sunrise and deactivate at sunset. This suggests to me they are located below 7 of our deserts and operate independently from all the rest. I haven't marked them all on this map as due to their number, we expect them to be occupying all the places in between the halos we call the tropics. So you can picture there on that image, there's 266 halos. You can account for 48 around the external of the 8x8 and 30 around the internal. That's counting the center one. And plus many more in between. We're not going to bother putting them on the map because there's that many. We do assume they're in between all these halos we call tropics. Right, and now on to the roles of said angels. It's evident that the sun and moon movements and navigation are controlled by these projected halos. It's quite possible all of our luminaries are using this network of halos for movement and could give credence to our dome being various layers of electromagnetic halos. Layer 1 being allocated to the sun and moon. And do we see evidence of this in the real world? Yes, we do. There's some videos that we showed previously of various recordings from various locations around the world showing these halos with the sun traversing around them. So what they call in sun dogs are these halos here. And these are projections from down below. If you're not understanding that part, I recommend you go and look at some of our other videos. Now, we can get into weather patterns now. Tornadoes. The rotating toroidal vortex created by the angel's halo is directly responsible for the generation of winds, tornadoes, and cyclones. Do we see evidence of this? Yes, of course we do. It is directly responsible for all wind functions. Another role that the angels were figured out is lightning. We can now say lightning has an origin, this being the angel's halo. Add some water and it will start arcing. There's a nice demonstration there for you. So we've got an origin for lightning. Volcanoes. It seems a certain configuration of angels are responsible for volcanoes, mountains, hilly terrain, and raised landmass. Notice the mountains in the distance curving around the edge of the halo in between the angel and the halo is an induction zone. This may play a part in the eruption process. Angels are involved in particle acceleration. That kind of wording comes from CERN. The real terminology would be alchemy, the forming of elements into matter. Earth, air, fire, and water being the primary materials used in the forming of matter. This will differ from region to region. Colours are allocated to north, south, east, and west in various scriptures, and they seem directly linked to this role. Now, onto some new sections to do with the grid. What you're looking at here are some Nazca line overlays. New sections added to the map here on the outside of the 12x12 grid. These are part of the Nazca mandala. I didn't add them previously as I was unsure of their orientation.
This will now extend the grid to around 25 by 20. They may be linked to planetary or other luminary usage, each having 3 halos, the one on the right being connected to part of the grid and the one on the left seeming to have no link at all as yet. There might be more to this map, guys, you know. I'm going through these Nazca lines, and more might start playing a part in what you're seeing in the north there. So there's 2 new sections, this section here and this section here. So they, you know, they could be related to planetary or luminary functions. I have no idea yet. We can only go by the data we've seen, and this is now going outside the grid we've got. But it shows you this thing's outside of there, so that's a good sign. It's a bit bigger than we thought. So 25 by 20 grid, I think, somewhere around there. It may expand beyond that yet, we don't know. As we add more Nazca lines, you know, this will adjust accordingly. There's some more Nazca line overlays. The orientation may not be perfect, but they are close. Note New York having the spider in its vicinity, which appears to connect to a large chamber that connects to Greenland. Triangles appear to mark volcanoes. Various birds are used for different types of signaling or communications, which I've shown on a previous video when using the Mimic map. You can see the locations here confirm those transmissions. Have a good look around there, guys. You can see what's relating to what there. The astronaut seems to be in Russia. What else is on there? Condor. Yeah, any birds type. Yeah, any of the birds that you see in the sky there, they're all to do with transmissions. The monkey also having something to do with transmission. They've seen signals going there from Antarctica. Same with Easter Island and other locations. And also take note of what's going on in the north. There's more geoglyphs up there that we've, you know, not noticed previously. So even more things to add in the north at some point or other. All right, we'll zoom out because there's a bit more to add to this. Here are some of the Palpa lines. There's not just Nazca lines, there's Palpa lines also, which is near Nazca. Our northwest portals now become the solar clock. Southwest portals become the Paracas family. More birds are used for communications, and we have a star on or near the location of the southwest portals. Take a good look at that, guys. That's more lines added there, some more Nazca lines. And you can see where they start to fit and overlay. So what you're seeing here is a translation of all these Nazca lines onto the world map. And they point out locations where certain things below ground are playing a role in the workings of our world. This is how the mechanics of our world are working. These are marking those locations out for us. There's more to see yet, don't worry. Still a lot on there to figure out as well. The tree up in the north there, that looks like something to do with electrical kind of connections to me now. There's another one up there, the albatross with the twisted beak in the northwest. That's another one that's some kind of signaling or communications going on that's sending a signal further in the northwest. So yeah, you're getting different depictions there of what they call in these locations, the Paracas family, which Enoch called the Southwest Portals. Right, here's another overlay for you. These more Nazca line overlays show more of our underworld and how it relates to the human world above. Take note of the locations. One Conscience joined our team a couple of months ago and was brought up to speed with this research and has been working with us, and with the help of Iron FE, Ron, so a big shout at you, sir, who has made the recordings automatic onto our map and grid. One is able to relate what I suspected as earthquakes to be technology coming online and track it happening. I'm now going to pass you over to One so she can show you our work and how it is all related. Over to you, Juan.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so I've been working on a world map, and not only has the earthquakes that I began with related, but the work that have moved on to now is also relating greatly, especially with what he just showed you. So let me get my camera turned on. Oops. Okay. That's it. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yeah, over to you, Juan.
You good?
Okay, so this is the map I've been working with. It's the Mercator map. It's the closest one I could find to FPVs. And what I have done here is I started out by marking what we call the earth chakras. Then I put the grid over it and I put all the angels on. Some of them I did get pinned with blue pins, others are blue marked, but all the blue is representing the angels of the map. Now mine's not as big as his, so I'm missing the two lower corners. Imagine it being extended out a bit more. Then I also added grid, is all of the chakras connected and angels connected. And as I did this, they started to cross other angel points, other power points. I thought that was a pretty cool connection. Seeing his work now, because we are working separately, even though we're presenting together, which I also think is really interesting, and we're still coming up with the same grid. So I added more information. I have the earthquake paths on my map, marked with the lines and the arrows. I've also went and added what we call the power stations. They're power plants that are all over the earth. And I also added, those are the red ones, by the way, and the white dots are the weather stations. I think they help in aiding in storms and stuff, possibly producing. I think they definitely aid in them. So what I'm trying to show with all of this together is how all of this energy from below, and they're tapping into it, and they're causing events to happen in our world. So now, let's move in a little bit closer. We can look at a couple of areas that I wanted to show you guys. So first of all, we all know about CERN. So this area right here was really interesting to me. And if you just remember what FPV just showed you, this is where CERN is located. So see how many power stations, and there's red dots that I don't even have marked, but every single red dot, pinned or not, is a power station. See how the arms kind of draw out? Sorry, they draw out from the center. Well, the center there is about where CERN is located. It's between France and, oh, I can't see it. It's covered in pins. Yes, thank you. The map you just showed, FPV, there was definite energy up there towards the north. So all these different things are connecting. We go over here to the United States. Up here we have HAARP. See it up in Alaska. It's 2 weather stations right on top of it. And there's a whole trail of them that seem to lead down. Well, during that area, we have a lot of armada storms. We have a lot of odd tornadoes and weird skies that happen. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So when we move down to South America, and you were just showing on your map how the technology over there
And see how it pushes into the angels, and then the volcanoes are right after that. That's a sign that the energy is pushing that land up. South America is about 2,000 feet above sea level, so off from the continent down into the ocean. The map itself is quite confusing. For some questions regarding it. I'm still learning it myself and trying to put it all together. See, we'll go over here to where the New Zealand area is and see how the volcanoes and follow exactly along our quake path. Then there's always the power stations. So I'm still trying to put all of it together. I thought I actually had it all figured out. Then I joined this team and, well, I don't. So I have a lot of questions also. That's about it. I also have marked on here pretty far, but let's go right here. I have purple ones marked. They're very small. What those are going to represent is crystal caves, which is actually some new information to me. And I knew this information, but I guess seeing in a new perspective made it a little different. We have these crystal caves that are all over our world, and crystals produce a very great amount of energy, frequency. They all have their different frequencies, so each would give off a different vibration. Now in this area right here that I keep pointing at is actually the largest crystal cave in the entire world. There are crystals inside that cave, and you can look it up, that are way bigger than any people. I can't even really describe how large they are. You'd really have to go look at it. And that's one of our major spots here. This huge pressure comes straight down from the corners, blurring out.
You broke up a bit there, Lon.
Yeah.
Your screen's kind of froze on me.
Okay, are we back now? Can you see me?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, sorry about that. So anyway, that's the largest crystal cave that we have. And other ones that we have that I found as to very interesting places are, and let me show you, we have them in Mexico, Bermuda, Oregon, the Bahamas, Australia, Scotland, California, Turkey, Iceland, and Ohio, which I don't know how many people actually know that. I didn't. So I found those pretty interesting spots, that these are the power points, and maybe they're kind of matching up at least with two known vortexes that I can think of, the Oregon vortex and the Bermuda Triangle. So looking at the overall map, I'm just going to kind of sum it up. If you look at my crazy mess of green lines, they tend to go off in the same direction. It really reminded me of the star Nazca line that FPV had shown. Will have to be taken into account that my little points might not be exact, but the overall is really starting to line up and correlate everything he's saying as what's going on underneath, how they're harnessing it and using it, and how it's affecting our world. So that's really all I have.
No, it's
right
not
now.
Ron. We've got these things from Ron, remember. I'll put
Oh, yeah, okay.
I'll just present.
Forgot.
Yeah, don't worry. I
Yeah.
thought you would. I'll just present one for you. I'll tell them what it is first. Right. There you go, guys. This is the map Ron FE Ron. So a big shout out to Ron again. This is the map Ron's made for one. Well, for always really, but one's recording the earthquake data from this, and what you can do is track it. and you'll notice over time certain things switching on and off, which, you know, I've been saying all along. What's happening here is 4 times a year your equinoxes and solstices, and many things in between as well by the look of it. The switching going on, and this is what's rerouting the sun and moon on its new paths. So that's what's creating the seasons. There's a lot going on in this, you know, in these images when you're going to see the animation. So this is just a static image, because when I made a video of them recorded for one to show, it's lowered the quality a bit. So I thought I'd show you the higher quality image first, so you can see exactly what it looks like. But I'll play the animation now, and I'll just leave it looping, and I'll let you talk over it. And just tell me when you want to switch it off. Hold on, I'll just share.
Okay. Okay, so great work, by the way, Ron. I mean, this is awesome that he took the things that I was just dotting onto the maps, and he animated it and made it have direction, because he just put the arrows in the direction, I believe, that the pressure is going. So you can watch here how it activates up in Alaska. I always like to start there because it affects me and where I live directly, so I can actually see the effects. So the pressure comes in. You can see how it kind of goes down towards the Hawaii area, and I have the arrows on my map showing this. It rolls across our United States, it rolls down the South America, it rolls out into the center, and it heads up north from that area. And you can see, I love the way he's got it. You can see it moving up there. It starts and it goes right on up. Then it kind of comes around to the north. Whoops, we lost it. Okay. So, and then it goes up to the north, and where it goes from there, well, we just don't know just yet because we don't have the data up there. Then you can see that it also is being made from the southwest towards the New Zealand area, and it follows that path up that way, heading towards the center, and it heads up north that way. It also does this little loop-de-loop around these islands here. I think it goes up to that other corner and somehow kind of comes back down and goes across Russia area, but that's, of course, speculation. I don't get the data to prove it, but it seems to kind of do a little loop-de around these corners. And that's about, I mean, we watch that, you know, we're watching these swarms happen in the different corners, and it's bringing in, like he said, it's bringing in the winds, it's bringing in seasons. A good example was that we had a 7.2 right down by Mexico a few days ago, and where I sit, which is just northeast, slightly northeast from where that quake hit, we were sitting at -2 degrees the day it hit. And the very next day, our weather rose up to 57 degrees. And we had pretty strong winds coming in, bringing in this very warm air. And then as the pressure moved away, we, the very next day, dropped back down to 22 degrees and had an ice storm. And it was very interesting to watch it because it brought in the southern warmth that's going on right now for just that moment while the energy passed through our area. But that's about all I have to say. So I'll let someone else take over.
That's fantastic one. Lovely presentation. Well done. Very nice. A little bit of information here on this map we're looking at, guys. This is current information over the last 5 days that Ron's accumulated. Just for this presentation, basically. But, you know, it's carrying on live all the time, and it's recording every week now. He's also now got the ability to go back in time and start retrieving the information from, you know, any point in time basically that's been recorded. So at the end of that animation, you'll notice the date changed to 2017. That was the March equinox. So you've seen some data there at the end, 3 days before the equinox and 2 days after. So you can see what's going on during that equinox last March. Yeah, very, very nice work there, Ron. Good job, mate.
Yeah, big shout out to Ron. It is amazing because, like I said, mine is dots on a map and I can show it as a slideshow, but he's actually animating the daily quakes and we can see how it progresses, where, which ones are first and stuff like that, that I don't really have time to do all that. So, but yeah, his data is great. Do you want to see 6 weeks worth of quakes though? Do you want to see how that progresses real fast?
Let's have a look at it. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So let me get my camera back on.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Iron Sky Earth, Ron. We thank you for that.
Okay. So this is 6 weeks. So each slide is a week, and we can watch it move. We can see where it swarmed, and this is starting at the beginning of December up to the current week. I finished up on Thursday. And I did switch to the different map, which I want to get moved over to the same map so we have it all on one map. But yeah, it follows the past and it matches up with all that busyness that you had going on that you were showing too, FPV.
Yeah, it's nice that.
But yeah, that's 6 weeks, and just remember the blue are the shallower, and then it goes to yellow, then orange, then red, and then purple as far as depths go.
That's a lot of work there, guys, by the way. That's one's been recording that by hand and plotting it daily. So yeah, a lot of work gone into that. So yet again, big shout out to Ron for saving one a lot of time, which she can now divert into the upper world.
Exactly.
Which, hey, you're doing a fantastic job as well. It's really nice, that map.
It's a team effort. It's a group effort to put this together. It's a lot of stuff to add together and try to figure out what's going on. So
we do need more people involved, that's for sure. We've got sun, moon, luminaries, all kinds of things to look at yet and factor into this.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming again, hanging out with us tonight, taking your time. We have one science. Okay. And Trotter, you can go ahead and finish talking. I gotta get a call. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's good? What's good? Yeah, thanks, Katz. Yeah, tonight is the Flat Earth research updates with FPV and One Conscience. We also have Crow hanging out with us. He's one of our panelists tonight. Yeah, just an update. One Conscience, just tell us what you've been up to. What kind of updates you have with the earthquake data? Anything unusual, or I don't know. The floor is yours.
Okay, so I've been working lately on a few things like straightening out the tectonic plates onto our map. And I've also been looking into different parts of the world that have anomalies that I think are generating our Earth's energy. So I've kind of came to a conclusion that there are 2 spots on Earth that have liquid mercury underneath of them. One of them is in Mexico, and one of them is in China.
They were recently found. And so what that actually makes possible is when mercury is kept at a cold enough temperature, it can cause currents that can make a superconductor, and it can actually levitate things. So that can kind of give you a sense of the amount of energy, kind of what we're working with here. So following that, I went back to my tectonic plates and re-looked at my flows, and what I'm seeing is that our East America side and West Eurasia side are kind of running on two different sets of energy because that's the way it flows. And so kind of thinking it's coming possibly from those areas. I mean, there's a lot of activity in those areas. I can't prove it. I'll probably never be able to prove it. It makes a lot of sense. So I can show you my, oops. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, all good to go.
So what I did is went back and went to my little Google Earthquake 3D, and I literally followed every single line of the tectonic plate, exactly where it's placed, and it straightens out when you do that. So that's kind of how you straighten things out, is you have to go to the ball and follow the land masses to make the lines to figure out what's really going on there. Ball them up and they don't make sense. So this is what I have. New Zealand, we all know the pressure heads north. I mean, I've showed that a million times. The yellow lines are my assumptions. Okay, these are things that I cannot prove, and I probably never will be able to. However, based on these trends of how this energy flows, I kind of feel safe doing it now. So what we're kind of seeing is, is how they kind of match on both sides. So they both start up, in the corners. We can see I've drawn arrows to show how those pressures flow. So it kind of goes up, hits where it's going to hit from both corners, coming down. So here, Alaska hits the corner, so this corner activated. It wraps around. Right there is where the big quake just hit in Alaska. This corner's been activating for quite a while now. We've seen it through swarms. And if you follow it, it goes over and it hits right there, which is where we got another quaking off California. However, down here it does a little different. So these are where my assumptions are coming in. It actually comes up, hits the Easter Islands and comes over. So anyway, the point is that I'm trying to figure this out, and the energies are definitely coming from these corners, going into the corners, and this is our flow. The East and West are separate flows until they hit the center area where they combine. So the earthquakes so far, and you guys will see here in a second how this will correlate into FPV's work. So I went looking into some other things here recently because of different ideas that were presented to me and things that kind of popped up as I look into the energies of the earth. I start finding all these different weird anomalies that we've probably all heard of, fireballs in the sky. I wonder where those come from.
You mean the alleged SpaceX rockets?
You're not screen sharing anything yet, one, if you're trying to.
Yeah, nothing's on the screen also. But are you talking about the SpaceX, the alleged SpaceX rockets that were launched, or
the one in Michigan?
No, well, I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like that, because when I was actually coming home from Chicago, I actually saw something like that. So it really sparked my interest. It flew across the sky. It had a green tail. It looked like a fireball with a green tail. So I've never seen something like that. I've heard about them, but so I added those to my map that I already had. So what I've marked here is our crystal caves, okay, which we talked about those before. And I've found more connections with those, and we have quite a few that run through the United States. I also marked obelisks because I found out that obelisks are made of quartz crystal. So I found that very interesting that governments and past ancients have built these obelisks all over the world, and they are actually amazing harvesters and generators, transmitters of energies. So that's another thing. Also the pyramids. The pyramids are I believe they are ancient power stations. I truly believe that. I think they're all connected with the crystal caves and such, and the energies are flowing, and they were transmitting them with the pyramids. And I also marked the 2 spots of liquid mercury, which are the 2 black spots, which I found very interesting. And they're both pretty much on opposite sides of the world. Other than how this energy flows, you know, I'm still learning about this, so, you know, there'll be more as I learn. Let me show you my last. So my last little map I made, I actually put volcanoes, dams, and giant tree stumps. It's the mountains that, you know, some people have theorized are giant tree stumps. I don't know if you guys have heard of that, but fascinating. So I went and looked into it.
Like Devil's Tower, for instance?
Exactly like Devil's Tower. Yes, very good. And so what I found out is that, you know, if they were giant tree stumps, petrified wood, well, petrified wood turns into precious gems and stones after so long. That's what happens to it. And there's plenty of websites that anyone can go look that up and see that I'm telling the truth, that this is what people have found. And there's a petrified forest in the United States where some of the trees are at these stones and crystals. So I put those on there to kind of go along with the other stuff. I'm not sure why I keep. So all the orange and red is our volcanoes. I probably haven't got them all marked because there's so many volcanoes. The blue is the dams. Okay. The dams I'm still learning, so I really don't want to go into that yet. I do have some stuff coming up about them, but what I'm really correlating here is say they're giant tree stumps, the mountains that look like them, and how you know, they're still right on the path of our earthquake. This is kind of what I'm trying to show. Just all these different things are going into the same flow of earth energy. That's really what I've been doing. It just takes a long time to gather all the information. I'm going to show you guys this because it was confusing. I'm sorry. It was confusing on my big wall map. So I actually went and did this one on the computer. And it's more simplified because all it is the ley lines. It's actually meeting at the chakra points. So it actually looks pretty cool. I just wanted you guys to see it without all the different, you know, pins that I have on the wall map that really made it look pretty busy and kind of confusing.
Show them your wall
like
map
that
as well once so they can see the wall map version.
Okay. Oh.
I mean, the wall map's a whole project in itself, isn't it?
Yeah, the wall map, I had to walk away from it for a little while. It was kind of driving me insane. But so let's see if I can get a good shot of this here. Because it is literally a wall map. I have to. Oh. Okay. So there's the wall map. So you can see all the ley lines that I just went and put on the computer instead. And you can also see the energy flows of the earthquakes. The one I did on the computer is quite a bit more detailed, but I've been spending, like I said, a lot more time kind of going back and doing a little assuming. This map has no assuming on it at all. It's all pure data. And it has the grid from FPVs into it. It's really hard to see, and I have all the angels put on there, and all the red ones are power plants, and they're right on our energy lines. Ones
There's a question in
are the
chat there
weather
for you, Juan.
modification stations.
I was just going to say that. There's a question in chat. Is HARP in Alaska, and do you have it pinned on your map?
Uh-huh. Yep, weather modification stations right up there.
That's the white pin, yeah.
And actually, every white pin, there's two, because they seem to be two side by side close enough that I couldn't fit pins for every single one. And again, I'm sure I'm missing some because this is an ongoing project that made my eyes start to cross as I did it. So,
Can you pan left a bit so we can see Alaska?
uh-huh. Yep. So there's Alaska. Let me see if I can't get a better view. There we go. So, got Alaska, got the HARP stations right there. Whoops. Down in Mexico.
Tell you what to show them, Juan. Show them CERN Europe.
Oh, yeah.
Look,
Okay.
that's looking really interesting now.
Yeah, it really is. Let me come. Whoop. Let me come around for this one because I'll get a close up. Come around the table though. So there's CERN. Those are all power stations. There's even the little ones. I just ran out of big pins. I went through like 3 cases, 3 packs of them. But yeah, it looks like little arms coming out of it. And CERN has this, the Alps there, those huge mountains. And these power stations literally sit right on the mountains and come out. Even the red dots of marker are still power stations, but look how many there are. That's insane. It's anyway.
Yeah, what you can see there, guys, if they keep adding more power stations, you'll eventually see the Fibonacci sequence or the flower of life pattern spiraling out from it. That's
what it
the
looks
signature of
like.
the angel. Yeah, that's the signature of the angel technology.
Yeah, it's starting to look like it, but it's really hard to do this. I have to look up every individual one and literally put the dot on the map, and then it's really a very long process. Over here, look at all the power stations we have around, like Japan and Fukushima area and stuff. And most of them sit on angels, so there's an angel hard to see, because I have so much going on there. I have the volcanoes mapped. Actually, the only ones that are on there right now are the ones that were active at that time. But volcanoes run from here, and they actually run all the way across under the ocean, all the way across there in our perfect equator. You guys can look that up on Google Earth, and zoom in and see it for yourself, or Google Maps. But yeah, that's about all I have. I mean, it's kept me quite busy.
Question in chat there. I wonder why they picked Alaska. Is it a key power source? Maybe, I am not sure. Alaska is one of the four corners that you'll find referenced in the Book of Enoch or various scriptures. That's one of the four corners. Alaska, northeast Russia being the other one. And you've got two down at Antarctica, which is, there's your four corners. And these are the areas that Enoch would reference as portals. If you've noticed the map before that we use, hold on, I'll screen share it so you can see it. That would be easier. And you'll see what I mean. There you go. That should pop up now. If you can see, I'll get my mouse on the screen so you can see it. There, you see what I mean about the four corners? The four virtual corners, I would call them. Four virtual corners. One being Alaska, this one over northeast Russia, and these two down in Antarctica. This side here turns out to be, I think it's Rockefeller Mountains, and the other side, I think it's Rothschild Mountains. If you have a look on Google Earth, you'll actually see lots of royals' names and, the bushes. There's all kinds of names down here. The list of the guilty, I would call it. But there's your four corners, so that's why they're choosing them locations. This bottom left corner, the southwest corner, this is the area in the 1930s that the Germans started planting flags in. So the Germans kind of occupied that area during World War II and afterwards, and still today, in fact, it's still going on. No one's moved out, they're still there. And this area here, in my opinion, is the gateway to the underworld, which leads to all this. All this is below ground. This is the underworld lit up. Apart from the halos, the halos, these are actually in the sky. Everything else is below ground. So the underworld really does exist, and this is what they're hiding. This is why they invented the globe. They wrapped this image around a ball to hide these corners. So all you have to do with the ball to get it back to a flat map is stretch it back out. And where on the ball they've got Alaska, touching northeast Russia, and the real world, the two farthest distances apart. We're sure, I don't know if you've noticed any of our other work, but we have shown there is flight routes going up into the north that aren't on radar. They're flipping the data so it looks like they're flying west away from the States, say, and then coming around here on the globe. Well, in reality, that's not happening. It can't happen. They're really flying west for a while, flying north, and then turning east and coming over this way. We're backed up with data we've seen on the flight radar, and I've also looked at a few other flights where some diverts were caused in midair. One being, I think, a child died on an aircraft, and it made an emergency stop. Well, guess what? It was supposed to be flying from Beijing to somewhere in Europe. The emergency stop happened in northern Russia somewhere. So what the hell was it doing up there? It was way off track. It should have been a straight line flight going across there, say. But it was a location up here. That's the name. I forget the name now. But it's popped up 3 times. You now research this same location. So it's definitely a route going north, but they're pretending it's going west. And vice versa. There's hidden routes up here. We talked to Marlena. She's a pilot from Canada, and she's told us she sees flights of aircraft coming from the north, and she doesn't know where they're coming from. Well, these are actually these hidden flights coming from the east over here and then down into the west, pretending they're going around the globe and ending up this side. There's hidden flight routes in the north, and that we presume the same's happening down here in the south. A little bit of information on that for you.
Well, they do the same with the earthquakes. They try to put it off like northeast Russia is what's affecting Alaska, but that's not true, because up there in that little island, that little peninsula off of northeast quakes, And if that was the case and it was a globe, then we would constantly have big quakes like happened in Alaska all the time. And that's not what happens. And I've been watching this for about, 2.5 years now, and that is not what happens, and they can say, oh, if we wrap, because it's so active and because Alaska is always getting swarmed, they're in two corners, so they're activating and stuff. Then they wrap it up and they say, oh yeah, look, it's connected, but it's really not. It's actually two separate systems going to center, heading north, and probably coming back around. So it's two ways they screw up everything with the globe. Flights and the quakes.
Yeah, in fact, I'll play that while you're on form there on the earthquake information. I'll share this one that Ron FE. Big shout out to Ron again. I'll play this so people can see it if you want to talk through it, and then all the earthquake data's together. You see that?
Yep.
Press play and pass it over to you. This is 3 weeks worth of data we've gathered now.
Yep. So what Ron has done, which is amazing, so everybody needs to give him a big pat on the back, is he's took the earthquake data and he's actually it's grabbing on its own and it's animating. So we can look at 3 weeks worth of quakes, and with the color that we have going on here, the blue are the 50 kilometers or less. Then it goes yellow is 50 to 100, orange is 100 to 150, and then red is 150 to 200, and anything deeper than 200 kilometers is purple. So if you watch what's going on as it moves, you'll see clearly that this east coast is not the one affecting Alaska like they want to try to put it off to be on the globe. It is the corner activating. And you can see the blue up there a little bit north of all the swarm. And that follows my lines, how it's coming down from the corner and wrapping around those islands and following the path down through the United States into South America. So it's not moving.
Right. Question in chat there. What about Palin? She can see Russia from a house. I would say she can see a landmass, but she doesn't know what it is, and she sold it to Russia. It's definitely not Russia, or she's got very good eyes.
Holland, where's that at? I'm sorry.
Holland? No, Russia. Someone called Palin says she can see Russia from their house, so she must be somewhere around Alaska looking at Russia. But the landmass she's looking at is probably
Sarah
not
Palin.
Russia.
Sarah
Yeah.
Palin was she ran for vice president with John McCain, and one of her things she said was she could see Russia from her house because she was from Alaska.
Yeah, well, she's been lied to while she's in on it. That tells me.
Wait, FPV, how long did the flight take when you looked that up from Anchorage to, how long was that? Remember you looked that up not too long ago, wasn't it like 14 hours?
Yeah, 13 or 14 hour flight. So,
So I'm not sure what is being seen or what people are being told, which is just to keep the globe alive, obviously. But why does it take 14 hours if you can see it? Is my question to the person in chat to fly there.
yeah, it's if they're in on it, which they are, any country that's got a space agency going is clearly in on it, and Russia have got a space agency, so they're part of the problem.
Yeah.
Like most of the astronauts, when they apparently come back from the ISS to land in Kazakhstan, you got the Kazakhstanians helping them carry them out of the capsule as it lands. Well, it doesn't actually land; it falls out of the sky like a brick. Well, there's no one in it. It's probably been dropped from an aircraft. Filmed watching it come down, cut the hard landing out, and then the guy runs over and climbs in it, and they lift him out as though he's a hero. Comical, really, isn't it? Yeah, so the Russians, they're in on it. They've got a space agency, so I wouldn't trust anything they say either.
This isn't It's not moving though. The map's not moving.
Yeah, it got to the end of the animation. I'll play it again if you
Oh.
want.
Yeah, because I wanted
it's
to
3
see
weeks, it's 3 weeks with. Hold on. I'll just forward it a bit. There. Yeah, it doesn't last long. But there's 3 weeks worth of animation there. It's just one recording per day. I think it's 3 weeks worth. It should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, so every time
Okay.
one moves, that's a day gone by.
Okay. Okay, I see. Yeah, it's fabulous work. I didn't really have anything else to say. I just wanted to see it move again.
Yeah, it's nice
Yeah.
to watch.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice visual. Yeah, there's a lot of activity there in Alaska.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
not so
noticed a
much-
lot of yellow. A lot of yellow.
Yeah. Those are a little bit deeper. Yeah. But deeper doesn't always mean bigger. So it just means
You
it'll
can-
cause something larger.
Can relate the deeper ones to scripture by, what was that sentence again? Satan was cast into the abyss because he was becoming too powerful. Let me translate that for you. The power output from that particular angel technology was a bit too much for the ones nearby, so they had to relocate it further down. They got moved basically. Power output from the destroyer variety of angel is a bit. The power output must be very high, so they had to really relocate it. That's basically what it's telling you. That's what it's telling me anyway, from a technological perspective. It's a human trait for people to give technology a sex and names. Take your car, for instance. Is your car male or female? A lot of people out there do that. They call the car a him or a her. It's basically what's happened with this technology. People just give it character and names. But it's technology that's running the show. Does that make sense?
Does to me.
Yeah.
Our whole light show in the sky is controlled from below with technology. What this earthquake data is showing you, what it's really happening, when you see these flashing on and off, that earthquake pressure data is actually signals being sent to locations below ground. Over the course of this year, we can track that and watch it switching on and off, and this is what's creating seasons. That's why we're monitoring this.
Crow, you got a question?
It's predictable. Yeah, go ahead, Crow.
No, when you said he or she, all I was thinking was like Star Trek when, the guy would say she's a beauty. It's like we do name or give characters to either a ship or a vehicle. Like it does seem like it becomes a character. So I definitely understand where you were going with that. So it did make sense.
Yeah.
I was just reiterating what you were saying. That was a good point. It's not a machine no more.
No, yeah, it could just be given character, and you can see why. It's when you look at the functions. I don't know if you watched the video where I went through a lot of the functions just off that one technology alone. The winds, the lightning, the earthquakes, the toroidal field, the free energy you can harness from it. It's got a big list of amazing things for one piece of technology alone. It's a masterpiece. It is.
Do you have
Definitely not constructed by humans, not on this scale, nowhere. They can copy it. CERN's a copy of one of these. That's why they use Shiva or Satan as the gate guardian. It's basically a copy of that particular destroyer model. You create, you maintain, and you destroy varieties. So that one's the power output from the destroyer one's obviously quite high compared to the others. Looking at scripture, I have to look at various scriptures with a technological mind to put this together, and that's where that's where it came from. The Nazca lines were a start for me, the clue to it. And I realised they were blueprints to the underworld. And what you can see in the back of that map there, that grid, is from the Nazca line. And I knew once I started applying those to various maps, I went through different maps of trying these until I knew I'd find the correct map one day, and it turns out it's this one. You know, so far everything, real world data, our projections and ideas, you name it, it's working perfect on this map, with 0.0 being just off the west coast of Africa. Yeah, the correlation, plus you can see where the Mercator maps came from. It's been derived from this map from the start. It's just slightly differs to this map, so you can see where it came from. What you're seeing here, though, is only a third of how large it really is. There's a whole north area of this, the same size you see there, and a whole area south of Antarctica, the same size as you see there. So you've seen a third of what the data is we've got so far. You know, this is the map series. I don't know if you know the story, but what he did with Google Maps, you know, you can see the rounding the images off. So he made an algorithm to square them, you know, put the images back to square as an image should be. You know, you take a photograph, it comes up as a square usually. So he did an algorithm for that, and it produced this map. You know, it straightened the globe out basically into this. So yeah, he done it perfect, and real world data supports it. That's, you know, that's why we use this map. I've tried my work on other maps, and it wasn't making sense until I put it on this one. Because, you know, on the E map I couldn't find 4 corners for those locations, so that messed it up straight away. And I did try, and I did actually put it on an E style map with a certain group of people that were working on that particular map, just to show them how it overlays, how my work overlays what they were doing. You know, I put it out there for them to, if it helps them, fine, use it. If not, no biggie, we'll carry on using it. But, you know, best intentions and all that. But yeah, and one came to the same conclusions with her work. I'll let you talk about that one, and I'll just put an image up on screen of yours as well. I forgot to show it.
Well, first of all, I did do the quakes first on the AE map. And I found things that I was really questioning. You know, how did it work? Like the pressure's going so far to hit a different spot. As I straightened it out on this map, it started to make more sense because the pressure wasn't traveling so far before it hit the next place. This image up here that he's showing is actually the Aurora Borealis, and we went to their data and we got how it was moving. So it actually does have movement. That's just a still shot on the left of the government shown Aurora Borealis, and on the right is where we straightened it out. We just took the flows and again followed them very precisely as to where they were touching on each continent. And when we did that, that's how it came out to on the right, which was pretty cool that it looks so perfect in flow, you know, compared to the circle on the top of the globe that doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, I did my quakes on the AE map first, and when I put them on this map, it made a lot more sense. You know, and since this point, I did try to, by hand, add a few other things onto the AE map just to kind of make a point, but those didn't work either. The grid didn't work. You know, the quake pressure doesn't work. The corners can't work on the AE map. That's just why we use it, you know. Anybody that has any research or work they're doing, they should just give it a shot on this map, and you might be quite surprised. Like, I don't remember that guy's name. What was that guy's name that put the, remember he had the AE map? Oh, there's all my silly little works. Yeah, I was trying to put the different things on it, and the ley lines didn't really work out. The chakras is the middle one. It didn't really work out. The right one's the quake pressure. None of them really fit or worked out or hit the right places as far as what we see. And
So that
living
wasn't
with
made.
it.
That wasn't made to have a dig at the EMAP guys. That was just showing you where Wandsworth was going and not making much sense until she applied it to this other map.
Yeah. Yep. So I mean, that's really the whole point. Is we have tried it. I mean, he tried it when on his own, and I've tried things on my own, and that was before we ever met. And when we did meet and get to talking, he gave me a copy of his map just to try my work on. And, now we're here. So there's I can't really see going anywhere else. But if I find flaws, I'm just right along with FPV. If there are flaws, or if anyone has something that they know that points out any flaws, I'd be happy to change to the proper map, because the whole point is finding the truth. It's not really to point out like, oh, I'm right and you're wrong. It doesn't matter to me like that. I don't care. The point is to find the truth of our world. We need to know that. It's important.
Yeah, that's awesome. Going back to the plates, you were talking about straightening out the plates. You're talking about the plate tectonics.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on that if you can?
Sure. Let me find this one. I have one. Whoops. Where I just straightened them out perfectly off of. Let me find it. I have one that I perfectly straightened out right off of the Google map. I can't find it. Give me a second. I'm sorry.
So lots of updates go for you guys from one alone. Yeah, there's more going on than what you're seeing there. In fact, in the background, we just haven't managed to put it onto video or presentable form yet, or put the ideas into motion. There's a lot of information coming in, so it's a case of prioritizing it all and putting it where it needs to be on the presentations. There you go.
Okay, so this is directly taken off of my Earthquake 3D, and all I did was take the tectonic plates as they show them, which there's a lot more to it than the USGS says information. But I just took their plates and I exactly copied them as they sit around the globe. And this is literally straightening out the ball lines.
I think you dropped out there. One, she dropped out.
Yeah, we can't hear her.
Oh, I think I don't know what happened. Sorry. I got dropped or something.
Yeah,
sure.
kind of froze for a second.
Yeah, just take it from the top.
Okay. So, yeah, so this is the tectonic plates completely straightened out off of my Earthquake 3D app, okay? And all I did was literally take them and follow where they lay on the line, on the continents and stuff, and literally straighten them out. And that's where I got my assumptions. So when you look at them, you can totally see why I got my assumptions. They come from the corners. All of them come from the corners. And when you straighten it out, this is what it looks like. So, was there anything else specific you wanted to know about it? I mean,
No, that basically answers my question. Go ahead, Crow.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't have a question.
I'll put this on screen for you guys while we're straightening things out. This is the Ring of Fire straightened out. It's not actually a ring. It's on two opposite sides of the world. And if you follow the lines of them, they just head back towards the corners.
I noticed there are a lot of on the ocean shorelines.
I was just going to say, right across the equator, one noticed there's lots of volcanic activity and volcanoes right along the equator. So they kind of connect to each other by volcanoes underground. But yeah, you know, they're on two opposite sides of the world, so there's no ring of fire really. This is it opened out to what it should really look like. And they just hide in the four corners again because you can see where it's leading.
Yeah, I can show you that too with this map I made. This one is volcanoes. See where they're all placed? And I didn't go zoom into Google Earth to get all the ones in the water, but you can do it. You guys can go do it yourself and take, you know, there's volcanoes. These are the orange ones, and it runs all the way across. And that is the truth. Just go zoom in and you'll see the little, they look like little tiny hills, volcanoes. You can tell that they're little volcanoes when you zoom into the water. See them. But that's our equator.
Yeah, they're there. Have a look on Google Earth, guys. Scour the seabed, you'll see them. They're everywhere. There's more than I thought there was. I thought, you know, I just thought there were little dimples and mountains until one actually told me there were volcanoes.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, there's a lot of volcano on the west side of the shorelines, all the way to even South America. It's fascinating how there's just so many.
In fact, when you look on the Mimic map, you'll notice the equator. It's like it's live all the time. The water's like superheated around them regions, and you can see where it's coming from. You know, there's volcanoes down below. That's what's eating all the water up. So that explains why it always looks like there's a line of fire going across the equator on the Mimic map. It really is heating it up. I've got some Mimic map work to show you coming up.
Yeah, they're in South America where all those volcanoes are. It's always getting hit by earthquakes too. And that piece of land is actually like 2,000 feet up. It's a big drop off because so many quakes hit there and stuff.
I'm just going to go and grab a drink, guys, and then I'll start showing you what I've been doing. Back in a few minutes.
Yeah, you guys, thanks for that. We need people to track the sun in Alaska to see what's going on over there. Which direction is it going in? Is it looping around? You know, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the whole, the 24-hour sun.
The midnight sun?
Yeah, and I'm still having a hard time trying to wrap my head around how this works and what this data that they have is it's presenting here. It's just I'm just trying to make sense of that part. You know what I'm saying?
You're trying to connect the dots and how it would work.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to it, obviously.
Yeah, I would love to see some sun and moon work. That's just one thing I don't know a lot about.
It's pivotal, though, you know, the trajectory of it, and it'll. So, I know a lot of people are wondering the same thing because we've seen it, but you guys see that there's no real interconnection with the AE style map. I mean, maybe there is. Maybe the land masses and everything else needs to be pushed out further. Maybe there's more to the center. I don't know. You know.
Well, the AE map's coming out from the wrong perspective, really. You know, if you're going to do a map, just base it on the land masses and not have north in the center. You know, when you look at north in the center, we basically scalped the globe and tried to make a map from what's left.
Yeah, and you know the ice wall, the alleged ice wall has never been really proven either.
Yeah,
I mean, they're talking about Cook. Cook worked for the.
Well, there's a mountain down there named after him, so I wouldn't trust him anyway.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. You know, some of these tales, you know.
Sorry to interrupt.
What's up, Cats?
In chats, they're saying they can't see Avatar on one. I don't see it either, so I don't know. I mean, we can see it on the panel, but we can't see it out in the chat. Not even what she was, putting up on the screen as well. We didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
Mm-mm. We can see it in the panel, but not.
Did you see the map?
No,
Oh, well, I don't
I don't
know.
know.
Oh, and we were talking about the how she straightened out the plate tectonics. Basically, that part.
Ginger says
I'm just
we can-
looking back. I can see it was about 7 minutes ago, but I can see the tectonic plates bit. So I think it's one's avatar they're not seeing on the panel.
Yeah.
If you look at the panel in the watch page, you can't see one. Yet we can see it on the panel.
It's like I don't know. We can't see her.
Stealth. She's in stealth mode.
I don't know.
I mean, sometimes popping in and out helps, but as long as they can hear, you know. And they did when you did screen share. That was broadcasted for everybody to see, right?
Hold on, guys. Apology to Albert in chat. He came into there and says, I remember FPV on the Sun and Moon group was very rude when I asked him a question. Yeah, you just got us at a bad time, mate, because we've been arguing with a few guys previously about the EMAP. I know where you were coming from, and yeah, you can, you know, if that map works for you, go for it. I'm not telling you to stop your map. I'm just saying consider this one, or try overlaying your work with this map, because we're finding out if we can correlate perfectly with this map. But if you want to stay with the E map, that's entirely up to you.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, you have to just keep moving things around until it fits, but that's not a true projection either. So it's a work in progress for both maps. You know?
Okay, 1 year on. We see you now.
That worked. Yeah, popping out and in sometimes does that. In and out, my bad.
Right, I'll show you what I've been busy with, shall we? Was that? Hold on. Press play and guide you through this. Make sure it's playing. Yeah, looks good. You see that? Right, just keep watching. I'm going to familiarise you with what's going on at Nazca, Peru. And when you talk to people about Nazca, you know, you mentioned the geoglyphs and lines. Straight away, most people start thinking about the geoglyphs. There's a lot more to it than that. So this one is called Making Connections. As you can see there, connections being made. Because what's there, what you're looking at there, these are connections from what's going on at Nazca. But not only that, I need you to see these images, what they're really showing you. You know, this is structure with depth, and these are basically the blueprints of what it's showing you. Now, in each of these images, there's a common theme. I'll let you see if you can guess it. There's a common theme to every one of these images that's going to come up on the screen. These are the Nazca lines. This is what it's making. And a lot of people probably don't realize what it is. You know, they maybe haven't seen them like this. But this is structure with depth, and it's in the underworld, and this is what's being signaled to. And looking at the images, you know, some of you guys up there, or even some of you women, you might recognize what these are. You will by the time you get to see the last one, don't worry, you'll guess it by then. Hey Jimbo, how's it going, mate? I can see Jimbo in chat. You might guess these, what these are. But these are what the Nazca lines are creating when you draw them all, draw them all, attach everything together, and how they link to each other on that grid. But what you should be noticing is there's a common theme with each one of these. Well, I'll wait till the end before I tell you what it is and see if any of you guess it before then. So you can see now, you know, it's not just random lines. This is detailed structure blueprints that you're looking at. There. You see how obvious that one is in the center? That antenna. These are antennas, guys. These blueprints are showing you how things in the underworld are communicating back into. And these are various antennas that do it. This is what these blueprints are. Now, these are the connections that these antennas make. There's the whale. Yeah, these are the connections that's going on with these various blueprints and how they connect to each other. And don't forget, the geoglyphs are actually pinpointing locations on our world where there's something of extreme interest below ground. They're markers. And that's when you need to be making the connections of what I've been trying to show you. I'm trying to show you what these blueprints really are. The structure down below, and it's doing massive amount of signaling, and we're able to pick it up on the Mimic map and record it. I've overlaid them here on the map. You know, these are just random. I've just chucked them on the map there to show you. I know the one in that one there on the left, I know that was correct, because that geoglyph of the antenna is actually called the solar clock. You notice how it's over Alaska. Very apt, I think, because there's a lot going on there. That's the northwest portal, sir. So there, if you look at that, you know, it's probably wrong. I've just chucked it on the screen to try and make some overlays out of it. Eventually, I'll get it in the correct order and manage to put all the geoglyphs where they need to be. The problem I've got at the moment is that the geoglyphs aren't numbered, whereas everything on this is. I'm going to have a mismatch of numbers, but it doesn't matter, because I know where some of them already go, like that one in the northwest portal, or the monkey with the antenna goes on South Africa. You know, once you line them up, the others should fall into place. I've done that on a previous video, but there is more to add. There's more geoglyphs now and structure going outside of our realm that I'm finding in Nazca still. You know, this is in our realm. There's stuff north, south, east, and west of this, not even on the map. It goes beyond our realm. The information that I'm seeing at Nazca. Doesn't that look like a submarine? It might be a submarine. That would have seen it. If that's where they got the design of the submarines from. So yeah, you see the antenna design, the small antenna there? This is what's transmitting everything that you're going to see on the Mimic map coming up. Various antennas. And how it relates to what's going on in the world, and how it links to the switching of the technologies that's causing the earthquakes. You know, when they come online, they cause earthquakes and tremors, and then they'll settle down for a while. So it's to show you correlation, and but not only that, the detailed structure of what these Nazca lines are really trying to show you. So it's probably a surprise for a lot of you there. You maybe didn't realize this is what's actually at Nazca, Peru. I'll just pause this image a sec. Right, now going back to the signaling, you notice that signal there coming up from the left, the bottom left. It's like a trident-shaped signal. And it goes to hit a location off the west coast of Africa, which then retransmits a signal slightly northwest of Africa. You can see it going up there. Getting into crop circles, you know, I thought, what kind of antenna would transmit a trident-shaped signal? Not to mention the other one above it. I was looking at some of the crop circles, and that one there, I thought, well, there's a perfect one. That would send out a trident-shaped image. I think some of these crop circles are real. I'm not sure how they're put there. I don't know if it's people putting them there, or is it something in nature that's programmed to happen. They just keep turning up, and when I looked at crop circles, I'm surprised to find out 80% of them are fake, which means there's quite a high percentage not fake. You know, 20%. It's quite a lot. You know, I expected it to be a lot lower than that. There's 20% of crop circles apparently not fake, and when you start looking at some of them, they're that detailed and meaningful, and and you can actually relate shapes to what's going on here. Start to wonder, you know, is that why they made GMO? Is GMO an attempt to stop these things showing? That crossed my mind. Might be nothing, but you know, I thought I'd put that out there. It could be GMO. So anyway, let's see how that relates to the world map. So we've got that signal on the left, signaling. Say it's 613, it would signal to 616, going by what you see in there. I'm just using this as a reference, you know, it's not the correct order. But it'd be like 613 sending a signal to 616, which then retransmits to 592. That's kind of what's happening on the screen there. On the left, if you follow that through, it's doing the similar pattern to what I showed you there. Although this isn't correct, you know, this is probably parts of a structure, but I'm showing you how these actually link into our realm. There's connections to be made, and it's just a case of getting all this in the right order, and then you'll see how it's firing. Check out this one here. If you can see my mouse, follow the mouse up, going up towards Africa, you'll see a line. See that there, signal? Right, I'll zoom in on that and show you what's going on. That signal's coming from Antarctica. If you look above Africa, you see it going up there. Zoom in a bit more. So it's coming up over Africa, sir, and it's hitting Malta. Not Malta, what's that place? I don't name that place. But anyway, it's going to Sicily. Place before it, I can't think of the name now. It could be Malta. But yeah, if you look at that, it's going up here and then split into three different paths. I'll show you where it's going in a sec. Hold on. Keep watching. Right, this is what's going on here. I'll pause it when it gets there so you can see what's happening. Right, so it's coming up, it's hitting Mount Etna, branching left towards Rome. The one that went straight ahead is hitting the Bosnian Pyramid, and the one that was going right is branching towards Greece and going off towards the Middle East somewhere. So there, you can see direct contact with a volcano there. One over here is either Alban Hills volcano or Vesuvius. I'm not sure which one it was. I just know it went in that direction. And looking at news reports, they said this old volcano, extinct volcanoes, there might be a probability it's going to erupt. Well, if it's getting signals like this, it seems to be activating it. It's activating something over there anyway. That's what we've been trying to say. You know, these signals are switching technology on. Something to do with the Bosnian Pyramid got activated or deactivated. Something happened over here, and something went over there. If you go back to the map, you know, where you see the, hold on, I'll just rewind it a sec so you can see the map. So what happened there correlates with this grid. A signal was sent to this, it followed up right across, went there and split into three. You can see how it's using this center part of this grid, this network. And these here, I found the connect, you know, these are actually volcanoes. So this angel technology is below these volcanoes in this centerpiece. There's 33 what we would call angels in that centerpiece alone. You've got your primary one, which is connected directly to 0.0, which is the source, whatever, you know, that's the power source running everything. So the primary 8 around it connect to the center. And of course, the center's number 9. So you get 9 primaries. And the secondaries are these ones that's off it that don't seem to be connected to anything, but can be activated by radio transmissions. So they can run independently or switch, you know, it's a very complex system to work out what's going on. But there is all this switching, all this earthquake data, it's all connected to this grid, switching on and off. Right, we'll carry on from that. If you've got questions, just stop me and ask. If not, I'll plow through it. Where we are. Right, so we're up there now. So that would be what it looks like from, you know, if we zoom out the map we're using. There you go. You've got this, sending a signal up that way. You know, this is just one of many. You're going to see a lot more signals going around on this map shortly. I'll leave it playing. And again, look, this is coming from the southwest corner, the southwest portal. Here's some more signals. Watch these. See all the different kind of signals going on. But you'll find they're usually always going to the same locations. You see that one? A huge one there. How many of these are thousands of miles wide, these signals? And just put them on there so you can see some of the different ones that's going on. Little ones here, large ones down here. There's, you know, there's a lot of activity. If you look through the Mimic Map database, just pick, you know, pick dates and look for them, and you'll find all this going on. This one's Easter Islands. Check this one out. There you go, Easter Island. Now, like I said, I started looking at the crop circles. This is a crop circle here, by the way. If you look at it, it's what it's saying here. It's capable of receiving data. You know, think of that as data transmissions. It's receiving it, it's converting it to something in here, and then it's outputting it as a signal, which I think is what's creating this signal. Look at the shape of this. That would create that kind of signal, I would imagine. You know, it might be nothing. You know, it might not have anything to do with crop circles, but these types just seem to keep popping up.
It looks like a satellite at the end. The wing says signal.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the shape of it, that's why I think that one, you know, I'm just trying to match things up. I think that one would be the signal sent from the end of this. Or it could be a satellite, yeah, you know. But when you look at this, that definitely tells me it's capable of receiving data. It looks like it's being sent data, and it's going to retransmit it. Could be nothing, but you know, you've got to look at everything. And I've looked at crop circles before, and some of them, either someone knows something about them and puts them out there, or maybe it is something that comes through nature. It's a tough one, that. Same with this one. Look, this information, these geoglyphs, they could be data being transmitted to this, and then it retransmitted on. I think that's what this could be depicting. It's basically an antenna, you know. You look at the Alaska lines, they're antennas. Same with this one, it's an antenna. And if you look at this one, well, I'll pause it. It's actually got crystals, which, you know, radio equipment does use. They look like crystals to me. It's transmitting something into crystals to change the frequency, and then outputting it as whatever signal that's going to be. And you look on that map, there's a lot of weird signals going across that map I've never seen before, ever. You know, you see a lot of signal patterns, but you see ones on that map that I've never seen. You know, you don't expect to see some of them signal patterns going out, but they're there on the map. So yeah, I was just, you know, looking for correlation of, is there anything to these crop circles? Like that one there, you know, that one could be the one that's responsible for the one over Easter Island. Similar pattern. Or it could be nothing. It's just strange. Some of them work out and, you know, start matching certain things when you look at them. Right, here's a tour on the seabed. See that antenna? That's on the seabed. You'll see these in Google Earth. If you're not sure what they are, these are antennas. Because remember, we're on communications here. It's all about communications and Alaska lines and what and where. These have been mapped out previously on the seabed, and they're huge, and I mean huge. The Nazca lines are the bigger picture scaled down into geoglyphs and lines. But if you start looking around Google Earth, you're going to see all these on the seabed, and the connections. You should be making the connections we are. You know, they connect to the four corners. It's communications going on, and these are pinpointing them basically in the underworld where they are. Below there is what's, you know, that's telling you what's below there basically. They're not on the surface, so yeah, definitely an underworld, and this is what's down there. And look at this, this particular group, we head towards Australia and Tasmania. You've seen them, you know, that's a row of antennas. God knows how long that is, it's probably thousands of miles. I'll zoom in on that one in a minute. And you can see they follow the lines and start filling them in, you know, you start getting the structure, or your ley lines, or whatever you want to call them. Check out these ones. Smithsonian Undersea Edens. You know, that little dot there, clicked it, and that's what came up. There's an antenna, here's more structure, more ley lines leading in and out of, looks like this point here. More lines on the seabed, 1.1 miles wide. So that yellow line, what was it? That little yellow line, that's just over a mile wide. So they're not cables, you know. They're not cables, so it comes. We don't lay cables over a mile wide. Long, yeah, but not wide. These are markers. Like I said, the Nazca lines, they do physically stretch out from Nazca across the world, and this is them. You know, these are on the seabed. 1.69 miles wide. That line there. And if you go to Google Earth, you'll find these. There's an antenna on the seabed. Look at the size of this. That yellow line from there to there is nearly 4.5 miles wide. How big is that antenna? I think the boom's about 70 mile wide.
Some of those look like old cities, perhaps, also. I mean,
definitely antennas. You know, that's what I'm seeing at Nazca. Antennas everywhere. Those blueprints I showed you, they were antennas. Various designs of antenna. Yeah, this is one I'm pulling out with the Nazca lines myself. I've been going over this area, filling the lines in to see what it is. You know, I'm still finding new stuff there today. You can see there, it's a design for an antenna. Go back a bit. Definitely a design for an antenna. And you can see more lines. You should be able to see them. You see them, they're everywhere. On Google Earth, that's what I'm saying. These things, they're not unique to just Nazca. They do travel out of Nazca and across the world, the lines. You know, you just got to follow them and see where they go and see where they end up, basically. I'm playing the wrong clip here, by the way. There's another part somewhere that it's missed. Doesn't matter. So yeah, that's where we're going with the Nazca lines. So you can see the correlation between the antennas. It's all about the antennas. I'll just share this other thing. Hold on. And I'll show you what about the geoglyphs. Find the image. I can't find it now. I've got images. I've got that many images, I get lost with them now. I've got folders full of images. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, just take your time. I'm sure you got it there somewhere. What do you think, Crow? What are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'm this is brand new to me, so I'm just taking it all in. I mean,
there you go. There's
a lot of design patterns.
There's the geoglyphs that I've previously mapped onto the world map. I don't know if you've seen them before or not, but I think that's a close representation of where they would be on our world map, them particular ones. You know, the monkey at South Africa, it's got an antenna in its hand. You can see signals go there. The monkey relates to Africa. It's a case of lining up these animals and things where they need to be. And I think that's pretty close what I've got there. Hold on a sec. I'm just trying to find that other image. Hold on.
What about you, Katz? What are your thoughts?
What are my thoughts? Wow, it's a lot of info to take in, really. I'm just listening, really. And you? Oh.
Yeah, I found it. Eventually.
I'm just adding more to what he's been sharing with us. Yeah, shout out to the chat, everybody. Everybody for chilling out.
Right,
Hanging
guys.
with us.
There
Yeah.
you go. That's what we've kind of decoded so far. The aerial transmissions are the birds. The ground transmissions are the animals that would walk on Earth, and the fish or marine life is the marine transmissions. There's 3 different types of transmissions there alone that we can see on the Mimic map. Anything below that we can't see, obviously, but that's how I'm breaking it down. You know, aerial transmissions being birds. In fact, when you look at the line of direction the bird's facing is the direction the signal is going to go. That's how you work them out.
Yeah, it
Like
kind of reminds me of. Sorry
like
to interrupt.
The parrot at the bottom left there, its signal would be going down to the left if you look at the way it's facing.
It kind of reminds me of South America, those NASA lines. Are you familiar with them?
With where?
Those NASA lines, Trotter,
Yeah,
do you know?
Yeah, that's what these are.
Okay, I was going to just say, because that's what they're reminding me of right now.
I've been decoding them. That's what all these lines and geoglyphs are. The blueprint. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The blueprints to our underworld and how it works, and how things transmit and what have you. Hold on a sec. I've got a phone call.
Yeah, Crow. That's basically what he did with the Nazca lines. He used that to find these PowerPoint locations, and he's just been doing these overlays. There's all this correlation going on as well, like he's been talking about, and Same thing with One Conscience. She's been collaborating and getting her work with him, and there's just a lot of dots that are being connected, basically.
I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, phone call.
It's a lot of information. It is a lot of information.
We can see now how it all relates to radio transmissions or signaling. That's what these particular geoglyphs are. I mean, the other ones, of course, there's ones out there don't mean anything to do with signals or transmissions, so I've got them to work out. But these ones are pretty easy. Aerial transmissions being the birds, ground transmissions being things on the ground. Now, to get more in depth on that would probably be one's department, because now you're talking signals going through rock, iron ore, crystals. I'll let you explain a little bit about crystals, one, yeah?
Well, what I've been learning about crystals, and honestly, I'm going to give a shout out to Jimbo, because he's the one who gave me the initial information that crystals can transfer energy really, really well. They're very good conductors. Sorry, I was kind of spacing off there. Listening to him. I was
He's asking if, where's the question again? I've lost the question now. Where was it? Animals indicate locations. Yeah. Like the monkey, I placed the monkey at the bottom of South Africa for a reason. It's receiving signals there. If you look at its tail, it's a halo. So it's telling you it can receive signals and activate the halo or the angel technology below, which projects the halo into the sky. And they all do that. It's not just unique to the monkey. They're all sending signals to either activate or deactivate technology. And if you put it over the right location, you can pinpoint what's where. Like the dog, that would be Mount Kilimanjaro, roughly that region in Africa. I can't read what that says. That bird with the long beak and the squiggly bit near its nose. That there's up above Alaska. So it's sending signals way north of Alaska, outside of our known realm. That second bird up on the left. Once you look at the hummingbird, that's the one that sends signals to Easter Island and also another location. There's two of them on the map. That bird, if you look at the Nazca lines, you'll notice the hummingbird's beak's actually touching a square structure. So basically what that geoglyph's telling you is it sends signals to that structure. And it's there, it's going to activate something. It's automated, computerized kind of system. And over the course of a year, it switches things on and off, and we can monitor that on the map by Ron FE made Ron. You can see it happening, and over the course of the year, we'll see the seasons change and what's getting switched on and what's getting switched off. That's the plan, anyway. That's the plan of action. Monitor that and keep building on what we've got and check everything. We've got to look at all data. And like Juan says, we need sun and moon experts or luminary experts to, overlay their work on this map to see how it works. But we do think it works as described in the Book of Enoch. The four corners being what you would call portals. Well, if you look at the four pillars that Ceres located and put the magnetic data on his map for, it's basically four kind of shaped mounds below ground that stretch out up in the north and down south, and they kind of mold into the center of the ground at the center. But yeah, there's connections and things going on there that his data shows. Now he's reading it different to what I would. He's coming at it from the 4D perspective, but the way we're doing it, it works absolutely fine in 3D. We don't need extra dimensions. The dimensions I'm seeing is these halos that are projected into the sky. They're multi-layered. So the first layer would be like for the sun and moon, second layer for Mercury, say, for, and so on and so forth. So you've got various layers with various luminaries in. And if you've watched our videos before, you will see these halos in the sky. They call them sundogs. They're not sundogs. It's projection technology, and CERN is a reverse engineered one. as above, so below. You've got the physical coil below ground projecting an electromagnetic halo into the sky. And the sun and moon use these for navigating the heavens. I haven't decided yet, is the sun and moon really there, or are they projections from below as well? How do you tell? You know, the sun and moon might actually be physically in the sky where we see them. They might be going around this coil below ground, and we're just seeing the projection in the sky. So there's that option, or they really are navigating around them in the sky. But, you know, what the sun and moon are, don't ask me, I don't know. I'm no expert on those.
Yeah, so also just showing real fast what you were talking about, the crystals and the signal, if everyone can remember the signal that you just showed them. So, remember where it hit? See what's there? We have pyramids, obelisks, we have crystal caves, all in the exact spot where the magnetic data that you just showed real time, you know, you recorded that over the last few days, hit in that exact spot where all this energy is. So it's kind of proving that these crystals are absorbing it and transferring it in a way, because obelisks are made of quartz crystal, if everyone didn't know that. And then crystal caves have crystals, all different forms, and pyramids. Well, I don't know. Whoops, I don't know enough to say. I think I read somewhere that they are made of crystal too, but I don't really want to say that as a fact because I don't remember. But yeah, there's the correlation and the proof with the real-time data that that area is energized.
100%. Question of Jim. In fact, Jimbo mentioned secondary emissions there. You just reminded me, Jimbo, you know, you were saying about the primary and secondary light. Well, when one was doing the tectonic plate overhaul and putting it on this map, we come to thinking that these plates, you know, not one angel gets activated. The whole plate, the whole grid does that. That grid or that plate becomes live. And I think when they come online, that's producing what you would call daylight, and the sun is the secondary light coming around it. So, you know, I think it was you, Jim, but they said there's a secondary light, there's a primary light, and it's not the sun. Well, that would say, yeah, if that's how it works, and it's activating one grid after another as it goes around the sky, that's it would make sense. You know, one grid comes online, or one plate, say, all the technology in that plate comes online. The sun or moon or whatever moves around it, and then it'll move to the next. That plate will switch off as the next one comes online. And that's, you know, that you can correlate that to the earthquake data, track it, following it, going from plate to plate. So we think the whole not just one piece of technology is coming online, but the whole plate. Any technology on that plate becomes live and active, and I think that's how you might get the primary source of daylight. You know, if what you're saying is the sun's the secondary source, then what's the primary source? It's got to be the plate coming online, hasn't it? Bringing the light as the sun brings its own light as it comes onto that grid and goes around the halos. Makes sense to me. Show evidence of what, Albert? Don't talk rubbish, mate. I'm talking real data. Real world data is backing up what we're talking about. Any questions? What I just said about the plates coming online. Yeah, that would make sense. The plate coming online, activating a group of halos. The sun moves onto them, moves around. Okay, halos. I'll show you some halo. I don't know if you've seen the halo videos with the sun going around them. I'm pretty sure you've seen a sun dog. Well, it's not a sun dog, it's a halo projected from below. And you'll find the sun and moon use them. In fact, everything up there is using them. Barry and shows them up. If you have watched some of our previous videos, there's videos on it. People filming in various halos around the world. And you'll find that the sun's navigating around them.
The Earth also has a steady flow of energy. It's just a steady, very low flow. No one would ever feel it, but I don't know if that's connected, but there is just a steady flow of energy, and it picks up as things excite. But then other than that, it kind of fades back down when things aren't excited, but it's still flowing. It never stops.
We've already showed evidence of the halos and the sun using them, Albert. It's on one of the previous videos. They're everywhere. That's what we've been showing people on the map. It's projection technology, and if you look at CERN's configuration, you'll find it matches it perfectly. They've copied one. Anyway, I've got to jump out and give me brother a lift, guys. I'll be back in about 20 minutes. So chat among yourselves.
Awesome. Thank you, FPV, for that presentation.
Yeah, I'll be back soon. It'll take us about 20 minutes to get in there, but I won't be long.
Awesome. Awesome. So what else, Juan? What else you got for us?
Really nothing, unless anybody has any questions that I can answer.
If Crow or Katz wants to give, or even you want to give a shout out to the people in chat.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for joining, because it's cool that everybody's interested in what we're doing. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? The things.
I was going to ask you, what is the map that you were using this? I mean, is like the Mercator map, or?
Well, the one that I bought and put on my wall is a Mercator map. Yes,
Okay,
it was the closest.
but it's not. Oh, it's the closest. Okay.
Yeah, the one on my wall, but the one I use on my computer is the actual map of FPV and series.
Okay, and now is this the map that you think the world is like, or
It's the
how
map.
it works?
It's the map of how the world that we know about and live in works, that I can tell. As for the sun and moon, please don't ask me because I don't track those. But I think it would be cool if somebody that did tried it. And, I've always said, FPV said, and I agree 100%, if there's a flaw, this is about truth, So.
It seems like this is the next step. Would be the progression. Would be the sun and the moon to see how it will fit.
Yeah, it has to. It
Yeah.
has to be. And we have, he has, Sandra doing a sun tracking for a little while. Her and I don't know how many people or who's joined in with her, but they have a little group going on with the P900s, and they're trying to do the sun tracking to, try to see exactly how it flows. And I think she was trying to get people from all around the world to join in, so that would be a big help. Anybody that has a P900 wants to join in with her.
Yeah, I would love to get one.
Yeah, me too.
So I think I just think when the weather gets better though, so I can actually get out there. I was supposed to get one last year, but I needed a car more. But yeah, it's very fascinating. Oh man, gotta see how the sun and moon works on it. And like you said, you guys will, if it doesn't add up, then it just doesn't add up. And so you gotta probably start over. And if it fits, it fits. So, but that's why you gotta do more research on it.
I don't think it would be like starting over.
Yeah.
if there was a flaw with this map, because the data that I've gathered is real world data. It would
Yeah.
just, if there was a flaw, which I do not see one yet,
Yeah.
then it would just be a matter of transferring the data over.
Yeah.
Really,
Can you?
because
Sorry. I was gonna just ask you, like, can you explain maybe a more simpler way to the listeners how the data you're collecting proves how it works in this map? You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm making sense, because I'm trying to think. Because right now, I'm pretty sure people are thinking, this is totally against the AE or even the globe,
well,
So,
well, the data that I collect is earthquakes. Okay, and so I've been, looking at earthquakes for probably 2.5 years, getting on, and it was before I even learned about flat Earth. So I actually go into the Earthquake 3D app and track these earthquakes every single day. I mean, every single day, you have to think about that. Every single day, I'm tracking these earthquakes and putting these dots on the map, and it's a trend. They're exactly hitting in the same spots. So that's how I've come up with these extras that I've added to my map, is because I'm putting these dots here every single day, and I have 9 weeks. I'm in my 9th week worth of earthquakes that I personally have mapped. Ron has taken it and made it animated and stuff, but I'm still doing my maps where I'm tracking them every single day, and then I have them saved as a weekly, and then I'm watching this flow progress and move. I'm watching the swarms happen that's showing activation in different areas. And then I'm sharing all this with FPV, and it's fitting into where he already has these things placed. Does that make sense? Because we don't sit on the phone or on these chats and just sit and compare data. I'm doing my work. And when I come up with a different map, I send it to him, and he says, holy cow. And he sends me what he's been working on, and we're like, wow. So this stuff is matching together in that way also. My data is matching together because these earthquakes do happen. We see them happen. We feel them happen. We know they happen. We could call somebody in any country and ask them, did you have this earthquake? And they will say yes. So it's not like I'm just making it up or putting lines on a map. I'm tracking this data out of the real world given to us data.
Now, the data that you've been gathering does not work on a globe. Would that be a fair assessment?
It does not, because
and what would be the reason?
Well, the two corners, the north, where it's Russia and Alaska would have to hit. Like I was saying, when you actually go and watch these quakes and look at the depth of these quakes, that little peninsula at the north east corner of Russia that kind of hangs down there, I don't know what it's called. I'm not a geologist, but just to the west of that in the water, there's always deep earthquakes, deep large earthquakes, like deep 4s. So when you understand earthquakes, a deep 4 would lead to a shallower, say 5 or 6. Well, that doesn't happen in Alaska all the time. It doesn't happen as many times as a deep earthquake hits in that spot and gets bigger and bigger. And in all the times that I've watched that happen, Alaska just now finally got a large earthquake. And it should have happened over and over and over if those two places were touching or even close. And that's one of my biggest proofs that I've come up with over doing this, is that the globe is not possible in these quakes. They also say it goes in a complete circle. They say that, but it doesn't. What it does is comes in from the outskirts and meets at the center and flows upward. And you can watch that happen, because if you go in and watch these quakes every single day, there's times on them. So you can actually track when they hit. Not only that, but there's also a little thing they have on this Earthquake 3D that you can click a button and it'll actually show you the order they hit in. It'll bang them out in that order. So there's all these different things that I'm watching that I can't put on these maps to show people how this is working. And it is confusing for people that don't know all the background that I'm sitting and doing,
I'm trying to think in my head, like, So, like, just say hypothetically, Detroit has an earthquake. You're saying that Ohio should get some kind of.
Well, Ohio gets earthquakes, and that's due to
Yeah.
fracking. Yeah.
But what I'm saying, like, oh, they're so close to each other that there should be a correlation with those, two. Like, Detroit has a big earthquake that Ohio would register some kind of, right?
Yeah.
And that's what, but
It
you're not
would.
seeing that with Alaska and Russia, correct?
Right.
Okay, that's what I
exactly.
wanted
So
to
see,
get across to people that are listening, that it should be registered on both accounts, and that's why you're not seeing it, and so that's why it wouldn't work on the globe.
yeah. So here's the spot. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So right here we have this little peninsula. See it? Sticking down right here. So
Yes.
right here, literally right there are constantly, so often, very deep earthquakes that happen. And I'm talking in the 300 to 600 kilometers down. It does vary. And they can go and range between 3s to 5s and sometimes a little larger. Well, if a 5 being that deep hit, and it was a globe, we would get 6s to 7s right here all the time because they would be connected through those islands.
And
That
plates.
doesn't, yeah, that
And
doesn't
plates,
happen.
okay.
It doesn't happen. So, what does happen, and I watch it, and you can see the magnetic data. I actually watched it slink down on the magnetic data that FPV was showing, because when you go to that mimic map, you can select different areas of the Earth to watch. And if you you can see the magnetic data slink down and around and wrap just like that. And that's what I saw happen. And that's when I started to realize, truly, holy cow, it's coming down from, it truly is. Like, I suspected it, but I didn't want to assume. And you can go back and watch any of these videos. I have chosen not to make assumptions because I didn't see anything that was proving 100% without a doubt that this is what's happening until I caught a glimpse of that magnetic data just recently. And then I'm like, that's it. And I knew it, but now I have proof, so.
Okay, there's a chat. Kat, I can't see the question. Is there a way you can put it so either Trotter or I can see it? But okay, so that's why I wanted to clear up, and that's why you guys are using this map as opposed to the globe. And since it doesn't work on the globe, this is why it doesn't work on the AE, correct? Because the AE is pretty much a flat globe.
Yeah, it's flat with the north in the center, so it's kind of like a smushed down one.
But roughly, yeah.
So it still has a lot of the.
But Russia is still close on an AE map to Alaska on an AE.
Yeah, and so I didn't even think about that part, so you actually just pointed that out.
Yes.
Yeah, that would work just like the globe, and it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, that's why I want to clarify to everybody so that people can, what you're presenting to people so they can see, why it's not working, and should raise questions. Sorry, Cass, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Carl. Juan, there's a question for you if you would like to see it and answer it, please. It's from Gio Love.
It's from who? Oh. So I think the earthquakes are caused by electrical releases within the Earth along with the magnetic flux lines. I don't sense that tectonic plates have anything to do with the earthquakes. What do you all think? Well, what I think is the tectonic plates are the grooves that have been made from those things happening, from the electrical currents and the electromagnetism currents, and then they put these grooves that they follow because it's a constant and they always go through the same paths. They always hit at the same spots. And if you were to take, you know, say a bolt of lightning and hit the same spot over and over and over, it's going to cause a groove and a indention, right? That's how I see it. I mean, did that answer the question?
Yeah, I guess if anyone else in chat has a question for one, just put it out there and she can see that question. Please.
Is there any more questions, or should we change the topic or add more things? Like,
That's a good question. I don't know. It's up to cats. Topic change.
Yeah, I don't have anything else really to add if no one else has any questions. I mean, the rest of my stuff will come up later after I do a little bit more research into the things I'm still looking into.
Yeah, like we were talking before we started, you're concentrating on the earthquake data, but there's also volcano activity that's going on as well, and there's connection with that as well. But you just haven't got into it, but
Yeah.
there is definitely a correlation there.
Yeah, what I do know, I mean, the very little bit I do know is that say a volcano was to blast and send off, you know, maybe how high, like 25,000 foot plume, you know, maybe that's about a 5.0 earthquake. So you register it like that. Like every time a volcano blasts, it's still the pressure releasing out of the earth. It's just coming out a different way. Does that make sense?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
James explained it once.
Oh, did he?
Or twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What else, Crow? Can you think of anything else right now?
no, I'm just trying to wrap this around my head right now. Again, this is pretty new to me. Like, obviously, it's still flat. But okay, what cat can I have?
Tommy has a question.
All right, Tom has a question. He says something about salt water. Does this help the grid electrically?
I would think so. I mean, because isn't salt? I mean, I'm not the chemist. Yeah, isn't it a conductor? I mean, is Jimbo still in the chat? Because he's probably more along the lines of knowing that kind of stuff as far as the salt. I thought it was some kind of a conductor, wasn't it? I don't know. That's a good question. You can look it up real fast.
Yeah.
I think it is actually. There's been experiments where you add the salt and you start to oscillate or get the water in motion, and it'll I think it gets the electrons moving.
Yeah,
and
I'm not
it creates some
professional,
sort of-
but that's just what came to my mind, the conductor of it. So, yeah, I can't can't quote me.
Okay,
Please
so it
don't.
says, oh, sorry, it says right here, when salt dissolves in water, negative and positive ions are pulled in opposite ways by an electrical field. This creates an electrical current. So the answer is yes.
All right. Who? Okay. Whew.
I said electrons.
You made me look smart there for
Derp.
a second. I'm not used to
Derp.
this, cats.
It's all good.
But yeah, I was saying. So obviously, it is flat in your view, right? It is flat.
In my
But
view?
yeah, like
Oh, yes.
okay. So
Yeah, absolutely.
because I'm just like picturing people just like, oh, this is a disinformation, blah blah blah. But like this is you're doing your tests, FPV is doing his test, and not everybody, has to, I don't know, agree with it. You guys doing it for yourself, and hopefully, we find answers. And I can't wait for Sandra and them to figure out like the moon and sun and if it correlates to your, data. So I think it's fascinating and good job on the maps. UNPF.
Yeah. It's still ongoing, so
Yeah.
we'll see what we.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think anybody should, rush to judgment. This is a work in progress. And like you guys was humbly enough to say, if anybody finds error, please let them, you two know. And that's all you guys can ask for, and that's all they, can oblige. If they want to, disagree, find the fault line in this. Get it? No, too early. Sorry. The fault line. It's an earthquake, volcano jokes, people. Come on. It's a tough crowd.
I got it. Anyway.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, if they find flaws, I mean, hey, let me know. Because, I mean, I'm really, really studying this stuff to get it right. And I'm not really releasing it until I feel like it's correct.
And I think that's what you two are asking people. Like, please help us, if it's so easy to, I guess, to use the word debunk, that's what you guys are looking for. Please help us try to find errors or not errors, to either prove us right. There's always that side of the coin. So yeah, I think it's good. So it's up to them to hear your presentation and take it for what it's worth. They can do research on themselves or just whatever. Carry on with their day, I guess.
Yeah, and FPV said he'd be willing to give anyone a map copy that really wants to try to put their work on it, work that they're doing, that they've already done, and try to put it on there and see if it works.
Yay.
Welcome back, PFP.
Hi, guys.
All righty. Did you want to take over FPV or?
I'm 20 minutes behind now. Where were we?
We just I was just asking a few questions to just for my sake and maybe other listeners that are listening. But welcome back, and you can either take off, take it from here, or if you want to add more stuff, that's up to you.
Yeah, cheers, Screw. I didn't ask the chat really if there's any questions on what we've been showing.
There's been a few questions.
Any questions for us or additions you might want added to the map, or we're just piecing together what we find, and it's looking good so far. But as mentioned a few times, we are looking for other people to help work in this model. We think it's worthy, it's working out nice, real world data is fitting perfectly with it. We can't fault it, everything we're thrown at it seems to work. So we will continue. Great job, cheers, Tommy.
FPV, there's a message for you from
Ginger. Yeah. All videos you might find interesting. A map of Egypt in the center. Yeah, well, the Egypt, the Giza pyramid used to be the meridian. It only changed to Greenwich in UK when I think UK stole something from below the pyramid and moved it to UK. That's what it looks like to me. And the meridian became UK, or they've done it to hide some landmass somewhere, perhaps, you know, moved it west and hid something in the east more, maybe. I don't know. I don't know the reason why they did it, but that's what seems to have happened. But yeah, I agree. The meridian used to be the Giza pyramid. That's what it would look like to me. It's even been referenced in scripture as a monument. So it's been there a long time. That tells you, doesn't it? You know, various scripture has mentioned the pyramid or pyramids. You know, there's more than one. Yeah, and like one says that we think they were like power stations of the past. Now, to scale that upwards, my theory would be, instead of building lots of giant pyramids, just build millions of homes that people live in and have that suck of the energy back into the grid. Connect them all to the grid from a power station and harvest the energy down the return line. That's what I think is happening personally. I think, you know, we're getting energy from the electricity company, but where they're getting it, they're harvesting free energy and sending us it, and then I'm pretty sure the return line's harvesting some back from possibly the wiring in your home. You know, I'm not sure how it works, but there shouldn't be anything going back down the return line. We only pay what we use for, so what's going down the return line? Something weird there, isn't it? When you think about that, I think we're harvesting it without knowing it, and it's going back to them down the return line. Just a theory, but you know, when you think of a power station, scale it up, just build millions of homes and have them harvest it for you.
Yeah, it's a good theory. All good stuff, man. I keep saying this is really good research, and it'd be great to get more people on board and get different interpretations of the data that's being presented. Like I said, different people have a different interpretation, and maybe they'll have something else to add to it or to deduct to it. But more people need to get on board. And
yeah, I mean, if you guys up there have got any theories on what's going on and what we're displaying, or what we might have missed, or something you can add to it that we can't cover everything. For two people, I think we're doing an amazing role. We are, not we one. You know, we're covering all kinds, just the two of us alone. So yeah, any help appreciated. If you know
everyone has their place. Some people.
What we do need, definitely need someone that can, do animations, because one animation's made of a 30-day sun and moon scenario, like from the Book of Enoch, as the calendar, and moving it from portal to portal to see if it matches real world sightings of the sun and moon, say where the rise and sink from set. Sorry. So there's that to look at. So that would need I don't think my computer could handle doing like 30 days at a time of them kind of animations. But if someone could overlay the sun, just the sun going over the map, and then change it portal to portal. So we do. Only information we've got on how the portals work is what's in the Book of Enoch, and there's good descriptions of it there. They give you the sun like changes once a month. The moon does it a lot more regular than the sun. It changes portals a lot quicker, it seems. So if we could get someone to help with animating that onto the map, it only has to be in a 3D environment, and we could see how it works and see if it works with the data we're seeing. I think it would. We're debunked zero gravity, guys. So what's holding the sun and moon up and moving them around? We've got an answer to that in this model, and it's projection technology. So those halos, because you'll always find the sun navigating them when it's very barium. It shows them up. So to me, it's a viable, workable model, and it's making sense. I keep forgetting to look at chat, see if there's anyone asking a question. Hello, chatters. Let's have a look. Yeah, what we're paying for, Jim, but it's not electricity. What they're giving us. It's communism through utility bills, basically, isn't it? You know, extortion. Bill that just keeps going up as well, doesn't it? You know, wages aren't going up, but the bills are.
Yeah, we got to pay for our smart meters.
Yeah, smart meters that can set on fire.
Yeah.
It could be a Soros meter, yeah. You know, George Soros built them. I wouldn't trust them. It's going to be rigged already, isn't it?
Oh.
Hi, Alicia. Hi, Teddy. Hello, MG. How's it going, mate? Listen, hi to the guys in chats. Keep forgetting to do that. Yeah, so what did you think of the new presentation material then? You know, trying to think now what order I should have put it in. You know, that was kind of thrown together quickly, no script or nothing. They just spoke through it as I played it. I thought it would have lasted longer than that. It seemed to take longer to make. You fly through it.
No, I liked it. It's
Ron said he can plot the sun, moon, planets, and stars.
Ooh, nice one, Ron. Yeah, that's what we need, mate. We need someone plotting them on this map to see how it's working. With the 30-day calendar in mind, you know, I think we have to use that calendar and get away from this Gregorian calendar, because that's what I was going to say to you, Ron. The equinoxes and solstices, I don't know if you listened earlier. I noticed the June one, we had it down as the 21st, but when you look at the mimic map data, all the transmissions and happenings were happening on the 6th of June. So I think it's different days, you know, it's not going to be dead on the 21st. So it was on the, if you look at the mimic for the 6th, the signals going on, the world were going crazy. That tells me that's when it switched into, you know, into the summer mode. All this activity, there's technology coming online and technology going offline. It was a switch. And if you look at the mimic on the 6th of June, I can't remember which year it was, if it was last year or the year before. It's either 2016 or 2017, but check the 6th of June, Ron. And I think we should do that now. In fact, check the mimic map around the solstices and equinoxes, see when the antenna signaling is going crazy, and put that down as the actual equinox change day, and then look at the earthquake data for that day, and I think we'll see, you know, something totally different happening. It looks like there's a lot of switching goes on that day. We're just tracking the day down really to the best way, I think, is the mimic map. You know, look at the mimic map, find the dates all going crazy, and then plot that as the actual equinox day or the solstice day, depending on which we're looking at. As you can see, guys, we're still learning and adjusting and modifying where needed. So that's one way. You know, that was me earlier. I was looking at the mimic maps and realised that the equinox is not actually happening on the days they're saying. Some are earlier, some can even be later. But you've got to put that down to the Gregorian calendar and the Enochian calendar differences. There's going to be differences. It's never going to be on the 21st all the time. But it won't be far off. You know, it could be a week, 2 week off. So. But that's a lot, you know, you can miss information, you can miss good data there if you don't get the date right. So yeah, we'll have to use the mimic as the primary source for looking at the equinoxes and solstices, because you'll see all the switching going on with the signaling that you notice there. So yeah, you know, we adapt to that now. We can adapt to that and modify as needed. What about you, Cats? You got any questions?
No. No, I don't. Sorry.
Yeah, you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Crow, you're so funny.
Do you like the geoglyph decodings and of how the transmissions work? The aerial, the land, and the marine.
I've seen that.
Did you like that deduction?
That's the first time I've seen it. I never saw it before.
Yeah, I just made that yesterday and today.
No, did you?
Yeah. Well, you know, that's why I wanted to show you the Nazca lines, the blueprints of them, so you can see it's not just geoglyphs. It's actual structure and designs of antenna. You know, there's large antenna sending these signals. What kind of antenna, I have no idea, but you look at the signals, they're not signals I've ever seen before. You know, you can look at a lot of radio signals, and I've never seen any come out in them kind of shapes and forms before. But it's a technology or signals I've not seen. You know, someone else out there might have seen them, but I don't think they would have. You know, you might see them on the mimic map, but what is producing them? Technology that's probably beyond our scope of thinking anyway, looking at it.
Oh. Well, that's
It's
the first
probably
time I've
copyable.
seen
You know,
it.
I can see they've copied HARP. You know, HARP's a copy of what's down at Antarctica. It's all everything they made since the early 1900s tells me that they've reverse engineered everything they can find and slowly fed it to the world. And one day, you know, you could go to Antarctica, see this technology, and not even recognize it. It'll be rebadged, relabeled, and a new coat of paint on it there. And I think NASA or someone made it, but no, it's always been there. They're just reverse engineering it. But it tells me, you know, you look around at the volcanoes, guess who's got bases all around these volcanoes or wants to drill into them? NASA. Ask yourself, what's the space agency doing playing with volcanoes? they've got a very big interest in volcanoes. So yeah, their real role is care, maintenance, upgrading, and reverse engineering of said technologies. And there's been a slow rollout into the world. And believe it or not, you're all guilty of using this technology that's been stolen from whoever created it. You have to think of that. Computers, everything has been derived from what they found at Antarctica and below.
You just did that today, or?
I've been doing it over the last few days. That work I've seen before. You know, there's other work going on as well, but I haven't had a chance to put it into like video form yet.
Now, is this from Peru? You talking about the Nazca lines, or
Yeah,
is this
Nazca lines.
different?
In fact, you know, if you guys use Google Earth, these geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, you know, whatever you want to call them or whatever type you look at, they tell a story, and you're gonna have to look at it again with a technological aspect. They're trying to tell you in 3D images of how it works. Now, the Nazca lines I've come across and been working with all to do with antennas and radio transmissions so far, and obviously some structures and volcanoes and things thrown in. But you know, there's going to be other ones out there that probably detail other goings on that we haven't seen yet. They just need found in various countries. You know, it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not unique to Peru. The blueprints for the antennas are, yeah, they're pretty unique, and it's all on the Nazca Plain and you know the surrounding hillsides. But I'm pretty sure other countries are going to have geoglyphs or petroglyphs or whatever in that need decoded with that kind of mindset, and it'll tell you a different story. You know, you might find other things that plug into this that we haven't seen yet.
Well, I know that these pyramids that are in Peru and other South America and, you know, the Middle East, all the connections are there for sure.
Yeah, you know, the hieroglyphs in the Middle East, they need looked at. There's plenty of things out in the desert, you know, markings, shapes to look at and study. You know, a lot of things, same at Nazca, there's a lot of things buried, yet when it rains a lot or they get a gale blowing, you know, it starts clearing the path and you start seeing new things. They're always finding new geoglyphs at Nazca. You know, when it rains or a strong windy day, it can blow sand away and reveal things. And they're still finding that today. They're still finding new geoglyphs. I've no idea how many they've found. You know, I haven't got a list of how many's been officially found. And when you look at them in Google Earth, it's really hard to see them. You know, Google Earth, it's got a sharp image until you get to areas of interest like Nazca, and then it's all obscured and blurry and really hard to work with. You know, you've got to start looking, go back in time on the time frame and try and find a clearer image of when they took an image over that site. Yeah, they make it hard for a reason, you know. I'm decoding what they decoded 100 years ago, basically. 100 years ago, when man took to the sky, they flew over Nazca, Peru. They were seeing these geoglyphs. They've been decoding them ever since, you know. Then came the race to it was the race to Antarctica. Raiders of the Lost Ark for real, you know. Get to Antarctica. Who owns Antarctica runs the world. The heart of the machine is 0.0 just off the coast of Africa. The brain of the machine is down at Antarctica, because that's where all the signaling's coming from. And World War II, I watched the Russian documentary, and they says they mainly noticed, I'll call them the globalists, moving huge manpower and equipment to Antarctica in the 1930s. So yeah, they were moving in. And I think that's the gateway to the underworld. That's my theory anyway. And it seems to be coming true.
Well, there is so much still connection with the Nazca lines. Just where all the other connections are at to lead to it.
Yeah, there's a lot more to see there. I could put it on my Google. I'll try it. I don't think it plays very well on me. You get a black screen, but I'll try it. I'll try and put the Google Earth on and show you what I've been doing there. You'll see where I've been trying to map out and find new areas and locations where there's geoglyphs or other parts of the story there. I just hope it shows in here, because normally you get a black screen on here now. I'll try it. Let's have a look. Yeah, I can't see the screen there. Can you see the screen? It'd be a big, horrible, globy looking thing.
It's just white.
Yeah, it started doing that not long ago. It used to work. No, it doesn't seem to.
Yeah.
What
Oh
about
well, can't
maps?
show you that then.
What about
I can't show you
maps?
that.
Would Google Maps work?
I haven't got these marked on Google Maps though. It's on my
Oh.
Google. Hold on, I'll grab a screenshot of it. That'll be easier. Hold on.
Say, Crow, what do you think so far?
Yes, I'm very impressed by the presentation. That's why I had a few questions. For one, like I said, I was just taking this all in, and I'm very fascinated again by all the activities near the sea shoreline, the ocean shorelines, especially from, the west, from, all the way from Alaska, all the way to even Argentina. It's just fascinating, the activity that's going. I don't know what it all means, but yeah, I'm very impressed with the hard work that you guys been putting into this. I'm very new to this, and I appreciate all the time you put in.
Yeah, it's a thrill. It is. It's a thrill and a pleasure doing this kind of work. A year ago, I didn't think for 1 minute I'd be presenting my own work to people. I came to Flat Earth from politics, watched it for about a year, and in the last year or so, I've been doing my own research and coming up to these conclusions. Once I start making the connections with what I've seen at Nazca. That's if you see that image there, that's where I've put push pins on these Nazca lines. Now, roughly in the centre of that lot is the known ones. All these ones in the north, south, east, and west of the centre batch. There's not much information about them, but they exist, and that's what I've been doing. Of marking them out. You'll just look around the terrain. You'll come across some under the dust and follow them. Then they lead nowhere. Then they'll come back somewhere else. Every day, it's giving something new. I can find something new there to put on the maps there. But I mean, they're going outside of our realm. our known world, on looking at them there, say that was our world. Our known world would be the centre of that, and everything on the north, south, east, and west of it is outside of our realm, basically. But it shows, you know, if this is true to scale, it's showing you there's things outside of our 12 by 12 grid in all directions. Yeah, there's them, you know, I can't even put them on the map. I haven't got a map that goes that far out to put them on. I've only got the map we've got. So yeah, it tells me there's, you know, there's more land up there, obviously.
How long have you been a flat earther?
Probably just over 2 years or so now.
Okay.
I'd seen it pop up before, and you know, I used to watch. You follow politics. So what got me to flat Earth was we're following politics. I was noticing, you know, these high-profile people sneaking off to Antarctica a lot. I thought, well, what do they keep going there for? And then when you look at Antarctica, you start seeing flat Earth popping up. You know, I ignored it the first few times. I thought, what's that about, flat Earth? What century are they living in? That's the kind of thinking I had then. And then it just kept popping up, and I thought, well, Antarctica, flat Earth, what's going on here? You know, that's when I started looking more into flat Earth, and I scrapped looking at politics. I just came over to flat Earth instead.
He's responsible for cats getting into flat Earth. Do you remember what videos you guys watched?
The 200 proofs Dubai's. I used to watch. I'm sure it was Dell in his early days. I don't know if he goes that far back or not. I can't remember. I can remember seeing his face somewhere on a video. Well, you know, I was stream chasing. I would chase them all and go into the chats. Like I said, the first year I just sat and watched it and took notes, and slowly but surely you watch the globe getting destroyed, and you think, wow. You know, I tried myself. I tried to prove flat Earth fake, and I couldn't, because you know, where's the curve? No curve. There's no balls. Game over. It didn't take me. It took me 5 minutes of research really to come to my own conclusion that it's not a spinning ball. And that's, you know, it's just go by looking at other people's work. And then my two questions were, well, why would they lie about the shape of the world, and how does it work? And the work we're putting out now kind of answers that. The why is because they reverse engineer it and getting very rich from it. How does it work? Well, slowly we're unraveling that, and you know, this is where we're coming from, the technological aspect. You got to consider technology being part of this, because you look at the Nazca lines, there's the blueprints, and it's technology among it. Antenna designs. Yeah, it's
awesome.
Two and two together. Two and two together like that, and then expand on it, and it just keeps expanding outwards. And so far, so good. It's working.
And Katz, how's that journey going for you? Coming from politics with FPV and now getting into this transition and now watching him do the research.
I'm sorry, what was that?
So now, how's the journey going? You know, coming from politics with FPV and now being in flat Earth and watching him do this research.
Oh God.
And us having this sort of dialogue and whatnot.
Look, to me, it's a very good experience for me, honestly. Coming from politics to flat Earth into now this research, it's a pleasure to be in this part of flat Earth. You know, it brings it all together for me. You know, being part of it, it made me think a lot more about our Earth, you can say, or how it's formed. I don't know what else to say. Politics is what brought me here. And I think, like you said before, Totter, that this is a movement for flat Earth has a politics. I think that's how you said it, or maybe I said it wrong. But
well, yeah, politics it is sort of like a political movement in a sense, because it does have to do, it has a lot to do with the infrastructure and stuff. There's a reason why they're hiding a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like FPV was saying, you know, why are they hiding it? Well, there you go. Various reasons, but yes. Yeah, Katz. What else, FPV? Anything else you wanted to add to that story?
Well, the Antarctic Treaty, you know, you can see why that's there now, because if you went there, you would see how the world really works. You're going to see the sun and moon and possibly other luminaries doing some really strange things you would not expect to see them doing. You've seen them yourself, Trotter, on them. You'll, oh, that's what I was going to show you. Yeah, well reminded. I've got another video to show you.
Oh, cool, yeah.
I'm gonna debunk Newmere Station for you right now. Where's that at?
Oh, this should be good.
It could be this one. Let's have a look. No, that's the old one. This one here, maybe. Yeah, right, this one will do. Yeah, remember I told you they're having 24-hour sun down in Antarctica. Although it's coming from a stationary light source, it's not the sun moving around the sky. You can see the sun going past, but the 24-hour sun is not coming from the sun as such. It's a stationary light source. What I'm going to show you here is it's actually just a big stage set. It's a green screen stage set. Take a look at the building, guys, and look around the edges of all the structure. You'll start seeing ghosting, like a line that shouldn't be around the edge of it. Can you see it? Look underneath the building and look above it, and you'll see fuzziness around all the objects. That can only happen if there's a green screen behind them. You'll see when it pans back, and I change it to a night vision mode, and you'll see it even easier. If you look at them vehicles or the buildings, you'll see there's like a shadow on the edge of it that shouldn't be there. You see this? You see it under the building on the corner. There's something there that shouldn't be there. Same on the roof, on the top. Look around this whole structure. You see it on the top there, near that ball-shaped thing. Weirdness that shouldn't be there around all the objects. Look underneath the building. You'll actually see the square screens. You see them there? Under where it says Newmere Station, you can actually see the green screen squares. But it's a green screen behind that building, guys, so that's a complete stage set. So what you're seeing in the sky there is not real. It's fake. It's, you know, they're faking it like they do with ISS. Just a fake background going on. And the 24-hour sun, whatever it is, it's behind that building.
I was going to ask you, what do you think they're trying to hide there?
Well, they're trying to prove the globe by saying there's 24-hour sun in the Antarctic as you get in the north, but they're faking it. Why would, you know, if there was 24-hour sun in the south, why would they be using a green screen and the stationary light source to fake daylight? It's had 24-hour daylight since the 12th of December. I've been watching it daily. It has not had a night mode since the 12th of December. But the light source is from a stationary source. It is not got the sun moving around the sky. I'll try and find a video of that. Hold on. All right, this is the 24-hour sun. What's the date on that? I can't see the date on that. Can you see the date at the top of the screen there? All right, 12. That's when it started having 24-hour daylight. It didn't go to night mode, the camera. The night mode you're seeing there is me switching it. So you see the light source? I put it into a night vision mode so you can see where the light source is coming from. Watch carefully, it's from a stationary object behind that building. You see it? You can see it radiating there. That's what's creating the 24-hour daylight there. Whatever it is, it's some kind of a bright light behind that building. And it's definitely, you know, that's not the sun, that's something stationary sitting on or near the ground. You can't hide it, can you? You can see there, it's something's radiating light, and you can see it. But you'll also notice the sun going past in the sky in the background now and then, so it's not the sun. It could be a NASA sun simulator or, you know, something like that. I'm just guessing there. But it's something that's producing a bright light, a bright output to give it the daytime appearance. It's definitely fake. There's the sun there, look, taken off. Yeah, that light source is still there. You can see it there radiating. That's been going on since the 12th of December. And it's still ongoing now. Like I said, there's a green screen there. So they're faking light with whatever that is. In fact, if you look on the, I think it's the 21st and 22nd, I caught them using the same clouds two different days. They might be on here. There, see that cloud? It looks like a tornado. I do this comparison here. Watch, this is 2 different days, and you'll see the same cloud getting used on both images. And the date on the one on the right actually jumps back a day when they use the same cloud from the day before. Keep watching, you'll see the same cloud. These are supposed to be 2 different days. So they must be running out of clouds to use. So they're reusing the same clouds on the animations, or whatever they're using to project onto that green screen. There's the one on the left. It kind of looks like a tornado. Watch on the right. The right's the 22nd, but watch the date. Jump back to the 21st. There, see it? They're reusing the same clouds on the day after. So you've got the same clouds in both scenes with 2 different scenes going on. Yeah, they're cheating.
That's a good find there.
Yeah, you've got to look at everything twice, 3 times to confirm it. But yeah, it's very suspicious, isn't it? The ghosting around all the objects tell me it's a green screen behind them. And stationary light source, well, it's not the sun, is it? Unless there is a sun sitting hovering there, waiting for its moment. Who knows?
What do you guys think? What does the rest of the panel think? Cats.
I'm sorry. I had to step away for a minute. What happened there? What was your question?
Oh, he was showing us the Newmeyer station and some fakery that's going on.
Oh, I was seeing that before. There were all the lights and these, what are these? But the cars, not cars, but what are they called for the snow? I've seen it.
Probably fake snow on a big stage set. You know, they don't do it on a small scale, they do it on a grand scale, remember?
Yeah.
It's just like the moon landing set, but out in the snow. Fake snow, probably.
Mm-hmm. Didn't we just sing this not long ago? Or is it a different one, or is it a what?
You've seen it before. I just hadn't showed you the night mode so you could see better the stationary light source. So I changed it so you could see it better. But yeah, it's the one you've seen before. Apart from the bit where it shows you the green screen, I thought I'd better add that. I started noticing that when it's in the 2 clouds, the same. I thought, green screen. Then I zoomed in on the building, and that's when you see all the ghosting around all the objects in the foreground. That happens because you've got a green screen behind them.
So can it be CGI as well, or no?
Well, it kind of is, yeah. Whatever's on that screen's not real. Behind that building, that green screen, getting an image projected onto it through software. Wow. So that sky, those clouds, are not real. The light source looks real to me. Something's there giving it a bright light source. But you can't see it, it's masked out. but they can't mask out the light radiating from it. That's and to show you where it is. It's roughly behind that building, whatever it is, a stationary light source, and it does look very bright, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think one time you went and you checked to see its location on your map, and there's some sort of activity going on. There was like a power point or some sort.
Yeah, it looks like it's the center grid where the sun would come up from south of Antarctica. There's a line comes up by the center. It looks like it's come up. So, you know, if it was the sun, I was thinking, wow, the sun's come up this line, and it's actually stopped and paused when I first seen it. And then, you know, slowly but surely you think, no, it's something fake going on here. That's a sun simulator or who knows what. But yeah, it's fake, you know. But if they're using that to fake 24-hour sunlight, they just give the game away using a green screen and a stationary light source.
Yeah, I wonder sometimes if some of this information that's being released is even just total disinformation altogether. You know what I mean?
Well, if you look back at the clips from Newmere, I think the older ones are worth more looking at, you know. The ones where you see some light materializing before your eyes, basically. They could be the genuine ones. I need to find when they started using the green screen. You know, if we go back at looking at different clips, eventually you'll find a clip that hasn't got the ghosting around the edges. And you can say, well, that one's genuine. You know, there's no green screen in use, so what's happening in that scene is probably real. I need to go back at all the videos of Newmere now and kind of find the real stuff.
That was put out 6-8 years ago or more, and people, the UFO community was saying it was Planet X or some sort of UFO. Yeah, those are a couple suggestions they were making. But
when you watch them, it's pretty obvious it's the sun and moon and other luminaries going past as well.
Yeah.
What looks like extreme low altitude as well, doesn't it? You know, just skimming over the water by the look of it.
Yeah, that was really interesting. If you can go back and look at those videos. I think I shared some with you one time.
Yeah,
you're like, yep, I've seen those. Yep, you're like, I saw those. Yep.
I need to look at them again though now, you know, to rule out which ones are real and which ones have got green screen.
Well, there's one where the entire building just gets taken by the sun or something. It just manifests. It just all of a sudden the whole station is engulfed in the sphere, and then it just cuts out.
Yeah, cuts it out. Cuts it out when it moves off.
It was just pretty wild. I mean, but those are old videos, and if they're real, I don't know.
That's probably before they used the green screen. You were seeing what was really happening, and you know, people making videos about it. So they've introduced the green screen to make things look a bit more natural with the sun going past. But you know, they start using the same clouds, it gets a bit obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah, poor attempt at deceiving the public.
Hey, you put in the chat something about food-wise as well, CGI food.
Yeah.
Are they really doing that too?
Yeah, I saw it in a magazine. There's a printer that you can print food. You put the ingredients in these little test tubes inside the printer, and it prints out your food.
Oh my.
Yeah.
More fake.
Yep, it's all fake.
I wonder what more is out there fake. Well, mostly everything, but what is the next item or that they're going to do more fake on? If they did it on food, imagine something else.
People.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Be printing out the girlfriends and boyfriends. Put in specific what you want and how they want them to act, and boop, boop, boop. There you go.
Yeah, Tommy Rogers made a good point. He said that there's a dude from NASA when asked what was fake, he said literally everything. Yeah. So food for thought. That, you know, that's true. He did say that. So maybe everything we know. should be questioned.
Anybody else have any questions? You guys want to do a topic change or what? Just throwing it
Sure.
out there.
Sure. Any topics? There was, I want to say something. There was someone in there in chats way early. He said something like he knows that flat Earth it's flat. There's no. We should not even talk about flat Earth anyways. He was saying something about the topic says chemtrails and what happened in California with the laser, to put them on fire. He said that we should move on from flat Earth now, which we all agree that we should.
Mhm.
But he did mention that we should move on. But yeah, I mean, we need to get Michelle X back on the panel and go more into it again on it, which I told her we will. She has a lot to say still on chemtrails on that. So, yeah.
Yeah, it seems that certain chems are used in certain areas.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That different
Hotter areas seem to be getting
worse.
certain, yeah.
Yeah.
But
I mean, we see blue skies. Well, here in Arizona, we see them, and then suddenly you see all the chemtrails coming down, which is sad. But yeah, that topic will never stop because I think more info is coming in about chemtrails, which I need to look into too now. If there's new info coming in. So yeah, the more we be on topic on the top of it.
Lisa White said, "Did you say you can print out your own boyfriend, girlfriend?" Is that what you just said?
I said.
And what do I need to use for that? What do I need to buy?
No, what we said was you can print out food, and then Kat said, "Well, what's next?" And I said, "People will be printing out their boyfriends and girlfriends soon."
Oh,
Can't do it
Kat.
already. You can't do it already.
Not yet, Kat.
You probably print body parts out already, I would say.
I didn't say anything. Sorry. Going back to chemtrails. So yeah, we must get Michelle back. I really think this topic I think it's getting worse more than ever.
I was having a chat with Michelle a few nights ago and explaining the work a bit more, our research to her. She gets it more and more now. She understands it. She actually agrees with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can relate parts of this to scripture. Well, we can relate this to scripture, the airlines, the energy grid, you name it. It all just falls in place once you start with it. And yeah, it presents a bigger picture. That's what we're doing, guys. We're presenting the big picture, which now needs broken down into its macro level to see how everything works in this picture. Basically what we're doing here, and we're trying to break parts of it down as well as we go along, but we do need help.
Yeah. Well, she's the person to bring on back about chemtrails and what's the other Mongolians. That's what he said too. He wants to hear about that.
well, he's right. But we just try to have we want to touch a lot of different areas. You know what I mean? We do go after the collusion and all the conspiracies. Yes, we get into that. And tonight was just more of a get up to speed. What's going on with FPV and one conscience's work. with her data, and just that was really more of like a recap. That's
Yeah,
what that
just
was. But
like
yeah,
yes,
we do talk a lot about a lot of different things.
yeah,
Definitely.
just like yesterday was about the hospital nursing. You know, so many topics to.
Anything, guys, pulled the cable up. We'll have to reconnect. Back in a sec.
Okay. Yeah, well, there's a lot of topics we do get a hold of. So again, this is just to get a recap on their findings and.
Mm-hmm. Are you back, FPV?
Oh, okay. Did he leave?
I don't know. I didn't know if you guys were still there. I was like, wait a minute, did I get dropped? Nobody answered. I was like, okay, it says live still, but
This Michelle one, does she know about healing plants, right? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what?
Michelle X, she knows about plants, right?
Oh, I'm not sure. Does she?
I think she
I,
said she did.
that'd be cool. She has a lot of good info. I really enjoyed listening to her.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah.
Because if she, I need to email her. I have her email. Let's see if she knows. Because if she does, I can also bring Wiz on the panel because he knows a lot of it too. And I just have to get a hold of both of them. I emailed that some lady in Northern California, and she hasn't responded, and I might have to just send her another email. She has so much videos out there that she's taken, how they are pouring so much chemtrails, and she has some like white chemtrails, and then she has that dark black, and she also lives around that farming area as well. She's in the Northern California. I just gotta go back. I saved her link, so to see if I can email her again. What do you think, Totter? Hey, Crow, what do you think about chemtrails?
You know, I am a novice to it. Have not done a lot of research on it. I know people that think what the government are doing to us, but I'm very limited in that area.
And GMOs, fluoride, vaccines. What do you think about them?
Yeah, all those things. Yeah. I just figured like if that's what they're doing, then I can't do nothing about it. But I mean, like especially fluorine too. I mean, fluoride that yeah, it's dangerous. You know, with the water situation that they're putting in, it's just it's amazing how these people, the government, are doing every little things to affect the society and how we think. The power that they have all on the masses, actually. And shout out to Wake, the sheeple. He was in the chat. I wanted to give him a shout out. I know he went to bed already, but I missed it. But it's always nice to see people in chat that you haven't seen in a long while. So
yeah, I mean, we know chemtrails they have a lot of different applications. So, definitely more research needs to be done, and I mean that's basically what it is. But you know, until then, we're just being inundated.
Mhm. Like they say in school, back to the books.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you guys on the panel can clarify or verify this, that it's illegal in California to drink rain, or like I've heard that. I'm not sure if it's true, but anybody know anything about that?
I know in some areas, in some states, like here in Arizona for sure.
Oh, really? Did
Yeah.
they say why you can't drink?
Well, what's going on is that one is because all the chemtrails, when it rains, it brings all that stuff down. Okay, that's one thing. But it also at the same time, when the rain comes really hard, it clears it and clean water comes down. So a lot of people, what they do, they have barrels and they let the water fill. What they do, and then they cover it and then they use it. They boil it and then to clean it out, whatever is there. But or they use it for their gardening, like planting and stuff, their trees, their flowers, whatever plants. But in California, here in Arizona, as I know, they're trying not for us to collect the water. They say because of the mosquitoes, okay, but it's just a way of saying you can't do this, you can't do that, but many do still do it, like I said, because of the plants and not wasting water. Now in California, I believe they do because they have a certain amount to use their water or you get fined. They haven't changed it yet. It's still the same, the law, which is sad because you know how many people wash or their cars or their clothes, whatever the case may be, they can't use the water usage. And somehow they know when you do, and they'll fine you. So yeah, many collect their water for that reason to, give water to the plants and stuff. But they're trying so hard to make us not keep our water. That I believe, okay, that is one of their agendas. They don't want us to keep water at all whatsoever in our backyards until, in those barrels. And if they do find out, they'll come and make sure you drop it, on the floor, or they take it, whatever the case may be. But here in Arizona is one of them because of the droughts, I could say. I'm trying to think more because I try to stay up with the laws in Arizona because a lot of times they change this, when they go into this meetings, they change a lot of it sometimes without us knowing, or sometimes we have to vote on it. But the water system here for where I live, it's also the same. You can't really use our water, there's a certain time. I think in a lot of places for sure. But in Arizona, we only can use so much. I think it's a certain time, like early in the morning to plant your water or late night. But if you put a gallon of water underneath each of your trees, it helps it to have oxygen, which they for some reason many people do that, and I sure do, and the trees do get oxygen, especially if there's chemtrails. I put more gallons of water underneath so they can have oxygen, they can breathe, because reality they're also are dying. So I mean, they're trying to hit us everywhere, our water supply, our food supply, our air supply, all these topics like we were talking earlier on this hangout. But yeah, they're gonna try to control us more of our water supplies. It's called like, oh my god, I forgot how it goes, but if there's if something, oh God, I forgot. I used to do this in school, but it's like quality. It's more demand. If you have more demand or less demand, it's almost like, ah, God, it's been a while. I'm not gonna go there because I forgot. But anyways, the water supplies, they will attack us on water supplies. And I say all the states in the United States because that's what they want to do. Just as our food supplies. That's what it is, supplies and demand. So if you demand more supplies, the higher the prices go. The less the prices go, the less demands there are. So, but yeah, there is in California for sure. They have a limit of water wasting or whatever they're trying to stop them from using water. Don't they say because of the drought? I'm not sure, but they did pass that law. I think it's like 2 years. I think, but yeah, that's all I have to say. Really, about putting gallons of water it helps your trees, though. It really does. In your plants, you name it, whatever you have growing in your yard, put a gallon of water. It does help them.
Hey guys, I'm back. I don't think you hear me. I couldn't hear you before.
Hey man, welcome back.
Yeah, I got up and you forgot got the headphones on. I pulled the plug out, and it's yeah like quarter the volume you were before now.
Did that help you, Crow? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that really helped me. Your short answer really helped me. That's a lot of information about rain, though. I mean, like, is everything illegal? It's weird, like.
Well, it's like electricity, okay? We're all talking it should be free. Unfortunately, we have to pay for it. But our electricity here, since it's Arizona, goes high in the summertime. Big time. You can, in the household of 4 or 6, your electricity can hit, if you have AC, can hit to $400, $600 a month. That's how high it is. But they also want to raise our taxes on our electricity again, which is BS. Because you have you have your city, you have your state, and then you have other taxes on top of that. I forgot the other one. I think FPV might know that. But so they're doing that in electricity. Now our gas as well. So our taxes are going to go up. It should have been up already, I think in March, they say. So now in the wintertime, it's the same thing. It can average to 200 because of the heat, but right now we haven't had our coldness, you can say. So our bills are not that high right now. But our main thing is our summer is very high here because of the heat. So, I mean, our water tax where I live went up as well. All taxes are going up for some reason. And it's not to help us, it's to help themselves, I'm going to say. So, where I live, many people are leaving my city to go to another city because the taxes are lower than where I live. And it's because it's a bigger city. And, but yeah, I mean, that's why I said, Jojo, I understand him because taxes, they shouldn't even go up. Our electricity, our gas, our water, but they're hitting us everywhere, I wish I could get off the grid. But again, we live in the city. We can't. Okay. And so your state, Tutter, how is it there? I mean, with the taxes and stuff going up, or you haven't? Oh, Crow.
Yeah, I have no idea what the taxes here.
Yeah, just I always watch my bills because they always sneak something in there, big time. And I know by laws they're not supposed to, but there's some. I can't fight them. They're gonna say, "Well, you have to pay. This is it," you know. But there's some tax that they're not supposed to tax. Now, as I know, that was supposed to change through Trump administration, and it hasn't. So I always watch out my bills and look at it carefully, what they're charging me, what tax I'm paying, because I know there's like every 6 months you pay your home tax, your state tax, federal
Yeah,
tax.
property tax.
Yeah, and I pay mine every 6 months.
Yeah.
And that also is, you're paying for the school system, the schools around
Yeah.
here. So that's okay. I don't mind paying for, for that. But there's so much out there that we shouldn't pay.
Did Trotter fall asleep?
No, I think he's probably step away for a minute. So, Juan, tell me about your state. Is it the same? Are they going up on your electricity and your taxes, or have you noticed your bills? Or
Yeah, the water, for instance, the water used to get paid every 3 months, and they moved it to every month and installed smart meters in every home.
I
And
have mine.
if you didn't let them install it, then they would charge you an extra fee for that.
Mhm.
And then once they did install them, the monthly fee was as much as it was every 3 months.
Mhm.
It's insane. And the power bills are always about, I mean, there's 3 people that live in my home, and the power bill runs about $250. So it's not as much as you. But yeah, everything's expensive in Macon County where I live. Taxes on food and beverages is 11%. So
Wow.
yeah, it's pretty high.
Yeah, it is. I was going to say something, but my thoughts left. Let's see.
When you were talking about water and them controlling it, that was kind of where I was looking into the dams. They have them strategically placed where they pretty much do control all the water, and they could, hold it from us or let it go on us. The way they've strategically placed all these dams, that's what I was kind of looking into. But yeah, they flood out certain areas to make dams, kill, all the wildlife in those areas.
Mhm.
It's pretty.
That's what I was going to say. The meters that you were just talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I would disagree in what they're doing too. They're shutting these offices that been there for so long where you go pay your bills. They're shutting them down big time. Like here in Arizona, there's only, let me see, two, I think two pays the gas company, and then the SRP and APS are no longer really here. They're out. You have to send out your payment, or now you have to go different areas to pay your bills, which to me it's sad because people lose their jobs because of this. And
that happened. Yeah, that's here too.
yeah, and see, we don't realize like these super, I know it's off the topic, but like these supermarkets, have they have what is it, fast check, where you just do it yourself? That's another thing that I disagree, because you're taking, again, jobs away from these people, feeding their families. So what I do, I always go to where there's a line, because they're the ones who need the jobs. And those that support them, because if you see like Home Depot, Lowe's, and all them, they're beginning to have their, check yourself out. And again, I disagree on that. I didn't appreciate what they did, these companies. But if anyone goes and shops, don't use those, honestly, because it's taking, food away from these people, their jobs completely out. And it's not good for us to support that at all. This is like another government way of stopping people from working. In my eyes, I see it. But yeah, it's all deceiving. It's all about greedy. It's all about money making, but they don't realize of the people that their needs, in other words, for their families. And like they say, you take away a job. This is why crimes go up, because they have to go out and make sure that their children eat, whatever the case may be. This is where the crimes go up, especially here in Arizona that I speak for. And so when there's high crime and you're trying to feed your family, really it's the government's fault. And of course, if I have children, grandchildren, or more, but I would do the same. I would go and also do something for them to eat. You know what I'm saying? Anything, even washing cars, whatever the case may be. But it's sad that we are supporting it as well, going to these machines and stuff. I don't know if anybody agrees with that, but I disagree.
Oh yeah, Katz, thanks for sharing that.
You're welcome. I don't know how you guys feel, but that's how I feel. I mean, we're supporting them.
I agree with you. I don't use those either.
Mm-mm. Even if I wait for a whole line, I don't mind, because there's those baggers, right? They bag your food and stuff. You look at them. Okay, there's disability people there. If you truly look at them, yeah, your heart is out there so they can have a job. You don't know what their situations they're going through. Again, I disagree. I wish they took them out. I really do. But again, you have to have a lot of signatures for them to take it out. But again, if we don't do anything, it's going to continue, because it's going through all the stores. It's not just markets. Now Lowe's and Home Depot has it. And mom and pops, they haven't had it yet. So, yeah.
I'm nodding my head. I'm agreeing.
Yeah. Do you guys have it over there in the UK?
Of what?
Oh. Where you go in and you pay for your own stuff instead of using a cashier.
Yeah.
So it's there too, huh?
Yeah, there's people help bag it up as well. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much the same, really. You got the same policies that deployed over there as in Europe. America's politics are a mirror of the EU's. If you want to see your future, look to Europe, depending who's running your country, of course.
For changing the subject, Totter. Anonymous, yes. Self-checkout. That's what it's called. But anyways, Totter, you have anything to add or to say?
Not at the moment. I was just thinking about what you were talking about.
Yeah. Don't support them, honestly. You guys, we're supporting the government, by the way, if we do that.
What does the chat say?
Um,
They're talking about baby Jesus.
Shout out to the chat again.
Jibby, Tommy, Lisa, Anonymous, yes. Zane. Let's see. Ginger, Ron, Geo Love, Ginger, I think I said Ginger already. Alec, Josh, Bunsen, Honeydew, of course, one. Scarecrow.
Yeah, where's Crow?
He's quiet.
Yeah, he
has
is.
no jokes. He has no more jokes. Wait to see both listeners. And Jimbo.
You guys don't want to hear no jokes.
Truth. What's his name? Truth for Real was here. If I miss anybody, sorry.
Yeah, we do. We want to hear your jokes, Crow. I don't know if he's in the chat, but shout out to Who's Your Flatty. I was laughing at your stuff earlier, bro. That was in the chat there. You put up some really funny stuff. I meant to say that way earlier, but they were engaged in the research dialogue. So
Wow. So Crow, I have a question. Not a question. I know you do music.
Yes.
The one I heard this morning was awesome. I liked it.
Thank you.
Welcome. And I had left you a message saying you and what's his name, Sleeman.
Solomon. Backwards, nameless.
Okay.
Shout out to him. But he made the beat, so awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome. I hope you make more music, and so does the rest. Scanner.
Yeah, everybody's been putting some good music out there. It's very awesome.
Yeah. So, I think
yeah, Twin Serpent also has been putting out some really good stuff.
Who?
Oh, Twin Serpent. They got some good stuff. Shout out to them too. Johnny Apples.
the chat, Hunter.
Johnny Apples.
Oh yeah,
Coming out.
Johnny Apple.
Yeah, he was on a hiatus, I guess. So he's back.
Yeah. Jibby said this to Totter. He says, "Spread the chat, Totter." Laughing out loud.
So funny, man.
Yeah, I mean, do you have anything else to say?
Oh, not really. I think I'm about spend out. I was actually going to probably say goodnight because I have to go to work in the morning.
On a Sunday.
Yeah, I always work Sundays. The price I pay for Friday, Saturdays off.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, but I think I am going to get off here, and it's been a really great talk, and I'm really glad everybody showed up to listen to what we had to say. It was
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, definitely one. Thank you for coming through and hanging out with us and sharing what you've been researching, trying to
No
make sense of
problem.
everything here. We're all looking for the truth here, and you're just part of the puzzle here, doing your thing. Everybody, like I said, is the author to their own story. She's doing her thing, and so is FPV, and the roads cross quite often. So here we are. You know.
Beautifully said. That was.
Yeah, nice meeting you, Juan.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good to meet you. Very good to meet you. We'll all
Thank-
have to hang out again.
Yeah, just
So,
talk regular about yeah.
yep.
Yeah,
I
be good. Be
appreciate
good.
it. Have a good night.
Very good. Yep,
you
I'll
for
see you guys
coming on.
later. Yeah, thank you, Cats, for inviting me.
No, my pleasure is mine.
All right, see you guys later.
Catch you in the headquarters later on.
Yeah, no kidding.
Good night.
Well, I think we're just gonna stop the stream. It is getting a little late for all of us. I thank everybody in chats that came support this hangout again and our hangout. I thank FPV coming, of course, Crow and Tata for sure. I mean, you know, without you guys, our hangout wouldn't be the same. You know, it's my pleasure that you guys are on here, you know.
Well, we thank you for making it possible and giving us a platform to do what we do.
Yeah, thank you so much for tolerating me. I appreciate it.
There you go.
You gotta make me laugh though.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a
now I got
pleasure.
restrictions.
It's a pleasure to come here and share what we're learning with you guys. We're glad you watching it, understanding it, and agreeing it or debating it or pulling it apart. We've got all that to do anyway. Yeah, it all helps, all input, output, you name it. Yeah, thanks for letting us on and tolerate us.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff, you guys. So, all right, Cats, if you just want to shut this down, then good night to everybody that's been chilling with us. We'll see you guys around. To all lodge members, we'll see you back at the lodge. And you guys have a good night.
Yeah, good night, chatters. Good night, panel.
Good night.